Okay, good morning, everybody. Day 7 of the Krui Pro. We're going to have a little look at the conditions. I found Mav Wilson, who's lurking around down here in the athlete area. Mav, how's the surf looking, mate?
It's pretty pumping. There's just super clean waves and really rippable, so it should be a good day.
What sort of size are we talking today?
Around that 2 to 4 foot range, so pretty good for anyone that wants to just go above the lip.
It is indeed. It's running all the way down the reef. It looks really nice to me. Almost no wind, so conditions are ideal. We're starting with a round of 64 for the men. We're going to clean up those 9 heats. We're then going to rip into the ladies. There's 8 heats in the round of 32. And then we're going to try and get through the whole round of 32 of the men's. So a huge day of competition. Everybody stick around, starting with an awesome first heat. So a big day of action. Thanks, Mav. Good on you, buddy. You.
Hi everyone, it's day 6 here at the Krui Pro in South Sumatra. We are still on hold with QS competition, but we've got big crowds here and the surfers wanted to go out, so we've called on an expression session. There's a couple million rupiah up for grabs for the top performing male and the top performing female. It's going to be live on YouTube. Check it out, heaps of fun, or get down here to Tanjung, Setia Beach.
All right, guys, welcome back. This is the Krui Pro day 6.
Yes, day 7.
Oh, wow, day 7. You're right. Sorry, guys out there. This is day 7. It's early. I'm Jana Legati on your screen right now. This is Daiwako in the booth.
Everyone.
We are going to be starting off or finishing off the round of 64 of the men's, and then straight into the round of 32 of the women's, and finishing off the day with the round of 32 of the men's again. So it's a huge day of competition.
Big day.
Mm-hmm.
But the condition has been improving and under clear skies, and we have a lot of schedule, a lot of haste to be done.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be a great day.
That's right. And we had an expression session yesterday. We didn't do the QS as the waves were small and very slow, so we want to give the best opportunity to all these surfers. So we are back on. Heat has started right now in the heat 8 of this round of 64. We have Bronson in the red. We have Mega Artana in the blue, Jack Thomas in white, and in green, Koda Killorn.
What exciting heat to start things off this morning. So World Junior Champ Bronson is in red. Wow.
Yep. So this is a really great heat to start the morning. Actually, me and Mark were talking about it yesterday, saying how excited we are to see it. And to start things off, this is Koda Killorn. Big first opening turn. Sets it up for this second one. Wraps it around. Stays close to the whitewash. And goes upside down again. This is a great start for Koda Killorn.
Everyone's been ready from the big late day yesterday. But waves looking really good. Glassy morning, and this is Mega.
Oh,
That's a huge big carb and straight into the second, and gets the third section in, but didn't quite ride out of it.
that is an incredible start. This is a World Junior Champ, Bronson on his backhand. Just a one turn wave, but we are just starting things off. What a way to start. Both Koda and Mega got some incredible waves. here are the replays. What do you think of this one?
Well, love to see the reply,
We
but
got a bit of special effects
right.
going on.
But yeah, the wave looked amazing, glassy, clean, open face ahead of him, and gets the big, lays into the big curve and straight into the second snap. It gets the finish, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But great way to start off this, heat for Megatron. Probably he's been waiting for 6 days to be surfing the first heat.
Yeah, so most of these surfers haven't surfed yet.
Right.
This is the replay of Coda Killer in the first wave of the set. Good first opening turn. A huge fan of spray. Wraps it around here. So a couple more turns than Mega.
Yep.
And giving a bit more variety. But Mega, those first two turns were huge. Really well done here for Coda. Right behind is Jack Thomas, the West Aussie. We just saw that last turn. He really hacked into that. So we've got a great heat in our hands.
So all four surfers already been got one wave in. So first wave from Coda, but this is the first wave of Jack Thomas. Nice off the top, really engaging the rail. And it gets another floats and come around the section. This is where he pushes the tail super hard, gets the finish. The fast of Coda comes in 5.33. That is a pretty good wave. I mean, pretty good score for first wave. And we're still waiting for the last of blue and white.
Yeah, you're right. It's a great way to start. And I've said this a few times before. The first heat of the day is the hardest always.
Definitely.
Because the judges are going to be using you guys as the example. And they are going to be, setting the bar for the rest of the day. They're going to be seeing what you're doing out there. And practically the rest of the day is going to be set on this first heat.
Right. So Coda just setting the tone for today. So that first one was 5.33, and we have to remember that score. But a few scores locked in for Jack Thomas. Looking like it's going to be another healthy number. 4.77 for the first wave of Jack Thomas.
All right, so all scores are in for the four surfers. Everyone's caught one wave. Coda Killer coming away with the better of it. A 5.33 to his name. Really nicely surfed. He gave the variety. He had a good-looking wave. It was clean. It was glassy. Right. Compared to maybe Bronson, just a one-turn wave. There was a lot of whitewash, and it kind of ran away from him. So the judge is showing, like, this is what we want to see. But no one busted out into the sixes range or above just yet. So they want to see that, but they're like, you guys can give us a little bit more.
Right. Judges creating a little space for the good range and excellent range, which we will be seeing so many of it today, because this is top seeded round of 64. Yeah, we're still in a round of 64. That's crazy to think about. It's the last 2 days of competition, and we're still in the first round for the top seeded surfers.
Yeah, exactly. So still plenty of heats to be surfed in these last 2 days of the Krui Pro QS 6000. Like we said earlier yesterday, there was a drop in the swell. It was the smallest day of this whole event. So we decided to go into an expression session. And hopefully today we will be finishing this round of 64 and both rounds of 32 for men and women. Just taking a look at this round of 64, many of these surfers still haven't surfed. So they've been waiting a week to get into the water. There are some really big names coming up. I'm seeing Xavier Huxtable in the next heat with Varun Tanjung, Bodie Williams, and Oliver Risenbeek. I'm seeing Dylan Wood-Coxon, Roy Kanazawa, Tully Wiley. There's as well Rinta Otu, Oscar Berry, Iko Watanabe in the yellow jersey, Keon Martin, Marlon Harrison, Jarvis Earl, Elliot Parada Reed, Saxon Reber. So huge names still to hit the water. It's going to be a big, big morning. I guess not only big morning, it's going to be a big day. in
Big
general.
day, definitely. So this is a replay of the first of quota. This is what 533 looks like. Couple good turns in, and gets variety, and gets a finish right here as well. Wow, really love the big wrapping carve. Yeah, it's gonna be a huge day, but as CT Trussell finished it yesterday or day before, so people can watch it all day today,
Mhm.
and we're gonna have a lot of actions.
Yep, that's right. It's absolutely pumping out there. I was having my morning coffee, and we're staying right next to the contest site, our spot. We have the perfect view of the lineup.
Right.
And as I was having my morning coffee, it was just back to back sets
Mm.
just coming through. So it's picked up a lot from yesterday. We are going to be seeing lots of waves ridden nonstop. The tide is going up right now. So maybe we'll see a bit of a bump on the wave as the tide reaches its peak, and then it'll just get better and better as the tide gets down.
Right, definitely. I think the high tide is around 9 a.m. in Indonesia time. So we have another 2 hours to going up. It's probably the best time of the day right now at the moment. Just coming up tide.
Yeah, especially since it's so glassy.
Mm.
There's not a drop out of place. It's a beautiful morning here in Ujung Bocor.
We pretty much woke up at dark this morning, and we could tell by the sound of the waves that definitely picked up overnight, and here it picked up quite a lot to me on the set.
Yeah, compared to yesterday, it's picked up a lot. Here we have a couple waves rolling through.
Oh, look at those one at the back.
Oof. That's looking like a pretty good wave.
Is the wave gonna be rolled through to the lineup? Looks like Koda having a look at this one. No.
Yeah, so Coda not really seeing any potential on that wave, but Jack Thomas with fourth priority will be taking a look at this one. Just a quick up and out. No foul, no harm. He had fourth priority, so
Right.
it wasn't really a waste.
So it's a Bronson that can pick the anything he wants for the next one. Here is Jack Thomas up and riding. He's getting those back up first. Gets vertical and first carve, couple turns in. Checking turn to try to connect to the inside. Started to wind up. Really love the big carve from Jack Thomas. Managed to put a couple good turns in. So it's going to be good backup. That's for sure.
Yeah. Right behind him, Coda Killer on a big opening carve, wraps it around again. So this is looking like a pretty good way for Coda. Really pushes the tail on that last one. There's a little bit of whitewash on the face just from Jack's waves before, but he managed to really flow through that nicely.
Right.
But you're right. Jack Thomas will be getting rid of that 0.43. This is the replay of that last one. So really nicely surfed from Jack Thomas. A bit of a smaller wave, but I'm guessing his strategy right now is just to back up that 477 and
Definitely.
just slowly build his score as the heat goes on.
Definitely, he's really done good job to backing up the 4-3. 520. 477. And this is a replay of the Coda, the last wave. This is gonna be his second wave, and definitely backs it up. Great. But we're still waiting. Bronson, he's holding on to the first priority for quite a long time. He has got a wave, but it's only 2.17.
Yep. So Bronson just playing the patient game, but there's plenty of waves coming through. I think Jack and Coda going for the more like staying busy approach, catch those two waves early. The past couple days it got really slow, and we saw so many surfers just not being able to back up their scores. So it's It's a pretty smart heat strategy from the boys in green and white.
But here is Mega up and riding. This is a good looking wave. He has clean face. First big turn, and that was a bigger turn on the second section. Comes around the corner, but not quite. But this is Bronson Matey up and riding. It's a good looking wave again. Nice off the top. And put another one. The wave started to stand up for him. That's a better turn right there. And he gets a finish. Fins out. Is he gonna? Yes, right out of it clean. So great wave from Mega and Bronson.
Yep. So the Indonesians going back to back on those sets. That was an incredible wave from both of them. Bronson really getting this heat started now. That was much better than his 217. So this is the replay of Mega's last wave. Look how low his center of gravity is. You know, Mega is such a solid surfer, just 2 turns, but it was super well done. And this wave from Bronson, I love how he just opens it up, gets around this section, really smooth style, not rushing anything. I loved these last 2 turns. He just kept getting stronger as he went down the line.
You know, he was waiting for that wave for quite a long time, but didn't seem like he was nervous at all. He's just showing what junior champ looks like.
Yes, and since Bronson won that title, I feel like he has this newfound confidence in him, especially in his like competition surfing. It's grown so much, and I feel like he's one of those only surfers that maybe later on in this contest he'll start bringing more his free surfing into the heats, and that's when it really goes big. And there we have it, the last of Bronson Matey, a 6.67 pushes him straight to second.
Wow,
the Mega 5.43.
2 Indonesian surfers getting great scores out of all rides here. So now green and white in a pressure moment.
Yeah, so Coda Killer now taking a look at this one. Well, he wants to get rid of that 327. Pretty good looking wave. Gets a little bit stuck there when he on the way back to the whitewash. There again, fumbles a little in his first 2 turns and kind of slows him down and wasn't able to get around that section.
You know, just like you said, it's getting, started to see some bumps on the face. So you kind of be patient for pick the right ones. But here is the Indonesian teams at athlete area. Just be ready.
Yep, that's right. On your screen right now is Team Indo. I'm seeing Taina, Izquierdo, Rajusena, Pajar, Lydia, the coach, Ivan Sudena. Sorry, not Ivan Sudena. But there we go. This is Coda Killorn.
Yeah, just like you said, he's just trying to, stay busy, trying to get rid of the backup score 3.27. He only needs 3.52 at the moment, but there's still plenty of times. Now, first priority is sitting with Jack Thomas, needing 4.08, which is not a big score, but looks like Bronson is having a look at this one and up and riding. This is a smaller size waves, but looks great. Nice off the top and straight into the second floater section, come around, and nice connecting turn, a nice finish right there. It was a smaller size, but here is Jack Thomas up and riding, needing 4.08, big layback. Unfortunately, comes unstuck.
Wow, Jack is such a powerful surfer. He's from Western Australia, so there's just so much raw energy out there. When a West Aussie surfer says it's like 2-3 foot, expect something like 6 foot, because they are used to surfing these really heavy water waves. So you can really see that power that he has in his surfing. This, though, is the last of Bronson Matey's. He wants to get rid of that 217 and back up that 6.67.
Definitely he's done that, but here is Jack Thomas again. Comes unstuck. Well, he's just trying to, stay busy, trying to get the requirement 408.
So here we have the replay again of Jack. He really hacks into that last one. You saw him push his tail, but unfortunately wasn't able to land that one. But when he does, that's when those really big scores come through.
Definitely. But really like Bronson's game right now, trying to get rid of the 2.17 and got the last wave. Pretty much he's done all the work. So I think to me, the last wave will put him in the first.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's only needing a 309. So his last wave, a little not so strong the turns, but really, really took advantage of the whole wave. I think he got a lot done in a small amount of space.
Yeah. Here it is, 470 for the last of Bronson. That puts him right in this lead. So great job from Bronson Matey, but still there's just plenty of times for all the opportunities for all surfers. It's a very close heat actually. Green and white needing about like 5-point range. So one wave can change everything in this heat so far. We have still 7 minutes remaining.
Yep, you're right. It's only Bronson who kind of busted out of the 5 range and got that 667. But it's still anyone's heat. All 3 surfers, Mega, Code, and Jack, don't need massive scores to kind of go into an advancing position. So with 6.5 left, you're right. It's anyone's heat.
It's pretty much anyone's heat. But for now, 2 Indonesian is in the first and second advancing position. And Mega has first priority, just trying to get rid of the 433 on the next one. If he does, then probably a lot of pressures on green and white. Well, looks like Jack's going to up the point, trying to get away from the crowd.
Yep, he's kind of hunting and looking for his own space out there. He's just paddling up the point because there is a first section out there that you can catch and get a couple turns before you meet the rest of the surfers where they usually take off. So it could be smart, especially with third priority. If something comes up there, it's all his.
And even though those higher priority surfers take away from him, he can get a score for the couple of turns until he meets all the surfers. But this is Bronson Matey up and riding, racing down the line, eyeing for the section coming up, going to the air.
So that was what I was saying earlier. When Bronson gets comfortable and he's sure he's in a good position, he's going to start taking his free surfing into his heats, and that's when he becomes deadly. I mean, he's World Junior Champ for a reason, and some of the clips that Bronson's been dropping have been insane. I know him and Varun and Sinar, as well as Rizal, surf a lot around Pandawa area, Nusa Dua, as well as Uluwatu. And I remember rocking up one time, and it was this windy, horrible day. It was huge, but the boys were all out there, and I saw Bronson land one of the biggest backside airs I have ever seen. The whole beach freaked out. It was insane. So hopefully as the contest goes on, we're going to see him do a couple more of those airs. Just showing how much of an all-rounded surfer he is. He takes the air. He's got the turns. He's not afraid of the heavy water surfing. So super, super excited to watch Bronson surf.
That's pretty much how he won the World Pro Juniors in Philippines. He did a really big air, but this is a Bonsai replay. The second wave of Bronson's. This was 667, which puts him in the first position. Really nicely connecting all the turns and get a big finish right out of a clean. This is Coda up and riding, looking for a wave, 4.44, but unfortunately just wave closing out on him.
Yep. So bit of a fast one for Coda Killorn. Looking like might be a little bit of a mistake there with 3
Right.
minutes left. Mega's in second and he has priority. So when Coda comes back out, he's not going to make it easy for him to catch another wave.
So now Jack Thomas kind of, come back to the lineup with the crowd as he has now second priority. But Mega has the first priority. Tried to get rid of the 4.33 to extending his lead over green and white. Bronson is kind of sitting in the comfortable position right now. So 2 minutes 30 seconds. Looks like a few lines on the horizon.
Yep. So we are about to reach the 2-minute mark, and it's looking like Mega has seen something that could possibly interest him. Both blue and white. Taking a look, but this wave just not offering too much. So yeah, you're right. Bronson looking in a good position, but they don't need big scores. Mega's only looking for practically a 6 at this point. Coda a 4.44, and Jack a 5. So it's pretty close.
Definitely, it's really close. But now Mega is trying to play priority games over green and white. Just be patient. Try not to go for it. That looks like a few lines again rolling through to the lineup with 90 seconds remaining.
Yep, the next heat's already at the back. Excited to get out there. Coming up, we have Xavier Huxtable, Varun Tanjung, Bodie Williams, and Oliver Rissenbeek. We're about to reach the 1-minute mark, and it's looking pretty good for Megartana and Bronson Mady. Not too much happening out the back.
Is there going to be another set in time and 1 minute to go in this heat? Time is ticking.
There we see Mega on the outside of all the surfer because he has first priority. And at this point, he doesn't want them to catch another wave.
Right.
Mega's not looking for a score.
Definitely.
He just wants the other guys to not get a score.
So he's in the position to just block other two surfers. But Koda. No, Jack Thomas is up and riding, needing 5.00. Nice off the top for the first stand. Gets a layback in. This is a small size wave, and didn't really, wave didn't really offer too much in the first section. I don't think it'll be enough for the requirement unless he does huge maneuver in the inside about 9.
Yeah. So Jack Thomas showing a little bit of frustration on that last one. He needs a 5, and I agree with you. I don't think that was gonna be the score, but not for his surfing ability, mostly because it was a smaller wave. He was at the front, and the judges are going to be comparing that to Bronson's 6, and I don't think it reaches what he needs. And there we have it. The last of Jack comes in at a 2.9. So with that, congratulations to Bronson Mady and Megartana. They will be going into the next round. We're going to go on a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cane today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 7, Krui Pro QS 6000. We are into round of 64, heat 9. I'm Diawako here in the booth with Mark Clift. Good morning, Mark.
Hey, Di. What a morning it's been too. So that first heat, we were really frothing on it yesterday because
Right.
look at these names, and we do lose Coda and Jack, the big, strong, goofy footers in that heat. Bronson got the least start out of anyone and came home strong. 667 really standing up well in his scoreline. But it's just going to be a monstrous day. Look at this next heat. There are no easy matchups. It's Xavier Huxtable, Varun Tanjung, Bodie Williams, and Oliver Rissenbeck. So 3 Aussies taking on Varun, the Indonesian in blue.
Another exciting heat. Second heat of the day, but Xavier up and riding. That was a huge first turn and nice transitioning turn straight into the finishing turn right there. Nice combination from Xavier Huxtable. He's been waiting to surf in the competition for 6 days straight.
I know, right? But Zave's a big-time performer through the Asian regions. He's been here, I don't know, maybe 5 years in a row. We've got a flashback to last year. Had the heat of the year, pretty much
Heat of
up.
the century.
Heat of the century at Nias. Fond memories of the Asian tour for Huxtable. He's in red. He's already got a wave. Here is Varun. So I'm sure the boys down in Bali town will be watching closely.
Oh,
they've just watched, another one of their chargers in Bronson Matey fire up and take the win.
Right.
So I'm hoping the boys down there at Kanoa might have the screen on and watching. JT, Johnny Tucker and the team. Varun's turn now to fly the Indo flag, but he's up against 3 pretty high-powered Aussies, and, this is a big name in the draw, Xavier.
wow. Straight into second wave, and this is looking great from Xavier. 3 solid turns already done, and another 5th turns and 6th, and there's still plenty walls to work on for Xavier. That's a great wave from Xavier Huxtable. The fast waves looking healthy, comes in 467.
But the Bonsai replay, look just how glamorous this wave looks. It's got a real clean surface. It's one of those half-size waves that just hug the reef, keep bowling. Every time Zabe got to the bottom and looked over his shoulder, it was there again.
Right.
Boom. Crunch. Thank you very much. And one more, maybe 2 more, was it?
Yeah, two more.
Oh, far out. So it could be time for the judges to open up that scale a little bit. That was just intense surfing on just a really, really good wave.
That was a great wave from Xavier. This is a replay of the first one. What did you think?
Liked it. It probably wasn't as dynamic as his last wave. It was just a ripping start. I mean, the wave cut a little short compared to his last one. Went about an extra 100 meters. There's our drone view of the footage. It looks so cool. There's the best thing I like about Tanjung Setia in this area and the beachfront dive for me. There's a lot of bush.
Right.
There's a lot of coconut trees still. There's a lot of big trees, and there's a lot of accommodation camps wedged in amongst it all. But they haven't culled everything, and it's cement and road and that sort of stuff. It is what you see, and behind the drone, there's just fields of coconut trees. Hundreds of them just everywhere, and it's just still got that old school feel. I love it.
Love the old school feel, and love to cruise around this area. But this is such a perfect setup for goofy footer.
Everyone, come on! We just watched Huxtable ripping you goofy footers. But you've been milking it. I've noticed you've done a lot of surfing out here, mate. So you've been enjoying your time, huh?
Yes, I had a free surf yesterday.
You had
because
3 free surfs, I noticed.
Day. And I had a great time. I made a mess. Yeah, that was a great time.
So a 633 drops in there for Xavier. So what we're going to do, we're going to hear from Giada and Bronson Matey. So this will be a ripper. Have fun, Giada.
All right, I'm here with Bronson Matey. Congratulations. You told me it was a little hard out there. Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm feeling great for sure. But out there, it was a little bit tricky. There's a lot of wide ones, a lot of fast ones as well. So yeah, just kind of pick your waves and just look for the ones that kind of don't look like it's gonna run. So yeah, that's what I did. Got a couple fun rides, and yeah, it's dope.
It's been 7 days until you got to surf. So what have you been doing on your downtime? Who have you been hanging out with? Where have you been going?
I've been just hanging out with all my friends, you as well, Barat, Teddy, Kian, and all that stuff. Just been surfing the beach break because it was pretty flat out here. So yeah, we have a good beach break down there. I've just been surfing that all day.
The other day you told me you have a pretty busy schedule. What's your next contest and how are you training for that?
I'm training for that like this, just by doing a couple more heats. Just trying to get the rhythm going, I guess. And yeah, my next one's in Balito, so we'll see how that goes.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, and see you guys in the next heat.
Well, that was Bronson, the world junior champion. WSL world junior champion. Said he was going to come and have a chat with us at some point. We're trying to wedge him in here very next heat, everybody. So we know he's a pretty shy, reserved dude. But he did say to me the other day, he said, yeah, I'd love to anytime. So hopefully we'll get him in here shortly. And
That'll be exciting.
Can talk about his big world junior title. Zabe, meanwhile, has just been on a tear. Wave number 3, can you believe it? Check him out. He's got a great-looking quiver of sharp eyes. He's got Kale Balwarren in his corner. I saw Kale out caddying for him.
They were surfing yesterday too, but Xavier comes in 7, and second wave of Xavier comes in 6.33, 13.33 in total score right now.
17 minutes to go as well. Can you believe it? 8 minutes. So Xavier Huxtable got out of the right side of bed this morning, mate. He's on a tear.
Yeah, and pretty much 3 other surfers haven't got a waves yet.
I know. It's just a one-man show out there.
Wow.
So Zave and Kale somehow identified where to sit, what to do at the start of this heat. The plan has gone handsomely. Absolutely perfect start here for Xavier. So he's been reading between the lines as well that what the judges have been throwing him. He's like, all right, they're asking more of me. So he got a smaller wave, but he just teed off and went super hard.
And, his wave selection is just on point. Every wave he took off, it just has a lot of work to it and hacked the reef really nicely.
Yep.
Gets so many tons done.
That was the 6.33. This is about where I reckon he goes, okay, the judge is asking more. He gets a smaller wave. He now starts to really do some damage to the lip of this thing and come out, with just so much speed to burn. So that was the 7.
That was the 7 on the smaller size waves. But I agree with the judges. It was just excellent surfing on the smaller size waves. There's no downtime. Great transition in between turns. I love the surfing.
Me too. So there we go. Huxtable. Wow, it's rapidly turning into a shootout for second spot. So let's see how the others respond.
Yeah, there's still 15 minutes in. Now battling for the second place at the moment. Not many waves coming through for other free surfers. Because Xavier has been on smaller size waves, so that means there's not much sets coming through the lineup.
It's kind of unusual. I stood outside and watched the whole venue for the whole first heat, and the energy is going in a lot of different spots today. All right, sometimes the sets are coming through, and they're no good. They just push wide down towards the caddy area and where the water patrol is. They're just too straight. They don't offer a whole lot of maneuvers, maybe 1, maybe 2 max. The medium ones like Zave has found, obviously, they're still hugging the reef. They're looking really good. Sometimes sets are hitting up where white is and the other side of green, and that's the prime pole position, right? If you could take off there and get a medium-sized one, that's ideal. But sometimes a whole lot of energy comes in and does not hit that spot. So if you've got priority or you desperately need a wave and you're on the back end of a lull and one of those wider things comes through, it's like, damn. A whole lot of energy getting a little bit wasted because it's not focusing on all the time where white is.
Right.
Sometimes back-to-back sets do, but I did notice, and a few people were having chats down there. They go, "Oh, what's going on out there?" And I'm like, it looks difficult to me. It looks a little bit tricky.
Is that because of the swell direction? do you
That's
think?
what, well,
Or-
Dino, again, down at Larney's, every time when we go down there, he gets on his computer and he checks stuff out and he checks wind and he checks direction. He's a big campaigner for direction. And he said, you watch, he goes, it's going to be focusing down in front of the restaurant. Most of the swell. Most of the
right.
swell. He said,
So
these numbers are adding up to, a lot of swell hitting down wider of the reef. Not to say it's going to be wasted, but there are moments when sets come in that I noticed in that last heat that you just can't even go near them because they're just no good. They're a
Right.
closeout.
So that's a great tip for all the surfers coming up in the next few heats. Just making sure that there's gonna be not great looking sets. So
Just limited options,
Right.
limited opportunities. So really got to make it count when you can, and hope that a good mid-range set comes through and hits up in the corner you're sitting on. So we've got a third and fourth priority thrown down. So it's between blue and green and white to sort out who gets the next wave. And this is Oliver.
Oliver up and riding. This is gonna be his first ride. Really tucks into it first and second turn and gets a third and gets finished. Unfortunately, comes unstuck on the last one, but still, it was a great surfing from Oliver. It was his first wave, 20 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
All right, the Bonsoy replay from the judge's view. Colours are looking real nice out there this morning. The sun's just come over the ridge, so it's an A-grade time to get your clips and your shots because this is what the photographers love. And Ollie just teeing off, unfortunately, over the hangers there on the end move. So a little bit of a missed opportunity. Can't afford too much of that stuff today. I did notice in that last heat, Bronson was the last surfer to get a start. He only had a 2.
Right.
The others had 5s and 4s and nothing too major, but he was the last one to get a start. And then he kind of got one of those 3/4 sizes and he did 3 really strong turns. I got down to that end section and belted it. And it was a touch and go finish, but he did make sure he rode out, unlike Ollie, and put some real runs on the board. And that was a 6.67, I believe, wasn't it? Something about that, 6.37 or something like that. Mid-6. So the end of the waves are important, is what I'm saying. You've got to capitalise and finish on your feet.
Definitely.
The judges love to see that. It's a pity to go that extra distance further and not finalise the waves, kind of throw away a number a little bit. Xavier's gone on a bit of a inspection up the reef, which is paying off. I heard him talking to Kale on the way out. They were suggesting, do we start up there and try and surf your way down the reef? But they definitely had eyes on what was going on deep.
Up the point.
And some waves are hitting there. They always do. Occasionally, some come from right up on the A-grade spot and just rattle all the way down. Today, they're a little rare, and it could be a low percentage play, but if they do and you're there, you score big time.
Definitely. But
Bodie Williams.
wow. Bodie just had a little bit of paddle. So I'm not sure it's going to be a paddle call.
It won't affect his priority, surely. It was just it does. It does
affect his priority situation. Now, Varun has first priority. That's kind of mistake that you don't really want to take in this slower condition.
All right. So Bodie down to third priority. You saw him hang his head just then. It's like, whoa. With 10 minutes to go, it was time to capitalise. And
yeah, you really want to capitalize the first priority. But unfortunately for him, he just lost his first priority down to third. Now Varun has a first priority with 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Doesn't have major score yet on the leaderboard, but having a first priority is a great position.
Well, Oliver got a 4, so that's better than a nothing, and he's on the hunt again. So wave number 2 for Oliver Rissenbeck. Yep, this is live action. Inside wave, went under the guard of the other crew.
That is a huge one
turn.
But that's a really huge turn from Oliver.
And pressure's off there for Huxtable out the back. He's just hunting around. He might have been waving to his coach, but here is Ollie's last wave. Big hit. Check it out.
Yeah, just one time, but still big hit. So it's not going to be a major score, but still it's going to be decent score for Green. 3.33. So now he gets 2 waves done.
Yep. Okay, 3-3-3. Good result for one big hit.
Mm.
All right, Bodie, finally. Got to make this count. So,
Wow.
stylish, goofy footer. I like what he does.
Really love the first time with a big spray and straight into the second, but not much offer afterwards. But still, it was a great 2-turn combo. This is very important moment for Varun. Big hit and put another wrapping cut back. And wave started to stand up for him. Get 3 and 4s. Nice transitioning in between turns. And this wave looks like hugging the reef really nicely and gets the big finish right there. Comes out really clean.
Well done, Varun. Right on cue, just to stay in striking distance. Team Indo, they're everywhere down there in the athlete area. There's all the gangsters hanging in there. That's his little brother.
Mm.
And here is Huxtable again. So, oops. All right, so he had to give way, I think, for green, maybe, but didn't like what he saw. He doesn't even need a wave, and Ollie's just kind of caught a little bit of a closeout, so you can see why Zabe didn't go.
Mm. So this is a very important moment for Varun.
It was a really good start, and even the second turn was pretty good. Another little pocket and just hanging in there, and really starts to get it together as he heads down the line. So a very useful wave for Varun. And I'm sure he'll be happy. He stabbed that last section and rode out comfortably. No wobbles at all. Good work.
Well, definitely. It's going to be a really healthy number for Varun, Tanjung.
So Huxtable wants some info. He's out there looking in. He's been looking in for a while.
So probably checking out the priority situation right now.
Oh, maybe he is. Yeah, he's probably going, hey, yeah. He's in second priority, all right? So he maybe just saw that. All right, thumbs up. Yep, thumbs up. So that's what he was on about.
Right.
He was. Where does red sit? So they just dropped it and rescheduled the Prioritas leaderboard. Bodie Williams, the number will. So these next two numbers, Varun's and Bodie's, super crucial.
Super crucial. With 6 minutes 20 seconds remaining, there's not much time left in this heat. Yeah, this 3 waves exchange will be really crucial. But first one comes in for Varun, 550 for the last of Varun. He's in third, but needing 1.83.
This is it again.
So this is a 5-5 like.
Yeah, it's a good start. I really like the way he got a quality move in early just to grab the judges' attention. The wave gave him a bit more joy down the line here and really got up there and just made it count. So well done. Bodie's in a little bit under, about a 2-point spread there, a 3-4-3 for Bodie. So although he's in the hunt, he's got a bit of work to do. A 3-9-1. Wow, that's all he needs to get into second. So Ollie's living dangerously in second position.
Right.
Varun is well positioned with a 5-5, the best number out of those 3 guys, because we're not thinking a win at this stage. We're looking for second spot. As you can see, Ollie needs a 9-3-3 to win. So let's forget about that, Ollie. Let's try and improve the 3-3-3. Here's Varun again.
Yep, he's only needing 1.83 and gets first turn in. Didn't quite right out of it. So needing a really, really small score, but comes unstuck. So I don't think it's going to be his requirements. No. Needs to get back out again and regroup, get a score with 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Now, Bodie's a really smart competitor. He's been doing these rounds for a long time. He's got priority. He needs a 3-9-1, but he knows in reality he's probably going to have to get at least a 6 or thereabouts to kind of, feel any sort of comfort having Varun right next to him and Ollie sort of positioned reasonably well also. So Bodie, it'll be interesting to watch his next wave because there'll be a bit of pressure involved. Wave number 3 here of the Xavier, and this is the 7. So this is the absolute heat highlight. There's been a lot of highlights out of the red Rashi.
Definitely Xavier is sitting in a really great position right now. It's all about second place.
Thanks to the Bonsoy replay. 4 minutes on the clock. So Xavier Huxtable, he did all that work. He got his 7 and his 6 and another backup score in just eight minutes or so. It was just so unbelievable.
But here is very important wave for Bodhi. Up and riding, needing 3.9 warm up. Probably he's looking for wave mid-5, mid-6, but nice starting off this wave.
Doesn't want to get stuck here. He's pushing hard. He's still pushing hard.
Just didn't quite, come around the section. But this is Xavier's up and riding, live action. Oh, nice. Flows the section.
That doesn't even matter in the big scheme of things. Just went out swinging. But, geez, that was an important moment for Bodhi. He got a little stuck and he knew it. He's trying frantically to get around that white stuff, and the lip just kept dropping right on the rail of his board, and it was impossible to get a good pump and get around. So Bodhi will be spewing with that missed opportunity because it looked like it was a good wave.
Right.
All right,
just, the wave just ran away from him. I'd love to watch the replay of Last of White.
He got 2 decent turns in.
So
all right.
Needing 3.91, but comes in 3.43. Not enough.
Wow, into third spot. So
now,
still needing the 3.91.
Varun, important way for him as well, needing 1.83. Nice checking turn. That's a better looking turn right there, and get the third turn in, but again,
well, he's still got his number. You know what I mean? A 183.
Definitely done that.
Probably right after his second hit, convincingly, we'll move into second. Well, we'll get a number, the requirement. Let's say that, boom, because that was a pretty good hit.
Right.
All right. So he would have been a little bit filthy on himself that he fell again there. He's kind of made a couple little mistakes that he could tidy up in the big scheme of things. But Ollie now would have dropped down to third. He wouldn't have heard anything. So Ollie's surfing for his life here. He probably wouldn't know that Varun's just gone into second. And he fumbles around as well and can't capitalise. He's trying to improve on a 3.33.
That could have been the wave for him to improve
Varun,
his
I
session.
think, is going a second and will stay there temporarily. It's a 2.7, so just gets the number needed. Ollie scores in, and that's not enough to bother the leaderboard. So it is red first, Varun in blue second. Ollie's dropped down to third after holding on to second for so long. Bodhi with priority. Here he is, just over a minute to go. This is absolute crunch time for Bodhi.
This is a crucial way for Bodhi. Needing 4.78. Pretty good score, but nice layback for the first turn. Big wrapping cutback. Just waiting for the wave to stand up for him. Probably need a couple more decent turns.
Needs a steep section.
Stick to the wave. Here it comes, the steeper section. Gets a finish, but needing 4.76.
You could just sense the nerves getting down to that end section. He looked like someone that really needed to and wanted to make that last turn. He didn't really super go for it. He got the completion, but it's over to the judges to see who gets second here as we watch Varun on wave number 5. So a bigger wave now for Varun. A huge finishing hit. He's fallen a couple of times in this heat. He's leaving the door open. Bodhi may or may not have got the number. We're just speculating, but Varun could have really shut the door down by improving on the 2.7. Team Indo looked nervous down there. Huxtables looked anything but nervous. He's been all over it. Upside down for another fall, but Xavier Huxtable, best display this morning. Throwing away a decent number as well, but he did all the work in 8 minutes and just killed the heat. All right, watching the Bonsai replays. Varun, I think if he smashes that and rides out, he consolidates second. He might still, because it's Bodhi's the only one that can take him out of the picture here. So the judges are no doubt rewinding and rewatching this wave. The Bonsai replay, you can see Bodhi measuring his moves. He knows what he's got to do. He's playing the game pretty well. The wave's not offering him a whole lot of joy, right? So he's kind of just probably thinking right about now he still needs something. So he got up there and hung one on the end section and lands it. He kind of gave a semi-little look at the judges.
Right. He gets, first turn done and he gets finished, but there's a lot of downtime in between.
Yeah, the wave was a bit sleepy.
Right.
A lot of work done on that wave. No one down there knows what's going on. So Ron, there's his young brother. He trying desperately to improve on the 2.7. The first number in is not looking like it's going to. Oh, it's not going to. So his 2.7 remains in his score line. It's locking in. A 2.37 is the result. It doesn't go anywhere near his top two. Bodie's number is so important now.
Wow.
He did a lot of surfing on a sleepy wave, but still hit sections. Here's the replay again. So the judges would have been watching this again. This is probably one of his best moves of the wave. Big wraparound cutty. You don't see that too often.
A little bit of a downtime here. Just as wave didn't offer too much, but here is wave started to steer up and gets a finish.
He's pretty happy with it.
Yeah.
And after watching replay after replay, it's kind of right there. I think he might get some love from the judges though, because it was still pretty good, right?
Definitely was a good ride from Bodie, and definitely it's going to be close. Really close. 4.78. Pretty much you need 5 to get that score.
The judges will be remembering what Huxtable did. Oh, it's right on the line. This is so close. It's a 4.2. It's not enough. One judge went there. None of the others did. So once they drop highest and lowest, boom, boom, Varon Tanjung survives another heat and through to the next round with Xavier Huxtable. Let's throw to a quick break and get back here with Heat 10.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is...
Absolutely cooking.
All right, straight into it. Boom. This is Heat 10. That is Roy Kanazawa in the blue. One of the biggest waves I've seen ridden this morning. This end section is hectic. Does he belt it? He does. He gets up there pretty early and a completion, and helping me go through the duties here in Heat 10. It is True Starling. Morning, True.
Good morning, Mark. It's really lovely to see a rise in the swell from what we had yesterday, and I'm sure all the men and women in the draw, left in the draw, are getting super excited for it. And yeah, it's going to be a good day. Big day.
Big
25
day.
heats to run today.
It's kind of culling day, really. We're going to drop 50 men out of the draw, and I think how many? 30 women.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of waves ridden to start this heat off. This is Dylan Wilcoxon on his first one, part of that Kandui crew. And he hasn't really put a solid turn in just yet, just ducking and weaving as he loads up there. That's a good-looking backhand snap in that big section. Wow, for Dylan. That was really well done. And looks like there's waves for Tim and also Taj Stokes to lock in. Roy Kanazawa, I love watching Roy competing. I think he's got such a great style in his surfing. I get really excited. He also has a younger brother, Taki Kanazawa, as well, and they both absolutely rip. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what Roy can do on his backhand out here.
Well, same with Stokesy, the runner-up here last year, put on a great performance, his first outing. So just to confirm, we're actually going to drop 16 ladies today. My apologies. We have 8 of their heats coming up after the round of men. So we're going to drop 50 men out of today's competition. At the start of the day, there's 66 of them standing. 50 will get culled. We'll roll through to tomorrow with 16 men, 16 ladies. So we will also drop 16 ladies off the the competition roster, they'll become spectators, because it's come to this point where this is a huge day. And, we are looking at doing 25-minute heats. So everybody get comfortable, stick around. It's going to be a long ride.
Yeah, it'll be a big day, but a good day at that. It's nice. Yesterday we saw it was a little bit smaller than this, and this is Taj Stokes up on his first wave. Gets that first turn, maybe a little fumble, but recovers really, really well for that second turn. Loading up for a third one. Taj is just going to town on this wave. You can see he identifies that section. That's a better looking snap. And another one, unfortunately, doesn't get the finish there for Taj, but he'll still lock in a good score, I think.
Yep. He did recover well. He kind of disguised that little fumble and just worked around it and still just played the game and locked in a 5. So right in the middle of the scale. Dylan a 4.67. Bainey a 3.17. And something for Roy, which will be probably pretty decent as well. So the Bonsai replay looks like wave number 2 there for Roy. Now, I'm not sure whether you caught much of that last heat or not, True, but Xavier Huxtable went out, caught 3 waves in 8 minutes.
Wow.
7, 6, 3, and a 4 something. And the others were just sitting there going, what the hell are you? And he just went, it was a one-man show. It's just perfect tactics.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like Zave. He is on the Challenger Series as well. He was over at Newey, and he's come over here. I mean, why not? You may as well. There's a pretty big gap in between the first Challenger Series event at Newcastle and then the next one over in Ballito in South Africa. So, there's such amazing waves over here. So I love that he's come over here. But that first wave of Roy Kanazawa, a 6.5. It's a pretty good way to start this heat off. A 4.67 for Dylan Wilcoxon. Taj Stokes' first wave locked in at a 5.2. So, pretty good scores to start this heat off. A 6.5. I wonder if that's, with the quality of waves that we have today, are we going to be seeing people keep those 6.5s in their scoreline or drop them?
Oh, right now they're gold. It's about the second best number of the morning. It was, I think the wave height had a lot to do with that. It's probably the biggest wave I've seen ridden out of the first 3 heats. And he capitalised. He did some really good surfing. So we are going to throw down with Di Wacko and Xavier Huxtable. Take it away.
19 minutes remaining.
All right, you had a long wait, 5 days waiting, and finally you've done the first heat. But how do you feel right now?
Yeah, no, it feels really good. Waves are pretty pumping out there. We had like a tiny bit of a slow period through the middle, but yeah, I was lucky enough to find 2 at the start, and that was kind of all I got. And yeah, stoked. Right,
you had a 7 and 6 in the early stage. Pretty much your job is done in the early stage. But what was going through your head after getting 7 and 6?
I was just kind of looking around. It was kind of hard to position because, like, obviously there was no one really got one, so I was kind of out of priority for ages. And then I took one with priority, and it was a bit flat. But I was just trying to pick a good one and kind of surf as hard as I could and have a bit of fun with it. But I kind of didn't really pick a good one, which kind of sucks. But it was all good. It was great fun, and the waves are cooking out there, so can't wait to get back out there.
Oh, you were surfing great out there, and you're gonna have a big day today. But is there anything you'd like to say to your family supporters?
Yeah, just like to thank all my fam, girlfriend back home, all my mates watching, everyone, the ghosty, everyone watching, thank you, thanks for the support, and been a bit of a wait, but the waves are pumping and stoked to be here.
All right, good luck in the next round, and see you next round. Cheers.
Yeah, Oz. He's a ripper. I love him, and he was all bubbles because he had a brilliant heat and just killed it and handsomely moving through to the next round. A Challenger Series surfer, and would have been. I wonder if have you heard any whispers if he's coming to Nias? Or I know Oscar said he wasn't.
I think Nias is a little bit too close to Ballito for the Challenger Series surfers. I think, there's if there's not a crossover, it's 2 days. And to get from Nias to South Africa, I think is pretty big mission.
Oh, man. I would have loved to have seen Zay there again. The heat of the century last year up there for that man. Couple of 10s and anyway, we digress. We'll get there next week. We'll go through all the motions of what went down last year. Once we're in Saraki Beach, Meanwhile, 16 and a bit minutes to go. So the youngster in Dylan, I'm sure his dad's tuning in and watching, and his team Will Coxon and the team Mentawai watching this young fella. So here goes Dylan.
Yeah, really nice line here. He's trying to gain some speed for Dylan Wilcoxon. Tags it, gets that first turn connection, driving through this second one with a little bit of extra power, straight up into that foam climb, and this wave starts to fatten out a little bit. So he's going to kick out. So he just draws this real seamless line on his waves for Dylan, surfing well above his years, it seems. And I'm excited to see where this score looks in. I mean, he's already got a 4.67. He'll go to second, probably first for sure on that last one. But maybe one of the smaller waves of the morning. No,
I really like Dylan. And just his story is just so cool, living in the Ments and just getting tubed all day and just, lolling around in the world's best surf, if you don't mind, because Dad's bought himself a resort right there in Playgrounds area, and what an upbringing, all right? So he's well removed from the world most of these people live in. He's not really in the spotlight that much. This is the Bonsai replay of his very first wave, so it's a 4.67. And they started doing it, I think, last year or the year before, chasing events. This young man with his clan and his dad and his brother, and dragged a few other Mentawai crew, to the big show, these events in Asia. He's really strong. He competes well. I watched him win the Rip Curl Grom Search in Bali a couple of years ago, and he was all over it. He's a really good competitor, but he's still only, I think, 17, and he's still got a real big future, I reckon.
Yeah, I remember the first time I saw moments of Dylan Wilcoxon was over in Australia, actually. And I was like, who is this kid? I was like, wow. And, it just absolutely blew me away in Oz. He didn't miss a beat. And sometimes it's hard, like, coming from Indo and then going back to surfing Oz. The power of the waves are different. It's probably not as steep, not as perfect. And he just made the transition look effortless, really. It was so exciting to watch for Dylan. So we'll see what he can do throughout the rest of this heat. A 4.67 and a 3.3. They're good scores, but you'd think that they would be throwaways by the end of this one.
Yep, that 3.3 doesn't look good in your scoreline when you're up against Kanazawa, the runner-up from last year in Stokesy, and Tim Bain. So, yep, he'll realise that, but at least he's not sitting around being nervous and having too much time to think about the situation and maybe, getting out of rhythm. So at least he is competing well, and I always see him compete well. I remember seeing him surf a heat at Lagundri Bay last year where he surfed so well in this heat, did nothing wrong. It's just the other fellas that he was against, a bit more experience, got better waves, and that was about the only difference. And I mentioned that to him at the end because he was kind of bummed. And I said, dude, you did nothing wrong. This is learning. Just got to be on the better waves.
Yeah, it's all part of it, isn't it? And Tim Bain, we saw him unfortunately knock out one of his very close mates a little bit early in the draw, Zayna Sink. And I was talking to him and I was like, good job in your heat. And he was like, thanks so much, but it didn't feel good to knock out Zane, especially when you're traveling with them. They're staying together in Nias and then doing, I think, 3 weeks with each other in Bali. This is Dylan Wilcoxon, though, live action. Great first turn. Gets a second one in. It looks like this one might have a good finishing section. It does, and he absolutely tags it, but just doesn't get the finish.
Yeah, he threw everything at that, and rightly so. You're chasing numbers. The judges love seeing a big, convincing finish. So the first part of the last hit looked really good, but you got to ride out. So that was pretty tidy as well. This is a good move. So Dylan, you can see what I'm talking about. He's got the goods. He's got good boards. He's got good backing from Rip Curl, has done for a long time. End move, he just momentarily lost a little bit of forward momentum, and that was about the difference. Landed with the lip instead of coming out in front of the lip.
Yeah, I feel like that's been happening a lot throughout this event, just mistiming that end section a little bit, I guess. Needing to hit it a little bit earlier. So I'm sure Dylan will be able to tidy that up towards the last 12 minutes of this heat, because Taj Stokes, he missed out on the Challenger Series last year by, I think it was one heat, or there was, something had to happen. I think Tully had to get second in the Phillip Island QS and he got second or one or something like that. Right. So it was a real dramatic finish. I know that it was, pretty heartbreaking for Taj in those moments. And it is Tim Bain going to use his priority on this one.
All right, let's have a look at him. on his backhand. He's picked what looks like a pretty good wave. A little sketchy off the bottom first move, but he's recovered. Could end up being his last manoeuvre right there. In fact, it is. So a 2-turn combo for Bainey. Well, a second number is a good thing. He's still left himself plenty of time. Meanwhile, Dylan has improved his best wave of 5:03. But what did you like about Tim Bain?
Yeah, this was a nice first turn. He gets a little hung up, but it was still in a pretty critical section. Gets that second completion as well. Those completions are so important on days like today, especially in those big sections. The judges are really going to reward it. So, yeah, I thought it was a good two-turn combination. I feel it's going to complement the 317 Taj Stokes. Having a look at this one.
Yep, he's a quality act with the rash vest on. As a runner-up last year, he'll want to get right deep into tomorrow's draw. So you've got to survive today. It's a massive day of heats coming up. He hangs in there. Things got a little bit weird down there on turn number 3 for Stokesy. But his 5 was looking pretty good. So that's holding him in reasonable stead. He just needs a 4.71 out of this to overhaul the youngster in Wilcoxon.
Wow, yeah, that was a really nice first turn. You can see he touches the rail on that bottom turn, just showing how low he's getting. That, oh wow, looks like his back foot might have just slipped off his board or something's gone on. That's a bit uncharacteristic for Taj on moments like that. That wave was a pretty important one. So I know he's got a bit of time to get back into another wave with 10 minutes to go. But I think he would have been wanting to really get another 5+ and shut this heat down.
He finishes that move for sure. He gets the number needed. At this stage, it's still in debate. It was still pretty clean. Couple of big hits. Decent sized wave is going to hold him in favour with the judges. So he may still get there or not. But the judges are saying not. I'm looking at numbers. No, it wasn't enough. 4.71 is still going to be his requirement. All other numbers are in. So Kanazawa in the lead with priority. Great place to be. Dylan right behind him with second priority and second spot. So the youngster's playing a good game here. And Stokesy moves into third. It was only a 3.17 for that last effort. Still needs the 4.71 to survive into the next round, which will be surfed this afternoon. Tim Bain, he's got a 3.17 also. Turning, spinning. The young fella has a squeeze down the line. Not what he wanted. I did notice today, True, a lot of energy in the ocean is swinging down towards Caddy Corner, and there's quite a few waves that semi-close out or only offer one hit. So you kind of got to really pick the tapered wall a little bit more today.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with this rise in the swell. That's a really good thing to note, Mark. Especially, it's hard to tell where everyone is sitting on the screens. And we saw in one of the heats, I think, not yesterday, the day before, the separation when Reef went up the point a little bit and everyone was sitting a little bit further down. So the caddies have actually been getting so smoked the last few days. So seeing that as how it's kind of pushing down a little bit and the caddies just need to make sure they're in the right position and then choosing the best waves out there. Every wave looks perfect, but not all of them actually are. So it's just finding those little nuggets of gold out there is pretty important, especially to be getting scores like a 6.5 like we saw from Roy. Seems like he was just finding that best wave and then hit that end section really well. I'm excited to see him up on his feet again, actually, because I love his backhand. I love watching him surf.
Nuggets of gold is what we're searching for out here at Ujong Batur this morning. And Stokesy's got a bit of work to do. So he got second last year. Slammed it pretty confidently. It's looking like he's on his way. He needs a couple more good moves out of this to convincingly get a 4.71. Finish this time, no worries. No errors right there. Did you like that one, True?
Yeah, I liked it. He needs a 4.71. I don't know. Okay, yeah. I love seeing it from this beach angle because you can see how big the wave is and gets that first turn in. That's a better connection, maybe just a little bit late, and then he gets it in there. I mean, throwing heaps of spray. Taj, 2-for-1 combo to finish. I liked the speed. I liked how fast he was surfing. You could see how hungry he really was on that wave to get the 4.71. So we'll see if he gets it or not. I liked it though. I think Taj is a really quality surfer, so we'll see.
He's given himself every chance indeed to move into second spot. So it's over to the judges. They'll be watching replays and throwing it out there against Will Coxon's wave and maybe Bainey's wave and going, all right, was it better? Was it worse? Where does it fit? Because the boys, they have to compare scores and then separate the numbers. They evaluate the rides up against other stuff that's happened, and then they sort of go, all right, where does it fit? And this is the important moment for Taj Stokes. And it's looking like that number.
Wow. Locks in at a 4.
Yeah, okay.
So Taj not getting the score there. This is Dylan Wilcoxon. Oh, nice first turn for Dylan. He was hunting the barrel there, but that wave just didn't quite offer it. Wow, really lays into that turn, gets it quick. Another one up there. That was a really good timing for Dylan Wilcoxon. That second turn was really strong. Unfortunately, not getting the finish. It looks like there was someone out the back there, seeming like they came unstuck with 5.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, I missed a lot of that. I was just checking something else out.
So 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I was just checking something else out. So anyway, let's watch the replay again. So sorry, I was just trying to organise something else then. And Dylan, all right, I can't wait to see him in an event where there's full barrels on offer because Dylan is gnarly good around tubes. It was still a really well-surfed wave by the youngster in hindsight. Thanks for the Bonsoy replay and the production team. All right, so waves rolling through. There's something from up the reef that looks pretty good. Xavier Huxtable went exploring that part of the reef today. Didn't find a wave up there, but like you said earlier, Reef Hazelwood did the other day. He had a blinder. We're seeing Reef in the next round. We've got Jarvis Earl coming up, I've noticed, in Heat 13, the winner, defending champ here. Yep, Heat 13. A lot to look forward to today. All the seeded surfers, as we've been saying all morning, it's day 7, and a lot of the top-ranked guys are just having their first feel of getting the rashy on morning 7. So must be kind of hard to hold your focus and stay fully in the zone day after day and just to get to this point where you finally get a go.
I was actually talking to Saxon Reba last night over at Lani's, and we were like, hey, it's like yesterday was one of those days where it's like, am I on? Am I off? Am I on? Am I off? How I was like, how's it all going? And he's like, I'm going to surf and I'm going to surf and I can't do anything about it. So
I'm ready.
I'm just going to be ready when I need to be ready. And if it's on day 7 or on finals day, then whatever, I just have to be ready for whenever I'm called on. So,
and he is also in that Heat 13 up against Jarvis and I think Elliot and another campaigner as well when we get to that point, and Ty Koulis. So good. That's a good response. I mean, as surfers, we always want to go surfing, right? It's just a matter of getting in the zone exactly when it's required. But a clean looking ocean this morning here at Ujong Bachord. Tanjung Setia is the area. It is the Pesisir Barat region and the province of Lampung. Next heat position, pretty deep on the reef. It looked like a slightly different change of tactics to kick off Heat 11.
This last wave of Dylan Wilcoxon actually locks in at his second best number, 4.97. So I really liked that wave. I thought it was really crisp surfing. So I wasn't surprised to see it go into his top 2. Taj Stoke needing a 5.01 and Tim Bain looking for a 5.7. They're pretty decent scores that are required for Taj and Tim, hoping that they get another opportunity. I mean, there's 2.5 minutes to go. It's a little bit nerve-wracking for Taj and Tim right now because their next wave is going to be their last opportunity, really.
Yep, and how's Roy holding firm? It's looking like Taj tried to sell him that wave. He was almost like twitching and going, well, are you going? If not, I'm going to. And I think Taj was hoping Roy would take the bait, but he didn't. Roy there with the 6.50 being about the point of difference here. It was his first wave. It was a big wave. He connected it well. It's probably the biggest wave ridden in competition this morning for his 6.5. Will Coxon's done a really good job. He's just stayed busy. He's ridden 5 4 waves and he's kind of got better as he's gone. So the young fella is learning rapidly. He's only 17, I believe, 16 or 17 in that age bracket. Stokesy, meanwhile, is more of a veteran and the runner-up last year, who's kind of on the ropes with 90 seconds to go. Looking for a 5:01, and Bainey as well needs a high 5. So the youngsters kind of got him worried.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, look at Taj.
Yeah, Taj is asking for a situation. His last wave was a 4, so it was not the requirement he was looking for. He needs a 5:01 now because that last wave of Dylan was a 4.97. And needing a situation. Maybe Taj feeling a little bit nervous.
Oh, for sure.
Wow, just under 1 minute to go. Roy Kanazawa holding on to first priority. And yeah, wow, Taj needs a 5:01. Tim Bain looking for a 5.7. You can see him paddling up the point there.
All right, well, the ocean's gone pretty flat. Look at Stokesy standing on his board going, give me some love. And either way, Roy can take it off him if he wants. Part of the deal. It's how it works. Smart heat, though, for Dylan Wilcoxon. Stokesy now, he's just got to manufacture something out of an ocean that looks like it's gone to sleep. And with 18 seconds, we're going to have a chat with Bronson Mady next heat. That's going to be pretty exciting. Ask him about his world title, all those good things the whole world wants to hear about. It's not often we get access to Bronson, so he's in the gallery waiting to come in and sit in the next heat. This heat is done and dusted. Roy Kanazawa, well done. Dylan Wilcoxon both move through to the next round, and the Aussies are out. All right, let's throw it to a quick break, and we'll be back in a moment with heat 11.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
In fact, we have. So let's stay with the live action. We can see who's in it. Tully Wiley. It is Kiyoshiro Suda in the blue, Sammy Lowe in white, and Joshua Stretton in the green. There it is. It's on your screen. So once again, we've got 3 Aussies. We've got 1 Japanese surfer, same as the last heat. It's Giada Lagarde, Mark Clift, and Bronson Mady in the chute. G'day, Bronson. Salamat pagi, brother. We're going to ask you a few questions about the most important thing that's happened to you this year, mate, and that was the World Junior title. We'll get to that in a moment. All right, so this is what Bronson looks like. It's not often. You tell us it's the first time you step in the booth. I can't believe it,
I'm
really.
a little bit nervous, but yeah, it's good to be here.
That's all right, mate. We'll nurse you through it. It's just fun, and we just say what you want to say, and that's about it. But Bronson, you've just been out there. You won the first heat of the morning. Tell us what's it like competing and stuff like this.
Yeah, honestly, it was really fun because it's a lot bigger now, a lot more waves coming in, so yeah, a lot of opportunities for the guys. But it was a little bit tricky out there because there's a lot of fast ones.
Yeah.
And yeah, you just kind of pick and choose the waves a lot.
And you got off to the slowest start out of everyone. I stayed outside and watched that heat, and you were the last one to get a decent ride, right? You just opened with a 2. I noticed that, and I went, oh, come on. And then you made your next wave count a 6, 6, 7. So you must have been feeling a lot better after that, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was kind of nervous before that heat because everybody's ripping. So yeah, it's just good to get a 6 and then you set me up for the heat the whole way. This wave of blue was kind of crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of good waves out there. Having said that, there's some really stretched out waves that aren't that good. It's still, such a sick venue to compete at, right? You've
Yeah.
been doing these rounds for a while.
Yeah, I've been coming here for maybe since 2019.
All right.
Yeah.
The bonsai replay right there. All right. Giada, you got something you might want to ask Bronson?
Well, I've asked Bronson in the past already, but I think it was super interesting and things that, everyone might want to know is you guys went to, not Los Angeles, you guys went to San Francisco?
In Vegas.
Las Vegas, okay.
Yeah.
And you guys did a training like with the UFC and all that. So tell us about that. What was it like? What were you guys doing? Give us some details.
Tully Wiley, hang on. Tully just teed off. Did you see that?
I saw
That was sick,
that.
mate. A big guy like that looks really good on waves like this.
Yeah,
But
it's
anyway,
so much power.
back to Giada's question.
Yeah, me and Varn were in Las Vegas for 2 weeks because we were at the UFC Performance Center, and I was doing my rehab there, so I was just kind of working on my knee, just trying to make it stronger. And we weren't doing the fighting part of the
Just the training part.
just the strengthening and all that stuff. So yeah, it was really good. Just thank you to Dana White for letting that happen.
Look at Tully with the rainbow flavoured shooter. Oh,
Wow.
Nice big wave.
He's been ripping the whole time.
He just
Good to watch.
Yeah, he is. He's one of the big alpha males that gets around the athlete zone with a strong finish. So that was a good question, G, because you've come off major knee surgery. How long ago was that knee operation?
Must be like maybe over a year and a half now. It's been quite a while. So yeah, I'm back to normal. Good to be.
And with ASL reconstruction, I mean it's a big thing, and there's a lot of hard work that goes back to getting back.
Yeah.
And you must have done a whole lot of training and some hard yards in the last year and a bit, huh?
Yeah, I was just pretty much just trying to train every day as much as I could because being like that, I didn't like it. So I just wanted to stand up and just get moving as soon as I can. So yeah, just a lot of training, and that's pretty much it.
What about the mental side of it? How are you like kind of pushing through and making sure that you knew you were going to come back and come back stronger?
I wasn't really thinking about that really. If I was just trying to just get it done, just before the surgery too. I was just get it done so I can just recover and take my time. No need to rush because that's when it's scary.
Yeah, well, you do got to take your time with those things. You don't want to get back too early and re-injure something like that, especially at your age. You know what I mean? You've got a huge future. And speaking of things like that, and then really good things happen out of adversity. And you've went and won in January or early in the year the WSL World Junior title. How sick! Shake
fun.
your hand because I
Thank
haven't
you
really
so
seen you
much.
since that point. And,
Yeah.
oh my God, that must you must just get goosebumps just even thinking about that day again and the whole campaign that it was over there in the Philippines. But if we can just ask you, because the whole of Indonesia probably want to hear this story and how it all unfolded. Can you just tell us about how finals day went?
Oh yeah, finals day. I was just feeling it kind of. I felt like my surfing was really good that time, and I kind of went for everything, and then I started making everything. So I just had a really good flow, good rhythm going. So yeah, I was.
So when you woke up that morning, we'll just watch White here. Let's just stay with Sammy Lowe. Do you know much about Sam?
Yeah, I was in Phillip Island maybe like a couple months before this, and I saw him there. He's a really good surfer too. Wow.
Everyone's a good surfer at this level, eh? These events are gnarly.
There's no easy heats out here.
No.
Wow.
That was a really
Sammy
good turn from
teeing
Sam.
off.
Good connections.
So what did Tully's big wave ended up at? A 6.83. So I think Tully's last ride that we saw in red was the second best number of the morning. Xavier Huxtable had a ripping heat right after.
Yeah.
Geez, that was just insane. So there's a lot of goodness going down. So finals day in the Philippines, you wake up. What round were you in, and how many heats did you have to surf that day to win?
I think it was quarters until the finals. So I surfed like 3-4 heats.
3 heats in that day.
Yeah, and I had a great time.
and obviously the waves were right in your back pocket. You know, there was ramps everywhere. So were you kind of licking your lips and looking at the surf and going, oh my God, this is exactly what I love?
Yeah, what is so funny, every time I paddled out, the air wind started coming. It was just perfect timing for my heat, for the wind and stuff.
Wow, that's so incredible. And I was actually mentioning during your heat that I feel like the past year or so, you've really been able to bring your free surfing into contest surfing. So what adjusted? What changed?
I don't know. I just try to work on my consistency pretty much. Just not fall and make sure I use my priority right and all that stuff. Because you don't got to go 100% out there, just try to make the wave.
All right. Well, I think we'll just hear from Roy Kanazawa, winner of the last heat, and then we'll get back to these questions. Bronson Matey in the chute. So over to you, True.
見事第1通過でラウンドアップをしました金沢ロイ選手に来ていただいています。1ヒート目というか、この大会最初のサーフィンでしたが、6日間待ちました。いかがですか？
やっと試合できて楽しみでしたね。はい、楽しかったですね。はい。
そんな中で1本目から6点台を出して、終始ヒートをコントロールしていたような印象ですが、少し1回目のヒートということもあって緊張感はあったんですか？
はい、緊張はしてましたね。
そこで6点、もう自分のプラン通りいきましたか？
最初はなんか自分1本目か2本目を狙ったんですけど、その他の選手に乗らっちゃって、4本目仕方なく行ったら波良かったんで、ラッキーって感じでしたね。
So he's another surfer been waiting for his first hit in his comp for like 5 days, 6 days straight. And he was kind of nervous out there. And he didn't think that 6-point ride, that wave, will stand up for him. But he fortunately got a wall to work on and got the score. でも今日はこの後たくさんヒートあると思いますが、どうやって、セットアップしていきますか？
リラックスしてできたらいいかなと思います。
たくさんの方も、待ち望んでいたヒートだと思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張ります。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Thanks, guys.
All right. So that's what a post-heat interview looks like from up here, Bronson. First time in the seat. All right. Having fun talking with the World Junior Champion, everybody, Bronson Matey. Okay, so we've spoken about the finals day. We're watching replay of Suda's last wave at 6. Oh, the score may be still yet to come through. But he opened with a 6, in fact. And this second number dropping now is a pretty good backup. So Bronson, he woke up.
2 6s.
2 6s there. Yep. A 507. Pretty close to it. Pretty close to it. He moves into the lead anyway. So there's our leaderboard. Blue, white, red, green. So your finals day, you woke up, you served quarters, semis, a final. You become the World Junior Champion, and you had a whole lot of Indonesian crew up there with you. So who was traveling with you and on the beach at that moment?
We were traveling with the whole family, Rizal, Chandra, Sinar, Warun. So it was a good crew, really, really fun. Always good to travel with them and having them on my side.
And can we then talk about what happened that night?
Nothing crazy.
Do we have to censor it, or did you go out and celebrate dinner and
just celebrated a little bit? I flood some, dad some, so that's where all the after party happens. And I just had a little dinner, a little bit of drinks, and just went home.
Was it a late night?
Nope, not a late night.
All right. So keeping a lid on things. All right. So since then, let's watch Tully here. So this is another brilliant wave by the big fella, just stomping around. And power surfers look so good on this wave because it's long and it's a big stretched out wall, and bury some back foot like Tully does. Some of these guys just look so good. So during this event, you were sat on the sidelines and you've watched a lot of it. Who's catching your attention? Who's surfing do you really like to watch out here?
Ooh, Xavier's kind of been ripping out here. Like the backside, he never falls too. So it's good to watch him.
Tully, look at this, man. What did you like best about this wave, Bronson?
It's a really nice wave. It's just good linkage the whole way through. Like no downtime. It just kept going. It just kept giving. He's gonna get that sure. Needs a 1-5.
Oh yeah, he'd probably go to first. Really,
wow.
In all reality. Yep. So stringing it together again, the big fella, the Victorian, going really, really well. All right, so we've talked about your win. We've talked about the after party. What's life been like for you since winning the World Junior title? I'm sure you've had a lot of moments like this where people just want some time with you and some interviews and all that. How's it been?
No, it hasn't been pretty crazy. I just been surfing. It's been normal like before, but yeah, sometimes a couple people ask for photos and stuff, but it's fine. I like it.
Well, you're the inspiration of Indonesia, mate, along with Rio. What's happened is, Indonesia has a world champion in their surfing ranks, and that must sit pretty well with you. Surely that feels unreal.
Unreal, yeah.
And when you were growing up, and you had this unbelievable grommet hood as being a lakey grom, and growing up down there with all the boys and just cruising through day after day of just really, really good surf. And I saw you through all those years and watched you grow up and watched you surf those waves. And I knew how good you were. And you had some big sponsors early. You weren't getting results, but you had this massive hype on your head. And then all of a sudden everything connected, and you've got, the result that we knew was coming, and the world now know about you, but we always saw that coming. Do you feel that?
I don't know. I just like to surf.
I know you do. Yeah, you just surf, and you actually speak these days, because back then you never spoke with me for 5 years. You know that. But it's unfolding pretty well. How old are you now, Bronson?
I turned 21 in May last month.
All right. So was it a big 21st, or did it just...
No, nothing crazy. Just sunsets with the boys.
All right, and then you moved to Bali and you started living with Rizal and got a bit more serious on the whole surfing program. So we'll just watch green here, Josh Stretton.
It's a 724.
All right. Oh, that's definitely not it. Might be the 2.4, but it's not the 7.24. All right, so you moved to Bali. Tell us about that transition.
Yeah, I moved to Bali when I was around 9 years old, and went to school there. And that's where I practiced all my English and stuff. Started socializing a bit more, because I went to school here, and then after that, I did homeschool. So I started traveling a lot more, and then just kept surfing, and here I am now.
Yeah, now you're on the Challenger. So tell us about your first experience over there at Newcastle.
Yeah, it was it was a scary one. I thought I was gonna do a little bit better, but it's all good. Just my first time, first heat. So well, I work on it.
All right, let's watch Sammy Lowe work on a 5.28 to get into second. Great looking wave goal, but a solid recovery. So the young fella here just can't quite connect properly. Once you get a couple of little glitches going wrong, he's just flicked straight out, because the judges don't buy into it if you make 2 errors on a wave, right?
Yeah, a lot of chatter on that.
That was a bit unlucky. All right, so you've been to this area a lot of times as well. You've won the Pro Junior 2 times in a row, so you must have pretty fond memories. I remember over there last year, and it was like after your knee injury, it was quite emotional, because it was probably your first really big result after your knee injury. So what does Krui mean to you coming back here again?
I love it here. It's every time I come here, it's always so sick, and everybody here is so nice. They're super welcoming, and I have a lot of friends here now. So every time I come, it's a good time.
All right, so you've been to a lot of spots in the world, mate. What are some of your favorites?
Krui is one of them for sure. Nias, Philippines. Kind of love the Asia region tours, like a mini tour, so you get to travel and
so good,
see different places. It's pretty sick,
especially with Cloud9 on the billing and the recent inclusions of Taiwan and beyond. But are you not? I guess you're not coming to Nias.
No, I won't be coming to Nias. After this, I go straight to Bali, maybe for a week, and then
Ballito,
Ballito.
South Africa. Yeah. All right, because it's a pity, because I've watched you do so much surfing up there at Nias, and you just fit in so well as a grom. I remember watching times up there, because your dad had a homestay up there, and he was working there, right? So you spent a lot of time at Nias, and I remember watching you on busy days, 40, 50 people in the lineup, and you just kept getting waves. You knew how to find them, and you're getting barreled on every wave. All those little under the guard,
just sitting on the inside,
little ones. But you were doing it so well. I went, oh my God, Bronson just knows this wave so well.
Yeah. My family was there for a long time too before, so I kind of grew up there a little bit, and went back to Lakey, and then Nias it's a good place.
No way, I had no idea. How long were you there for?
I was still a baby when I was there during the
No
tsunami
way.
and stuff. Yeah,
Oh, you were there for the whole thing.
yeah.
And how'd you deal with it? Like, how'd you guys get away, or?
Um, I don't know really much at the time because I don't know how old I was, but yeah, my mom, she got, yeah, it was scary for her because she got hit, and then there's like no food around the island, so they had to wait for the help and stuff.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Wow.
But yeah, all
Well,
good now.
the life and times of Bronson Matey, living in Indonesia, growing up and cutting your teeth on some pretty strong waves at Lakey. So, there's some powerful waves down there. And I imagine learning in that sort of surf, like all the Groms down there now, they kind of do a lot of the hard yards at a really young age. And you
yeah.
did too, right?
Yeah, they get so used to big waves, like all these barreling waves, because in Lakey it's just pretty much pumping every day. So yeah, the grounds in Lakey are getting a lot better now, and there's so many of them.
There's so many of them right there everywhere.
So many of them, but yeah, it's good to see. Yeah, I've been watching a lot of them. Oh, here goes White.
All right, take us through Sammy's wave.
Oh, whoa!
Trying to do
Almost
a
a
Bronson
fin up
Matey.
the head there.
Well, talk about Groms. I remember the first time I saw you surfing was a photo actually that Thai Buddha reposted of you in I think it was a wave in Java.
Yeah, in
That
Pachitan in that
yeah.
barrel.
I was like, who's this kid? And then Bronson showed up to like a halfway contest. I was like, hey, said nothing back. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
sick.
Don't worry, I got that for 5 years. Gee, I used to say hi every time I saw him, but he'd just like run away. I'm like, all right. He'll learn to talk eventually, and here he is.
Yeah, that photo actually, I remember that one. It kind of boosted my career a little bit. After that, then everybody started to like notice me a little bit. But yeah,
Yeah, that's the first time I saw you.
yeah,
I remember Buddha reposted it, and I was like, wow, this kid's insane. It's like this huge slab, and he's just this, tiny little Grom.
just doing double shotgun.
Yeah, so comfortable as well. I was like, that's an insane shot. Do you still have it?
I still have it. Yeah,
Should be
it was on
framed
a
in your room.
magazine. Somebody in Mentawai showed it to me, and then he asked me to sign it too.
No
So it's
way.
yeah, classic photo.
All right. Well, you've had an amazing life to this point, and it's culminated right now in a world junior title. So, who are some of the biggest influences on your life along the way to get to where you are now?
Just Rizal mostly. He kind of taught everything for me. Like, if it wasn't for him, I don't know where I would be right now. So, yeah, I just look up to Rizal a lot.
Yeah, no, cool. And what a moment for someone like Rizal. So did he come to you and say, come and live with us in Indonesia? We've got some training to do, and I believe I can help. Is that how it
Yeah,
worked?
that's what happened. And then my mom just said, yeah, I trust him, and I know you're guys gonna do good things for him. So yeah, she let me go, and
Here we are.
Here we are.
21 years old with a world junior title under the belt. So obviously, I imagine you're aiming pretty high in this whole professional career thing. Yeah. So you want all of it.
I want a world title for sure. Hopefully one day.
You got one, but you want the big one, right?
Yeah, I want the big one. I want the real one.
Right. And then how much has something like watching a Rio Wider, watching what he's done, how much has that helped pretty much every Indonesian Grom that wants to be a pro surfer?
Yeah, for sure. Watching Rio on the tour has been pretty crazy. He first in the beginning of the season he was doing really good, and yeah, I've been trying to get to him, but it'll take some time.
Must have been good having that experience at Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that was really fun. Yeah, I got to see Rio and stuff there too. And during the practice sessions, we actually had we practiced together. So
And even just for the cell to give you that opportunity of, you want to be there, you want to be that guy, so that guy have a taste of it. How was the taste?
It was a good taste, but in the wave pool, it was so hard, because everybody's so good. They never fall, and they surf a lot of wave pools before. So yeah, it was just good to figure it out, and good experience.
When you're trained, like the few times that you surf with Rio, does he give you some advice and tips, or is he like, oh,
Nah, he just works on his on himself.
He's like, ooh, this guy's dangerous.
No. Yeah.
All right. Let's catch up with this heat a little bit. We've talked about everything pretty much except the heat, but here is Suda Kayashiro. What do you know about him?
I know him a little bit. I was in Japan before, maybe last year, and yeah, I was hanging out with him, surfing around in Japan and stuff. It's really really good style, super clean. He needs a oh no, he's in second, it's all good.
And that's all. Yeah, and somebody's up there in the background as well, Josh Stretton. So Stretton needs a big number. Blue was sitting in second. He needed to upgrade a 5:07 to extend and confirm his second place billing. There's only 2 minutes to go in this matchup, but there's so much going on in the last 7 days, and you've just got your Rashi on for the first time. So what have you been doing for 6 days?
I just been surfing Mandiri pretty much most of the time, and here a little bit because Mandiri is like my favorite beach break in the world. So it's kind of hard not to surf it.
Are you staying there?
I am staying there right in front, yeah. But the past 2 days we've been staying here at the point because I had the first heat and just waiting around. I didn't want to miss out, so yeah, we just stayed here.
Giada, what do you think?
Yeah, well, you've got a busy year ahead. What are your plans? What events are you going to be joining? What events are you not doing?
I don't know. I'm still trying to plan that one out because during the challengers, if I'm not doing that, so I'll be going to most of the comps. But if there's a challenger comp, if it's tight and stuff, so I won't be doing it. But I don't know which ones yet. We'll have to see about that.
Do you have any favorites that you really want to do?
Yes, Philippines, Taiwan. Last time I did really good there. It's probably my best result on the QS. I got third, so yeah, it's good place.
You're coming to Korea as well?
Korea, I think I'll be there. Yeah. Korea sounds fun. Good food. Wave pool. That's not
40 seconds to go. So it is the big fella who stomped his authority on this heat with a 13.20 two-wave total. Pretty big numbers there for Tully. Suda's done a good job. He's just extended his hold on seconds. So Sammy Lowe and Joshy Stretton. The ocean's gone pretty flat, and white and green look like they might be about to drop out of the draw here, but it's going to be a lot of that going on all day. 25 heats are formatted here, so we're going to lose 50 men out of the draw. So I'm just going to shake your hand, Bronson Matey, and say, listen, thanks for coming in and having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. I'll come back again if you need me.
That'd be great. Hey, listen, it's not too scary, is it? Go in here.
A little bit groggy, but yeah, I'll get used to this.
You've done a great job. So everybody, that was Bronson Matey. That was Heat 11. We'll be back shortly with Heat 12. Thank you.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro QS6000. We had an incredible interview just now with Mark and Bronson. I actually learned so much from Bronson that I had no idea, and I practically grew up with him. So I'm Jana Legati, and in the booth with me again is Dai Wako. Welcome back.
Back to another great action. Heat 12.
Yep, and this is a perfect heat for you. You've got 3 Japanese against the 1 Australian, so this is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, we have Rinta Oto, Raiha Ono, Raiki Masura, and Cash Brown. 3 Japanese surfers against 1 Australian. This is gonna be a very, very great heat. ラウンド部64、ヒート12、レッドにオートリンタ選手、ブルー、小野ライハ選手、ホワイトに増田大輝選手、3名の日本人の選手がクレジットされています。さあ、波の方ですが、昨日のレイデーを終えてかなりサイズアップしていっています。
Alright, so this is the first of Cash Brown. Big first opening turn. Sets it up for this second one. So a good start for Cash Brown. He's going to get a couple more turns here on the inside. and shuts this one down. So
Wow.
huge start for Cash.
That was a great start from surfing green, and that looked really great wave. But some of the bigger set coming through right now. We are right around the high tide mark, probably.
Yep. And well, you can kind of tell there. We'll just get back to that as we see the first of Cash Brown. Big first backhand hack. Sets it up for this second one. Just a bit of a wrap. Sets it up again. So non-stop here for Cash. And I love that finishing turn. He wow, he killed that.
Definitely. It's gonna be really healthy number for the first wave for Cash Brown.
Yep, so we're waiting for the first score to come through, and it's looking like Reiki taking a look at this one, but not too interested.
So Raiha and Rinta has been waiting for 5-6 days. Probably I haven't seen them, or I've seen Rinta surfing at the point, but I haven't seen Raiha around actually. Probably he said he's staying at Mindiri area, so probably been surfing that area and other left as well. So it's gonna be really interesting heat.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about Rinta and Raiha. We haven't seen them surf yet. Give us a little bit of back information.
I know Rinta is from Chiba area in Japan, and he's once on a challenger series couple years back, and he's just trying to go back to the bigger stage. But he's been in the surfing industry for really long time, since he was kid. Very smart competitor, strong surfer. And Raiha Ono is still 20 or 21 years of age, and yeah, he's another strong surfer competitor. And he spent a lot of time in Bali, spent a lot of time with Pepin, and searching in Java before the Krui Pro. But this is a replay of Green Cash Brown. It comes in 7.50.
Yeah, that's a huge start for Cash Brown. He busted out of this heat with this wave and shuts it down. He is looking solid on his backhand, and still 20 minutes to go, so that's a great start.
Definitely, it's a great start.
Being the other surfers in that heat, hearing your competitor catch the first wave and start with a 7.5 must be a little rattling. It's definitely not a good feeling, but they must hear that and fire themselves out, be like, all right, there are 7s and 8s out here, so they can do it. This is now Raiha.
さあ、このライハー選手1本目のライディングです。QS5 日間ほどでしょうか。待ってようやく1ヒート目スタートしています。まず一発目、クリティカルなセクションに当ててきて、ここは波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。さあ、これはインサイドまでつなげていきます。ここでしっかり出てきたセクションに一発当てて演技を終えます。その後ろからはオートリント選手、1本目のライディング。これは一発2発した後にキックアウト。
Amazing.
増田選手さ、プライオリティを使ってこのセットの波にテイクオフしてきました。スープにしっかり当て込んでいって、少し熱くなってきたセクションはしっかりとタイミングを測って波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。ここで大きな一発を入れてメイクしてきました。Well, that was a great ride from Reiki Masuda. And here is Cash Brown again.
Yep, so Cash wanting to back up that 7.50. You didn't see what he did out the back, but this wave standing up for him on the inside. That's a huge turn. And doesn't manage to get around this section. The wave just shuts down. But this is a great heat we've got in our hands. So much action already. Scores to come in for all 4 surfers. This is great.
Right. I got a feeling that Reiki's last wave will be the better number out of 3 surfers so far. But pretty much Cash Brown got 2 scores already with the 7 minutes in. Having a great heat.
Yep. So scores to come through while we wait for that. I gotta ask, our Japanese surfers are such a big part of this QS. and you're a really important part of our commentary booth. Do you get messages from Japan, thanking you and saying like, it's epic to hear you speak in Japanese? And
Yeah, actually, I do get a lot of messages from a lot of people, and yeah, I'm just so excited to be part of the crew and be here and trying to be there for all those Japanese competitors because they have a lot to say.
yeah, and they're super interesting. And with that, we're gonna go to a quick post-heat interview.
Okay, I'm down here with winner of the last heat, Tully Wiley. Tully, first I'm going to shake your hand. That was a great heat. Tell us about how it unfolded out there. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's good to put the rashi on when there's some quality waves, and we spend a lot of time groveling. And so, yeah, waking up this morning, it was offshore and 4 to 5 foot and super consistent. So managed to kind of get a good run off the start, and then, yeah, kind of found another one a bit later on. But, yeah, it's just good to know there's fun waves coming through and you can take your time and, yeah, have fun.
Well, it's kind of the best thing about this Asian region is that we don't grovel. We always get to surf in pretty good waves, yeah?
Yeah, like last year at Nias, literally got like the best waves of our lives. So, yeah, we're super lucky to have waves like this in competition. A lot of other regions, they sort of tend to grovel it out a bit, and we get to come to remote places in the world and score. So it definitely makes travelling long ways easier.
We do indeed. We score most times on the Asian region. It must be pretty cool, though, working with Kale and then watching Xavier just before you blow up. Pretty inspiring.
Yeah, we've got such a good little Vico squad going on at the moment. Dave, Ali and myself are all on the Challenger, and getting a lot of support from Surfing Victoria, which is massive thanks to them, and having Kale over here is so helpful, just to know someone that's got your back and they can help you out through some situations. And it's good to have him out in the water as well and sort of just guide you a bit after your waves. So yeah, we're super lucky to have such a strong group of Victorians because we haven't had that for a while. So yeah, we're fired up for a big year.
Unreal. I love Victoria and I love what you guys bring to the act, and I'm just going to wish you all the best of luck for this afternoon and beyond. Go get them, Tully.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Epic. So great insight. He's on the Challenger. Tully is a surfer that's been around the Asian QS for quite a while. He does crew in Nias every year, and a big performer. He does so well every time. So it's I'm excited to see his next heat.
Right, and it's really nice to have someone in your corner, right? And this is a Bonsai replay, last wave of Reiki Masuda. This wave comes in 5.50. Little bit of downtime in the beginning, but still managed to get big, huge, solid turn right there.
Yeah, and I think most of that 5.5 came from that last turn. That was really solid. And right behind him, Cash Brown, a 4.83. So, this wave was pretty solid out the back. Nothing too crazy until he got down here to the inside. So you're right. Reiki got the better of that exchange, but it is Cash Brown with the 7.5.
Yeah, he got 7.5 and 4.83. And there's still 14 minutes to go in this heat. So he's the only one who's got 2 waves so far. Having a great heat.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a bit of a break in the QS. Right. It was the smallest day of the forecast. A little slow. So it was a great call from everyone to, just have a expression session. But today the swell has picked up so much. We woke up this morning at dark practically, and I could hear the waves, and I was like, all right. The swell's on. We're back on. It's gonna be a great day of competition. So we're gonna be reaching the high tide in around an hour.
Okay, we're still on the way to the high tide.
Yeah, so it's not the peak of the high tide just yet. We're going to see a bit of maybe some backwash on the wave.
Yeah.
But it's still going to be perfectly surfable. And as the tide starts to go down, we're just going to see it clean up, and we're going to see that perfect picturesque Ujung Bochur that we've seen time and time again every year. This is now Cash Brown. Gets a little bit stuck off the top there, but manages to stick through with it. Unfortunately, that second one gets him off that wave. So 12.5. And he won't be increasing his scoreline. But tell us a little bit about Reiki Masuda.
Yeah, Reiki is actually really a strong competitor in Japan. He came third overall in the national Japan, but here is大戸選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここは大きなセクションに一発当ててくるが少し遅れてしまったか、ノーズが刺さってしまい、ここはこけてしまいました。残り時間12分。そしてその後ろからは、増田選手、2本目のライディングアップしていきます。これもセットの波。ここは波が良くないと判断し、キックアウトをします。残り時間まだ12分を切ったところなので、ここは沖に出てしっかりといい波を待ちたい。
Interesting. I was looking like a good wave for White.
Right. Probably, maybe there's not much wall to work on. But here is, 小野選手、この波に乗ってきます。しっかりとこの波で点数を重ねていきたいところ。まずはチェックターンをして波が切り立ってくるのを待ちます。ここから大きなセクションへアタックしますが前に出てこれない。It's like a few bigger sets coming through now.
Yeah.
And kind of hard to surf on it.
Yeah, so this is probably the biggest set we've seen all morning, and you're right, it's breaking pretty far wide. It's fast. It's not easy.
It's kind of stretch it out and kind of run away from you. So you kind of have one or two turns in. So I gotta say the Cash Brown got a really great wave on the first wave.
Yep. So
those inside ones.
He really took advantage of that, and that's probably one of the best scores we've seen all morning. He started off with that 7.5. Backed it up pretty quickly, so he's looking like he's in a pretty comfortable position. But it is still with 10 minutes on the clock, so it's plenty of time for the other three surfers to catch up. Just taking a look at our next heat, we're going to be seeing Jarvis Earl, Saxon Reber, Elliot Parada-Reed, and Ty Coolis. So some huge names coming up. Jarvis Earl was the winner last year here in the Krui Pro.
Right.
He, he was in second place the whole time, the whole final. And then suddenly he had second priority and caught a wave. A two-set wave came, he caught it, and he got a huge number and won the whole event in the very last minute of that final. So it was an incredible heat to watch. He's so young, but his surfing and his competition surfing is so mature.
Super mature.
Yeah.
Right.
And very calm. He's very, very collected. He never really breaks under pressure.
True. And he's now in a bigger stage, Challenge Series. Probably he's not gonna be joining to, NIS Pro this year because there's CS in South Africa straight after NIS. So, but we will be seeing his surfing again here at Krui. This is Cash Brown up and riding again, trying to extending his lead, trying to get rid of the 4.83. Little bit of a form climb, but just quick, in and out. There's nothing for him to score up. This is like 増田選手、3本目のライドか、さあ一発目、厳しいところにカービングターンを入れてきます。これはセクションを越えた後にもう一度チェックターンを入れていきます。この波はいい波になってきました。サードターンでしっかり縦のアクション、これは綺麗に決めてきました。That was well served from Reiki Masuda. 小野選手、ここでスコアを重ねていきたい。現在 3.48 が必要な状況。第3位のポジション、1発、2発入れてきますが、どうしても2発目で少し引っかかってしまったようです。そして後ろからオートリンタ選手、必要なスコア 3.84。ここもこけてしまいます。 well, back to back waves, but every surfer seems like struggling to get turns done.
Yeah, and we've seen it quite a few times this
Mm.
morning. I remember the first heat I watched as well. Some of the surfers just, getting stuck with that bump on the face and falling off. But this is the current heat leader on a good-looking wave, and he shuts this one down, wants to replace that 483, wants to create some distance between himself and the rest of the field. So Cash Brown looking pretty solid out there.
Right, he's in a good rhythm, and I really like the last of Reiki Masuda's wave. Actually, he well managed to put 2-3 turns in, gets a big finish as well. So it's gonna be a really healthy score for Reiki. But unfortunate for Raiha and Rinta's last wave, this comes on stuck on the second turn for both of them.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Raiha and Rinta. They haven't really been able to get past the twos and the twos.
Right.
They've unfortunately fallen off in quite a few sets, so it's looking like the bump really affecting them, and they keep bogging as well.
Right, just like you mentioned, here is a replay of the last of Reiki's. This one comes in 6.33, healthy score for him. Gets around the corner, did a little bit of check down, and gets finished here. It's a huge finish right out of it, so clean, and this wave comes in 6.33. Now there's a little bit of so now Reiki is in the second place, 11.63 in total. So there's a lot to work on for blue and red.
Yeah, so they both need nines to be able to put themselves back into this heat and move on to the next round. This is a replay of Cash Brown. I'm pretty sure this is his last wave that comes in at a 5.73. Wow. He extends his lead again, so he has been improving his score throughout this heat. Reiki pretty close behind, but it is Raiha and Rinta now with the work to do. I'm pretty sure both Raiha and Rinta were the top seeded surfers in this heat, and they're both in third and second. So maybe showing that Cash and Reiki, having had surfed those heats before, having had spent some time out there, just getting to know this wave a little bit better and feeling more comfortable, and don't have those first heat jitters on them.
That's definitely true. Well, yeah, things are not going their way. Two of the top city surfers having really big trouble right now under 5 minutes mark. So this is a replay of the first wave of Cash Brown, 750. Really great first down and third down, and this was a fourth down and gets a finish. So clean. This was 750, and this is the first wave of Reiki Masuda. No, this is a third wave of Reiki Masuda, 633. Really love the solid finishing turn here. さあ残る時間が4分になったところで、オート選手、この波にテイクオフしていきます。さあ一発目、綺麗に入っていきました。3発目もこれもしっかりと決めてきた。これはいい波になってきています。3発目はチェックターン。そしてここも縦のアクション。まだ続きそうです。そしてフィニッシュをしっかりできた。これは素晴らしいライディング。現在必要なスコア 9.26 ですが、まずはトップスコアを塗り替えていきそうな、そんなライディングでした。現在、増田大輝選手が2位、小野ライハ選手3位、大戸凛太選手4位というポジションで、小野選手、そして大戸選手ともにライディングを終えた段階、残り時間3分30秒。本日はラウンドオブ64を行った後、メンズ、ウィメンズのラウンドオブ32を行っていく予定となっています。
All right, so this wave of Rinta was looking much better for him. Some pretty solid turns out the back. He got a lot of work done, started to go a little stronger, a little more upside down here. And I loved how he finished it off here. Boom. Almost fell over, and here, I love that. That was really well done from Rinta. So much better. I don't think it's going to be the 926, but he did kind of chip away at his score, and he's going to be back into this heat with just under 3 minutes left.
Yeah, definitely he's now back in this heat. Yeah, I'm totally agree with you. It's not gonna be 926 that what he requires, but still probably mid five, might be a mid six. I would say mid five. It was a great wave and well managed to couple of solid turns in. It was a smaller waves, but still has a better wall to work on it.
Yeah, you're right. So the judges are going to be comparing that wave with both Cash and Reike's 6 and 7.5. It was one of the smaller waves, but he surfed it really nicely. We'll see if the judges really say that, we want set waves. We want big turns on big sets. So the judges taking a good look at that. We're going to be under 2 minutes. And it is Cash Brown now, still in the lead with Reiki Masuda right behind him.
大戸選手の4本目のライディングのスコアが入ってきそうです。これはいいスコアになってきそう。5.73。現在第3位のポジションに上がってきました。逆転に必要なスコアは 6.11 と縮めています。残り時間1分30秒。So last of Red comes in 5.73. Now put him into third place. Requirement is 6.11 and just over 1 minute remaining. Is there gonna be enough time for him to go back out there because it was a kind of long wave, so he just rode it all the way to the inside. It's gonna take a little while to get back out, but this is Reiki Masuda's using his first priority. 増田選手、さあこの波もいい波になってきました。2発縦のアクション、素晴らしいライディングです。
Wow, that was a really good wave from Reiki. Only 2 turns, but
definitely
big turns.
Big solid turns. I got a feeling that's gonna extend his lead. Here's a replay of Reiki Masuda. Nice vertical lip. And then even bigger solid turns on the last section.
Yep, so he needs a 6.91 to go to first, and he got a 7. That is a big score for Reiki Masuda. Really smartly done. He used his priority.
Right.
He saw the potential in the wave. He's like, nah, I want to pass this heat. So really well done. Unfortunately, Raiha getting stuck behind on this one.
そのライハ選手、この波で9点台必要ですが、少し波が緩慢化。増田選手の最後の波 7.0 出し1位のポジションに上がってきました。
Yep, so a couple waves ridden at the very end of that heat, but I don't think it will be changing anything in the scores. So with that, we're gonna head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the QS6000. We're into the round of 64, heat 13 of the men. And on your screen right now is Ty Coolis going to town on this wave, jams that one, manages to surf this wave pretty nicely, even though there's a lot of whitewash on that on the face of that wave. Right behind him is Saxon Reber. Big second turn there. And I want to welcome back Mark Clift to the booth.
Thank you. Just watching Saxon go through his duties on that wave, looking pretty good, really connecting well. One thing I took away from having a chat with Tully Wiley just a moment ago, he said definitely starting to get a little bit of chatter out there, just with the tide dropping and the wind is fluctuating. Light and variable is what he said regarding the wind. But let's have a look at the defending champ. Jarvis is just so deadly with the rash vest on. He's got just about everything in the book. He just ripped this place to pieces last year when it was solid, and won over there at Krui left last year over Taj Stokes. But look at that for a connection and a finish. And remember here last year, he was getting nines by surfing these bigger waves and just taking on that end section every time, throwing a whole lot of variety on every wave. He was so good to watch.
Yeah, he's an incredible surfer to watch, and it doesn't really matter the conditions. He always manages to find those really, really big scores. He's just such an all-rounded surfer. It didn't matter what conditions we put him in. We had him out here at like 8 foot Ujung Bochur. We had him at 4 foot Krui left, and he was on fire the entire time.
Yeah, and over the years of him doing the Asian tours, we're watching the Bonsai replay of Reba. He's done a lot of post-heat interviews because he just keeps winning heat after heat after heat. So he's a real youngster with a super bright future.
Yep, this wave from Saxon Reba was really nicely surfed. I love the finishing as well, really strong. But you're right, Jarvis is so young and so talented. He's done countless post-heat interviews here. I remember one time telling you, like, I constantly get Jarvis because he just always wins.
Yeah. It's, you just almost run out of things to ask him because you know everything about him after a couple of events because he does 15 post-heat interviews over 2 events. But that will be a huge number for Jarvis because I really, really like that replay. I missed it first time around, but the replay, he just did so much good work on a big wave with a really strong finish.
Yeah, so a couple scores to come through for 3 surfers in this heat. It's Elliot now out the back with priority, so it's a strong heat on paper.
Oh, like even Bronson said, he said they're all killer heats.
Yeah,
he's getting around down there, and he, that was one point he made. Is there ain't nothing easy about this round or this Asian region events, and Jarvis is just staying busy. Look at him just really invested in every wave he catches, every maneuver he goes for. And he's such a smart competitor. With his skill set and his tactical brain, it's such a good combination.
Yep, and there we have it. His first wave comes in at an 8-point ride. So that's one of the highest waves we've seen all morning. And Saxon Reber is now coming in as well. It's going to be a pretty good score for him too. This is the replay of the last of Jarvis. But you're right. Every wave he catches, it's like he puts 100%, even if in a round of 64.
Yep, he's a unit. He makes everything count. You never really see him have a shocker of a heat. You never see him make errors back to back. If something goes wrong, he just recovers straight away and moves on to more brilliance. And he's been highly rated for a long time for obvious reasons. He's got some of the biggest sponsors in the world, like he's got Red Bull and Co. But for a reason, he's been identified at a pretty young age that he could really get up there and fill the void where Australia's sort of lacking at the very highest end. And he's been touted as one of those guys that could do it.
Yep. And just taking a look at the next heat, I'm super excited to be seeing Keon Martin finally surfing out there. He's a good friend of mine and super talented as well. Marlon Harrison, Sol Gwenling, and Harley Walters.
Yep.
So another big heat. You're right. This is only the round of 64, and each heat is so stacked.
So we'll just stay with the live action before we cross to our post heat. We've got Saxon Reber. He's going to get barreled. Oh, almost. Sick. It's all going on out in front. While we've got a quick little break, let's quickly throw down to Daiwako and the winner of the last heat. Oh, well, we'll get down there in a moment. So Saxon's looking pretty good in second. Coolest opened with that 4-5. I think Jarvis's number was the best today for me. I haven't seen an 8-point right thrown down.
Me neither. I saw a 7-5 in the last one, but not an 8 yet.
Yeah. So Jarvis last year was living in the 8s and 9s out here at Ujung Bachor, and then he went and did a similar thing around there at Krui. So And then up there at Lagundri Bay, Saraki Beach, a lot of post-heat interviews up there as well for someone like Jarvis. So he's I've heard huge raps on him for a lot of years, and then I started watching him the first Asian regions events, and I could see where the hype was. All right, I think we're going to throw down to Dai, so go for it, boys.
ではスタートからグリーンの選手が 7.50 という、グッドスコアをスコアしてきたんですが、やはりあれはかなり意識することでしたか？
そうですね、意識はしてたんですけど、できるだけ考えずに自分のなんですかね、いい点数を出せるように意識してました。
So hearing the first of green 7-5 in the early stage got him thinking, but tried to not think about it. He just stayed focused with his plan, and that worked out well. その後、立て続けにこう波とのリズムが合ってきて、最後波7点というふうに点数を出してきましたが、後半はもうプラン通りだったんですか？
そうですね、プランで言ったらちょっとインサイドの波狙ってて、2、3発でいいからこうフィニッシュを大きく決めようっていう意識で乗ってました。
So he's trying to get a big finish, and that's exactly what he did, and that's how he got the 7-point ride. で今日この後たくさんヒートが残っていると思います。たくさんの方も見てくれていると思うので、メッセージの方をお願いします。
次のラウンドも頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys.
Talking with Raiki Masuda. So there's the playing field this morning, everybody, courtesy of Ryan Williams, the drone operator. It's still looking really nice. It's as a lot of the competitors have said, the size of the waves today, right in that kind of perfect size range.
Yep, and here we go. Jarvis Earl wanted to back up that 8 on a smaller or medium-sized wave. 2 big hacks out the back, and he floats this one shut. Unfortunately, falls off, but I think already with those two turns out the back, he's going to be improving that 3.83.
Yeah, look, he catches our attention every time, and the judges love what he brings because he just ticks so many parts of the criteria, Jarvis. And we might be hyping on about him a bit, but there's a reason, because he wins stuff and he goes really well with the Ration more times than not. We know Saxon's been a big performer at these events over the years as well. I've loved what I've been watching Saxon, and same with Elliot. Has just parked himself up in this Asian region event. He comes every year. He generally rolls around with his old man Jamal, but he's out here doing it with a couple of friends this year. He's got priority. He's waveless, but Elliot will only wait for the best waves. He's pretty staunch on that. 15 minutes to go, folks. Ty Coolis in third, Saxon in second, Jarvis in the lead. Last wave of 5.17 with a fall, so he's looking good. Red hot form. Dai Wacko comes back to help me with the comm duties. Dai, how was that conversation with Raiki? How did that go?
Yeah, it went well, and he's very, very happy, getting through the heat. He's done a couple of heats already, so probably he's kind of used to this condition, this area, and he kind of knows where to sit and what to get.
So he felt comfortable?
Yeah.
All right. And Team Japan overall, how are they looking in this round of 32? Have we lost many? Have we got some big names to look forward to in the next few heats?
Right. Still, yeah, Japan team going really well, I guess.
Yes, we've got Iko Watanabe coming up as well.
Yeah, coming up in about the 2 heat. And we have Yuji Mori coming up in heat 16.
One of them now.
Wow.
Ty Coolis, actually. Sorry, that was Ty Coolis. It is 3 Australians, red, blue and green, up against the Kiwi, Elliot Parada-Reid, who hasn't budged yet. He's out the back. He wants bombs. Elliot's prepared to just ride 2 waves in a heat. I see him staunch out quite often. He doesn't want to fluff around on B-grade waves. He really just, he hangs his whole tactics on getting absolute nuggets.
Jarvis Earl getting 8.
Oh, Jarvis is doing Jarvis things. All right.
Right.
Here we go.
Elliot up and riding. Fast wave of the heat. A little bit of a checking turn. Just waiting for the wave to step up for him. Gets a big turn on the second section and gets around the corner. Another good looking carve and straight into the third. Is he going to get the last section? He does actually, and it comes out clean. It was a great wave from Elliot. Been waiting for about over 10 minutes, 12 minutes for that one.
That's just what Elliot does, you know. He doesn't bother messing around trying to get fours on half-size waves, or he doesn't play that game. He wants the best waves because he's a big, strong, powerful dude, and he wants bombs. Here is Jarvis, wave number 4, trying to drop a 5.17, so he stays busy in heats is one thing I've noticed out of Jarvis. Wow. He's now the shackles are off, and he's got a good air game, mate. He can do just about everything. Here's Saxon.
Saxon is up and right in. Goes to the big wrapping carve. It's a lot of sprays and a little bit checking down. And here is wave just starting to step up and gets the big layback, but unfortunately didn't ride out of it.
Might still improve his scoreline. He's just trying to drop a 2.83. Jarvis is down for the count on his last wave, but when you start with 8s and your backup's still pretty solid, Jarvis is well positioned. Saxon was trying to catch up. He needed a high 6 to win, but he's got to get rid of that 2.83, and Elliot will have a pretty good score to come as well. So here's the Bonsai replay. What did you like, Di?
Well, I like how he waited for this wave so long, but he, doesn't seem like he's has the nerves going around. He just managed to put a couple solid turns in and gets the finish as well. So it's gonna be a really good score for him. But what did you think? Because I haven't seen excellent score and Saxon 6.5, so I'm not too sure.
It's a good start for Elliot. He didn't quite connect with that end section as well as he would have wanted to. He did some tidy work out the back, and there was plenty of it. So on a larger wave, so I think Elliot's in for a mid-range sort of score that's going to keep him in touch with a shot at second.
Right.
And that's all you want. First or second is all you need. So long as you keep advancing, that's the biggest part of the program.
So definitely he's back in the game with that wave.
100% he is. 100%. Coolest is probably the one that he's going to have to pick up his numbers a little bit as well. So at least he's got priority. We're talking about the surfer in green. And we just had a chat before with Bronson Matey. It was so much fun. It was cool having Bronson in here because World Junior Champ and Indonesian, an event in Indonesia. Everybody wants to hear from Bronson, and he laid it all out on the table and gave us plenty of good input. It was so sick.
What was the takeaway from the
takeaway from that is he wants to be world champion. He's straight up. When I asked him where's he going, he said, I want a world title. He's already got one world title, but he wants the big one. Right? He wants to hold the big trophy up. So that number locks in there pretty well for Elliot, a 5.9. So a good start. It was definitely worth him waiting for the strong wave, and that's a theme of his tactics when he gets the Rashi on.
Doesn't rush, just wait for the right ones.
Yeah, I've seen him stress out. He's the old man plenty of times when he's been here because he'll catch one wave and just sit and sit and sit and sit, and his dad's like, "What are you doing?" That's just what Elliot does. He likes to really pick his waves, and he's got if they're not A grade, Elliot just kind of doesn't look at them unless he needs a 1 in the last minute to get through.
But still, he stayed composed all the time until the end. So that's how he got 5.90. Now he's back in the game, needing only 3.84, which isn't a big score. So this tie now has first priority, needing 5.24. So probably he want to, capitalize the first priority to get right ones, get the score back in the game again.
And for the coolest clan, I'm sorry, I don't know a lot about Ty, so we haven't harped on about him a lot, but he's well and truly still within a chance of getting off the bottom of the pack. You can see him sitting there in the green. He does have priority. There's plenty of time to go. So Ty Coolest is reasonably well positioned with a 4.5 as his best number. He really needs that to become his second best number, and he's got to add a minimum of a 5.24. So 3 Aussies up against Elliot.
Elliot now going up the point a little bit, just get away from the crowd.
Yeah, well spotted, mate. So El's on the move. Green thought about going with him, but he's like, nah, Jarvis generally knows where the spot is, so he's kind of going and sticking close to Jarvis.
So even though Elliot has lower priority, if he gets away from there, probably manage to put can manage put couple turns in
before he gets to the pack. Yeah.
So that will be enough for him to get 3.84. So that's a great move from Elliot for me. And just trying to.
Yep, there's Elliot waving, looking for some input. So Elliot doesn't serve for 3.84s, all right? He won't. He'll know the number needed, but in his brain, he won't be happy with the 5.9 as his best score. He'll want to put that as his second number.
Right. Definitely.
And, he's given himself a chance. He's gone up there. He's hunting for a set. Trust me.
Hunting for set and probably look for the 1 or 2 big turns in. Saxon has fourth priority. He's the one who wants to extend his lead over white and green, make everything hard for them. But there's still plenty of times remaining, and I can see a few lines on the horizon.
Yeah, this might pay off. Elliot's sort of got his a bit more of a paddle on now, so he can probably sense something up in his neighbourhood.
Right,
so this will be interesting to see if this tactic pays off here for Al.
He's spotting something out the back, hoping to get one wave.
This could turn into a wave. Or maybe it's a bit small, but he's right. He's a long way away from these guys now. So in reality, that's probably 80 meters.
There's big space in between white and crowd. So probably he will be getting those couple turns done before he meets the crowd.
And Jarvis always looking for another wave. He loves to stay busy. His wave counts are always pretty high. So let's have a look at this wave again.
This is the 8th.
I think it is. Yep. How's how much speed he's got. And then when he does turns, he does full moves. He doesn't sort of cut turns half short. He generally just lays it all out there. And this wave just has such a brilliant finish. So you watch what he does at the back end of this wave. It's what he was doing last year, this big layback hammer that he's got going on.
Wow.
Boom, see that? He was doing that on waves almost twice the size of that one last year, if you remember. Right. Here's Elliot.
Yeah, needing 3.84 into second, a couple times in, but I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough for him to go into second. It was a probably quick way for him, just go back out. Yep. Trying to get another one.
Yeah, we didn't see the whole ride, so this is it. All right, so 3.84 or better puts him into second. If you're playing along at home, you can just watch it as well. It wasn't a bad start. It's a smallish wave in today's conditions. He's got a third decent move, all very similar moves. The wave not offering a lot more there for Al at this stage, but he decides to hang in there. So we didn't see all of this. Right. So now he gets into the inside track. These things are looking better. A floater. Something to finish would be really handy. All right, I think he's going to get the number he needs. He did a lot of work on that wave. It was kind of a B-grade wave in the scheme of things, that what we're seeing today. But
still,
I think Reba might be a little nervous waiting for that number of Elliot.
Yeah, a couple of good turns down at the back. So now, four. Yeah. He just got the requirement. Puts him into the second. Just under 5 minutes to go in this heat. That's a smart move, actually, from Elliot. Just trying to get 2 waves under his feet earlier stage and put a little bit of pressure onto blue and green.
Yep, good work, Al. All right, so Reba now needs a mid-3. Coolest needs a mid-5. Hopefully they get another chance. 4 and a bit. The next heats position themselves right up the point. So they paddled out right up the reef. Deciding to start. Look at this thing unfold right in front of our eyes. Oh my God, no one wanted that.
Yeah,
kidding me? Crew at home, welcome to Ujong Bachor. We see a lot of that going on all day, every day, don't we, Di?
How's the surf at the back? I mean, the waves are rolling through, and peeling beautifully.
Who's this? Wow, coolest. He sat there for a while. He doesn't want it.
Maybe one of those
surfers. Jarvis might be heading wide here. Giving himself an option. No.
Yeah, this is one of those sets that rolling through up the point.
It's a little hard for us because we can't see what's stretching off the picture, right? So there's our screen. The boys always look further down the line to make sure it's going to connect and offer those 3 or 4 or 5 turn waves. That's how you kind of get the bigger numbers. You can still get big numbers off 2 good turns, but when it's doing this and rattling for a long way, the judges do like to see, just those full connections. Reba's thinking about it. No.
Yeah, probably Elliot was looking for those sets when he was up that point.
I know, might have lost his nerve a bit earlier. If he had still been sitting there for sure,
that would have been good wave.
Could have scooped up one of those. We'll never know, but that was a good set from deep. And the next heat, you can see their clear intentions. They want to start up deep. White and green are already in a paddle battle, and they're 2.5 minutes off even starting. So the boys are frothing. That's Sol and Harley in the next heat.
But I wonder where Elliot is right now. He has force priority, but we can't see him on screen.
Yeah.
Somewhere probably inside or maybe up the point. Could be.
I'm not sure whether I saw him go up. Maybe he's just sitting off the pack a bit because he's got fourth priority, right? So he's obviously close. He's in the priority roster, so he's got to be out there somewhere. But maybe he's just staying away from these other crew, hoping to improve his 4. Because you've got to be feeling a little shaky in second at this level with a 4.
Right, Saxon needs only 3-4-0. That is a small score. Yep. If he gets another, smaller size waves, and he would probably get the requirement.
The worst thing for Saxon is he's in third priority. And we're down to that moment now with 2 minutes to go. There's Al. Where he's going to have to hope a 3-wave set comes, or Jarvis with the monstrous lead. Maybe Jarvis does him a favour and doesn't go a wave that Saxon really, really needs. Saxon could get that or one big turn.
Right, definitely 3-4-0. And a coolest needs better wave, but he has fast priority, so he gets picked.
He's waited
first one.
He's waited a long time as well. Remember, he got a wave really early in the piece. It was the 4-5. Nothing else has really clicked at this stage for Ty.
Well, 1 minute and 80 seconds to go in this heat. Time is ticking.
He needs a 5-4-1 as well. So something respectable has got to go on a decent wave. So he's now moving in. We can see green in the middle of the screen there. Jarvis always hunts around for waves. He's a wave catching machine. The defending champs had a pretty good outing. Day 7, first time we've seen the defending champ, the defense of his title start, and it started pretty well. All right, this is important. Blue's broken away. He's got himself a squeaky little wave. Needs a 3-4 out of this, folks.
All right, Saxon. This is very important wave. Needing 3-4-0. Nice off the top for the first turn. It gets second one, turn in. And another one. Managed to put a couple turns down at the back and trying to navigate it all the way to the inside. Try to get finished here.
And that hits on a good one behind as well. So this is interesting. These guys are duking it out for second and third. Coolest out the back is in fourth, and he might have found himself a wave as well with 13 seconds to go. What a finish. So we're definitely going to stay with these numbers and see who gets through. Coolest falls at the worst possible time. Elliot's still going, and he's kind of given himself some body language that he likes.
Right.
All right. Reba, for sure, probably got the number he needed. So Elliot would have been hunting a number, so we won't know. There was a great performance from this man, though, in the red, who is our defending champ. Jarvis Earl, what a just a polished campaigner he is. So he's just started his work in the first heat, day 7, round of 64. We're on standby. That was the end of heat 13, guys, but we'll stick with these numbers. And we're about to welcome back shortly True Starling to help us with heat 14, but that was kind of interesting. Apart from Jarvis, it was a bit of a shootout for second.
We're not really too sure what Elliot did at the back.
No, we're not. So,
and we're still waiting for the last of blue as well. So it's gonna be tight situation.
Well, we watched Saxon's wave, right? And he only needed 3-4. Got some work done on a smallish wave, but there was enough manoeuvring. You would think to probably extract a 3-4 off the judges. So I think that might have happened. Elliot's number is pretty low, so it's looking like not a lot went on for White. We're just watching numbers drop on our monitor, everybody. Elliot's wave is not going into his top 2, so if Reba gets a 3-4 or better, he goes into second. Coolest, we know, fell, so he won't contend for second spot.
It's all come down to Saxon's.
Coming down to Saxon's
Wow.
ride, and what the judge is going to give him some love for the smaller wave with lots of work done.
Yeah, to me, he's done a lot of work at the back, but we've seen that on the drone footage, right?
We did, yeah.
So we're not too really sure from the beach angle.
It was a bumpy, scrappy sort of wave that offered enough to suggest he's probably going to move into second.
340.
Yeah,
that is not a big score. Yeah,
But
it's going to be
I
super
think
close.
Elliott would be worried. The next heat's just biding their time. They'll hear from the beach announcer that they're on hold.
A stressful moment for both blue and
there's been a lot of
white.
these. There's been a lot of these, and with 4 quality surfers in every heat, we're going to see a lot more of these today because everybody knows how to finish out a heat. When you're chasing numbers, everybody knows what that number feels like, what it looks like. So it doesn't surprise me that we're getting a lot of buzzer beaters and real clutch moments. But Jarvis has started his defence really well. First surfer to go into the excellent range today.
8
Yep.
and 517.
Yep.
That is a healthy total
He
score.
fell a couple of times in his heat, which is rare. So I guess after the 8, when you open with an 8, the shackles are off and he's just investigating and loosening up because he's got more work to do today.
Wow, judges are taking a good look at the last of blue now.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty borderline. Because it wasn't a great wave, and we still haven't seen it from their point of view. We saw it from the drone.
Ooh.
Oh, 377. He gets it. He gets it. Elliot Parada-Reed is out of the draw. Coolest will log out as well. That's it. Jarvis and Saxon through to the next round. So we'll throw to a quick break and back shortly with Heat 14.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
We are back, everybody, and Heat 14 is on the move already. Check this out. There's just glorious waves rolling down this reef. This is who's involved. Kian Martin's the surfer in red. Marlon Harrison is in blue. Sol Grundling in the white. And Harley Walters in green. Welcome back, True Starling, into the booth.
Thank you, Mark. I'm excited to be back for this heat. This on paper looks like it's going to be a really great heat. These 4 surfers. We've seen 2 of them already, Sol and Harley, but I've seen Kian and Marlon or Marzi absolutely ripping in the free surfs as well. This is Harley Walters. He had a bit of a nudge in the expression session yesterday. Nice opening carve for Harley. Driving through a second one, he's such a creative surfer, always so good to watch. Gets a bit of a slide there. Driving through another hard carve, but just fins disengaging a little bit there.
All right, well, pretty familiar with a couple of these players in this matchup. Most importantly, most familiarised with Kian Martin out of Bali. Saw him as a young Grom. The very first time he come down for the small fries, a real long time ago, and he was just this little dude, and he always travelled with his dad, and now he's not such a little dude, and he's a bit older, and he's out there doing things on his own back. But he's been a big-time performer for a lot of years through the Asian region and just junior events and the whole pathway to become a pro. He's done it all. Marlon Harrison winner a couple of years back in NIAS. Once again, just polished campaign with the race vest on. He's such a reliable competitor. Marlon Harrison is right there with the best.
Yeah, I agree. He's got that experience and he's still so young as well, just 21 years old, and having won that QS back in NIAS a few years ago, as you mentioned, Mark, it's just a real testament to, his heat strategy and the power of his surfing as well at such a young age.
Yeah, for a slender dude, he kind of surfs out of his weight division once he gets on a roll. He's really... a pleasure to watch. And the way he competes is just about faultless. So let's have a look at this. Wave coming through, Grundling now. He's the other little Grom. You know a fair bit about Sol.
Yeah, love Sol. He's from Freshwater over on the Northern Beaches, part of this big Northern Beaches group. That was a huge first turn for Sol. Really loved the attack that he had. You can see here he's just driving through this second one. He's found a really good looking wall ahead of him. Sol gets a third connection in there as well. And wow, he's just flowing in between maneuvers. He's not made a mistake on this wave yet. And he just, again, absolutely tags it. What a great way to start off his campaign in such a tough heat. Sol needs to finish this one off strong. He's going to get the bonus sections here. This wave is just never ending.
He's going all the way to Krui Town on that
yeah,
thing.
He liked it. You could see a big breath there. I think he was feeling, I saw him actually run out just before his heat. And he said to Sammy Lowe, like, Sammy, can you caddy me in this one? And Sammy was already caddying for Marlon Harrison. So I think there was a little bit of nerves there. I don't know if he sorted that situation out or not, but this would be feeling really good.
His first turn was just a huge statement. When you kick things off like that, you know he's feeling it. He knows he's in a tough heat. So he went flat out to really grab the judges' attention. Let's count him. This was his second turn, right, on the Bonsai replay. He gets 8 turns out of this wave, I reckon. That was a third. A lot of top-to-bottom surfing. A fourth move. He's now only about halfway down this wave. A fifth decent blast. And like you said, he didn't do anything wrong on this wave. Turn number 7 coming up. And another huge crunch out wide in caddy corner. That was a long wave with so much work done. Big
My
number
favourite
coming.
part was the big breath at the end. It was just like, there's a release.
What, from you or me?
I think from all of it, you could literally see in Sol's body language. He was like, okay, I've started. 6.17 straight off the bat. It's a great way to start this heat with such incredible surfers as well.
Yep, and the judges still leaving a fair bit in the tank on the scale because they just spied the work that Jarvis did for his 8 was still a couple of steps above what Sol did. But for sure, the young Grom will be feeling really relieved, especially after connecting so well with that first move. So I'm just going to say congrats to Sol. Harley's dropped a 3, and Kian and Marlon just scanning around. You can see them on picture there. They are. They're having a little investigation up the point, and more importantly, neither has priority. So they're
Is this an investigation or is it trying to hold the inside?
I reckon it's a bit of both.
It's a bit of both, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. I know they're both very hungry competitors. They like to start off really strong, and part of that is maintaining that inside.
All right. Well, we've got, I'm pretty sure it's Daiwako with Jarvis Earl. Take it away, boys.
All right. You had a first heat in the comp and first ride, and you got an excellent score. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I've been waiting. It feels like forever to surf this first heat over here. I got over here like a week ago, so there's a lot of build up to that first heat, and I was stoked. I started off with an 8, and yeah, I always love surfing this wave, so it's real fun.
Yeah, I really love how you just pushing so hard on the tail on the last one. But what happened to your board?
Yeah, so I think it was my second or third wave. That was like my favorite board, and I creased it in a free surf, and I got it fixed here by the ding doctor, and I went for a lip line on my end turn, and I just heard it pop off the lip, and then I landed, and it just like folded. But it's all good. I had my caddy out there, and yeah, got back out there.
Good to have a caddy around here.
Yeah, I was stoked. I had a caddy for that heat for sure.
Well, you're going to have a lot of heats to get done today and tomorrow, but is there anything you like to say to your family, your supporters?
Yeah, thanks to Mum and Dad. They're probably watching now at home, maybe my sister and brother, and just anyone in Cronulla who's tuning in, and Lura board riders. Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you so much. See you in the next round.
Thank you, Di, and thank you so much, Jarvis. Yeah, there's been quite a few people that have either creased their boards or something's happened in their heats or before their heats with their favourite board. Speaking to Kobe Clements yesterday, he said when he was walking out for his previous heat, he's walking out, slipped, fell on his bum, and cracked his rail, cracked his fins, he's like, it's my favorite board, and none of the other ones really go that as good as this one does. So he had to go get it fixed really quickly, and hopefully it's back to normal for his round 32 heat today. But yeah, it's that is just the beauty of having a caddy out in the lineup right now. It's so helpful.
Yep, it's a must-have thing, really. You don't want to leave that hanging. That if something does go wrong, you don't want to be left wanting. Go, now you got to swim into the beach, right? So you've just got to get it done. You got to find a mate who's prepared to go and sit out in the channel. And I mean, if somebody asks you and you're doing nothing, why wouldn't you? It's a great seat looking side on into the lineup here.
Yeah.
But yeah, some slippery rocks along the edge of the Ujong Batur Reef down here at Tanjung, Setia. We're in South Sumatra, everybody. It's a great region. It's got a lot to offer. It's offered up a lot of events starting back here in 2017. And the government generally are the big sponsors every year of this event, getting some promotion going for their region, the Lampung province. And it's a ripper, and the locals yesterday and Saturday, we saw a lot of local crew coming down to the beach here, being a weekend.
Oh, yeah, there was so many people down here yesterday, even just going between here and back at where I'm staying. It was a little bit of a mission to get back to. You're ducking and weaving in between people and taking lots of photos, which is super cool. I think it's amazing for the locals to have this influx of incredible surfers to inspire the next generation here.
Marzi's on the hunt, can't pick that thing up. That'll leave Kian out the back with what looks like could be a wave about to hit up top. Green and white don't get any joy out of that swell line, but maybe Kian does. He does indeed. Here we go.
Yeah, Kian Martin up and riding, gets that solid first turn in. He is such a strong surfer, really consistent. He's waiting for this one to wall up and just patient here. I love how he's not trying to oversurf and to just rush it through these sections. Nice connection there for Kian Martin. Gets another one in. He hasn't got two vert just yet. Looks like he's going to do that just here, but unfortunately goes down for Kian Martin. Out the back, Marlon Harrison up and riding.
Marzi, as he's well-known, polished campaigner, gets the job done on his backhands, looking razor sharp. Boom, a huge hit. Look at him just standing there. Little flex out. No claim, but just the no claim. So Marzi, I did watch him win another QS event last year in Mandurah as part of our WA surf series.
Yep.
I think it was a 1,000 or whatever it was, but he was so deadly on his backhand there at Avalon. And, just the way he connects and the way he plays the game as a competitor, he just does the things that are required to make heats.
Yep. Yeah, and he brings that extra spice like you see just there. I mean, throwing so much spray, tags it once again. This was such a well-surfed wave for Mars, and you can see he just sees this section and absolutely goes for it, just hammering that end turn, getting the completion. That's going to lock in as a really good score, I think, for Marlon Harrison.
You'd see a fair bit of him surfing around the Goldie, wouldn't you?
Yeah, see him lots. Surfs for snapper board riders, I'm pretty sure from memory. Living in that Fingal area, so lots of good back beaches.
All right, well, he is a favourite. Kian, we're watching the wind-up of Kian. There was a lot of downtime, a lot of sleepiness, and he was hedging all his bets on getting to this first really good section. He still hasn't got there yet on the replay. He's still biding his time. He can see it coming, so I wonder what went wrong. He poised himself really well for this, and he got the hit, but it was about the ride out that went wrong.
It looked like he kind of timed it. Maybe there was a little bit of a backwash moment there. I'm not too sure. You could kind of see the wave lift up, and then he kind of got exploded as he was coming down. You mentioned, was it you that was mentioning to me yesterday he's been a bit sick?
Not me. No.
Giada. That was Giada saying, yeah, he's been a little bit sick while he's been here, unfortunately. So I think this is one of the first times that he's kind of been surfing out here since he's been in Krui. So yeah, it's just a little bit of a shame for Kian, but I'm sure that, these next 13 minutes, it's a 25-minute heat. It's like, you know what? I just got to give it 100% where I can and just brush everything else off and go for it for these next 25 minutes. And then I can go and
rest up a little bit. Yeah, because the women's are on after our 2 more heats. So 8 heats are about to roll out in the next hour or so of the ladies surfing. 617 stands up pretty well for Sol. 8 manoeuvres on a really good wave. The judge is just asking for a little bit more out of Sol. I reckon had he got 3 moves on that wave like his first move and say 3 moves like that and nothing else, he probably could have scored more than 6-1-7. That first turn was just so brutal.
Yeah, no, I agree. It was really strong from Sol. I think this score of Marlin's is going to overtake it for sure. It was such a well-surfed wave. There was so much power to it. Or if not, be a pretty similar number to Sol's. So we'll see. He's asking for a situation, and the judges are having a really good look at it because it's a necessary number for Marzi with just under 12 minutes to go in this heat. We'll see.
All right, well, maybe we'll get another look at it because everybody's got one wave apiece. So on one single numbers, I agree. I think Marlin's going to go pretty close to the top of the tree. Here's the replay. So he did a lot of quality surfing on this wave. We saw Sol get an 8-turner, but this one also just had big moments along the way. That was his first big turn. Back-to-back big moves right there. Loving it so far, and he's doing a lot of good work. And then he just went, right, I've got to finish with a bang.
That was solid.
Yep, so just a little point of difference on that last move. Added a bit of spice. He drops into second, but those numbers are just about identical. This is really important now for Kian.
Yeah, he needs to go big on this wave. A 6.1 for that last wave of Marlin is applying that pressure. Kian gets his second turn in, loads up there to free fall down, gets a completion, and he might even get a couple more bonus sections on this wave. Just a quick check turn as he floats it there. And he's patient as he comes along this one. A nice hard carve for Kian, driving through a nice connection there, letting the fins free a little bit as well. So he'll lock in his best score on that last wave.
Yep, he's back in the hunt now. So right on cue, exactly what Kian needed to do. He had third priority, got right up the point, and no one took this wave off him or even looked at it. But there was 3 of them sitting right there. 2 of those guys could have taken that wave off him. But Kian's like, thanks, boys. Down the line he went, just at work. So he'll be living in that mid-range number as well. So at least his 3 becomes his backup.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's styling himself away around that bit of wash back onto the face.
Oh, I love that turn from Kian. That was a very well-surfed wave. Pretty smart from Kian as well to just get that second one in. Everyone has only had one wave. So applying the pressure a little bit for Kian Martin. He's just trying to stay busy and roll with the momentum. Marzi's first wave locked in at a 6.1. That last wave of Kian Martin, a 4.83. So it's still Sol off his first wave, who has the best wave of the heat, a 6.17. Marzi's very, very close behind it. It was a 6.1. So I thought Marzi's wave was going to be a little bit better than Sol's, but I think Sol's wave was actually a tiny little bit bigger.
Yeah.
Pretty similar, though.
Yeah, very similar. You're splitting hairs there,
Yeah.
0.07 difference. So the judges threw almost the identical number. Less surfing for Marlin to get a very similar number than Sol. So the judges always reward that quality, and they've been sending that message all week. There has been still some big scores thrown down 2-turn waves, so long as they're gigantic in big, heavy, meaty sections. Judges are prepared to go there. We've just seen Jarvis Earl extract the biggest number of the morning off the judges, 8. And the defending champ looked really on point. So he'll surf again today. Now, very next heat, we've got a little story coming up that Bonsoi are putting together throughout this year's Asian region tour. You can elaborate a bit more on that later on. But for the first time, we're going to see Iko Watanabe paddle out in the bright yellow rashi.
Yeah, the Bonsoi leader jersey. It's going to be exciting to see him out there. And it looks like this is live action. Mars having a look at this one.
All right, let's see what he's got here. A mid-size wave, small to mid. He's way downtown and he's too far back to make sense of that line. So dropping is a really low number there for Marzi. But on the back end of this wave is Harley Walters.
Yep, Harley leans into his rail there. Nice connection for Harley. Once again, he opened up with a 3, using his priority on this wave. This one starts to grow a little bit more as he leans back into his rail. Needs to go big. Gets a solid connection there for Harley Walters and he kicks out. So I think that'll be his best wave and he'll get himself back into this heat.
Yep, things are starting to tighten up a little bit now that the required 2 waves are starting to appear in most people's column. It'll be Sol, the only one without 2, but the best score. So he's just pacing himself well. So what do you reckon was the best part of this?
I love that turn there. I mean, the whole wave, he linked it really well. He did what he had to do. It's probably a smaller wave. That turn there was had so much power to it. Gets that end section combination. Love how he was just staying on top of the lip there and he wasn't coming down with it. So really well surfed wave for Harley. Maybe not as much power and grunt as we're used to seeing him, but from him. But it'll maybe challenge for the score. He needs a 5 now, so it might be just under that, but it will definitely help his campaign in this heat.
Yeah. The judges, they want to see a little bit more out of Harley, 4.27. Like you suggested, he was just sort of cruising around in the top half of the wave a fair bit. The judges, you know, they remember what Jarvis did last heat to get 8s and big numbers, and there's been 7.5s thrown down today and a 7. So on a wave like this, top to bottom, surfing in the pocket is kind of the formula. Anything short of that, and the judges, you know, they're not prepared to throw big numbers willy-nilly. They've got to make you earn them.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, we're in the top tier now of this QS region. This is a QS 6000, and you can't really be bringing surfing any less than what you'd be expecting to see in this. So the 6s that we've seen from Seoul and Mars, you know, they're the standard in this heat, but throughout the rest of the rounds, I think they need to be giving more than just that as well.
They'll all realise that. I imagine there's a lot of nerves in this round. The boys are teeing off for their first time. Kian and Marlon are the top-seeded surfers. Haven't put the Rashi on this week. Both Harley and Sol have had a little run-up into this position. Sol's scraped through the closest call heat of the whole event. 6 seconds to go the other day, remember, and he picked up his second wave and got through to be in this position. And interestingly to note, it was in the white rash vest, and he said, I think the white rash is lucky. And he's wearing white. Here we go.
This is that 6.17 that we saw pretty much straight away for Sol. Oh, huge first turn. That was just so solid from Sol. And love this wave. I love how he was just loading up here. He's going turn for turn. This was huge surfing. And we're in the 5-minute mark. It's a pretty important time in the back end of these heats. And I'm sure Sol, after this wave, he's probably rolling with the momentum, but maybe starting to feel, you know, a little bit like that previous heat. He still has that time and first priority right now. And yeah, this was such a well-surfed wave for Sol, just taking it all the way through. And yeah, you could see that sigh of relief there. A little
fist
claim.
pump. Yeah. So replays of, I think that was Marzi's live action. This is Harley now sitting in third position, a big up and over, and draws the error. Whew, okay, 4 minutes. A few little fumbly moments for blue and green. Didn't catch all the Marzi way. Here we go, Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, Mars gets a quick float there. It's a smaller wave. He only needs a 2.33 to go to first. I think this is really smart to see if he can get that another backside float straight into a nice backhand snap, driving through another turn, and then, wow, quick 2-for-1 combo for Marzi. And yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. I feel like that's going to definitely put him into the lead for sure.
Right on. Well said. So, yep, let's have a little look at things. Priority sitting out the back is Sol. Geez, he's waiting. He's doing it again. You know, I said to him in the post-heat interview, would you like to apologise to your parents and your fans for leaving it so late in that heat with 6 seconds to go? I'm sure he stressed out a lot of people. He just had a look at his watch and he's like, oh, no, not again. There he is.
Yeah, he needs a 2.26, not a big score for Sol to go up into second place. Harley's chasing that 4.17. Again, not a big number, but it's just that time that is always the enemy. Kian Martin has second priority. I'm sure once he gets to his feet, he's probably going to get rid of that 3.6 and see if he can better it. I mean, we haven't seen too much of him. He's been a little bit unwell, but it's nice to see him in this heat just rolling with it. You know?
There he is. He's well into it as well. He wants to know what's going on. Well, at this stage, second priority, second position, sitting on a dodgy 3.6 as your backup. He'll know that that spells danger, especially with someone like Sol breathing down your neck in fourth, but needs look at 2.25 and he's there. So, and the ocean's gone super flat. There's nothing in the immediate vicinity. So they're going to have to wait out these 2 minutes, and everybody's going to have to hold their nerve. Sol is starting to scan the ocean. He's probably getting some input from his coach on the beach. Marzi's wearing him pretty close, but I'm not sure why. Marzi's got 4th priority, but he's in the lead. So Marzi should just stay out of trouble here. Wow. Marlon's become Sol's new best friend.
Yeah, he's just... I think he knows that Sol has that best wave of the heat. He's got the opportunity to, get it. 2.26 is not a big score, and I think that Marzi might know that once Sol gets to his feet, he could potentially retake that lead and put him down into second. So I think he's just trying to rattle the cages a little bit, ruffle the feathers, and just apply pressure onto Sol. But
Sol only needs a 4 to win.
We've seen too many, priority interferences as well. And Sol looks like he's going to take a look at this one. Doesn't get it with, oh my goodness, 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Marzi gets it though.
All right, so let's have a look at this. Well played, Marlon Harrison with 4th priority. Picks up a wave. It's the only one that really doesn't need one. He's in first. We're down to 1 minute.
Wow.
Grundling's doing this thing he did a couple of days ago, which was leave it till the exact last moment to strike.
Now I'm getting nervous.
Look,
You're making me nervous.
He needs a 4 to win and a
my
2.26 to advance. And you remember how we were sitting on the edge of our chair during that heat because we wanted him to get a wave, and he stood up with 6 seconds to go.
Wow.
He's sort of freaking everyone out again, and he's probably freaking himself out about now with 35 on the clock.
Yeah.
Heat 14.
Oh my goodness.
He's just about done, but Sol's got other ideas. He reckons it's not done yet. He's looking at another wave, 25 seconds to go. It's a tiny wave. Here we go, True.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Sol, he needs a 2.26. It's a really small wave, but he doesn't need much. Nice connection there. He needs to go pretty solid. Gets a turn and a completion. He's like, yeah, that's a 2.26 in my mind. Kian on the answer back. He needs to better a 3.6 on this wave mark.
I know, it's gnarly, right? So Sol may have gone into second, but Kian's having something to say about who moves through into this next round. You're right. If he could improve on a 3.6, the 2.25 was fake news for Sol.
Oh, my goodness.
Kian's done a lot. The wave's growing. Sol might have claimed a 2.7 or whatever it is, but Kian's going to put him on the back burner. Right on cue. Super close finish. We better stay with these numbers because I'm not sure what Sol got, but he didn't do a lot of surfing on the wave. He needed 2.25. If he did move into second place, it was only going to be temporary because the 3.6, every bit of that for Kian. We're speculating, though. Let's just hang in there, and the drone stays with Kian. Some crunch numbers.
This is crazy. The back end of this heat, the last 20 seconds, I think Sol gets the number. I think maybe Kian betters his. Well, I feel like Kian betters his 3.6.
Yep. It was a lot of decent surfing. And the wave gave him a lot of love. When he stood up, it wasn't very big.
Wow.
But speaking of not big, look how tiny this thing was.
My goodness,
You know what I mean? There was a little mini move here and then one big stab.
Okay, he gets it. It's a 2.4. Tagged it. I mean, that was strong. Kian needs a 3.75 on his last wave.
I believe if Sol gets a 2.4.
He's asking the question. He's going, what's going on?
Yep.
Give me a situation.
Here's the replay again. What moment do you reckon gets him home here?
None of this right yet.
Yep.
But, he's surfing with speed. The waves are bigger than Sol's. He only needs that 3.75. Goes up into that section. Gets another one there. It was a little bit of a foam climb. Comes around it. And, does some good surfing. The only thing, gets that turn in there. The only thing, it has to be the score.
It was a flat wave, but he did enough to suggest that I think the judges have got to throw him the love he needs out of this wave. 3.75. Yep. Well, Grundling gets a 2.4 for, not much on a tinier wave. We're still speculating, folks. If
Wow.
look how stressed Kian is.
I'm stressed for him. I'm also stressed for Sol because this
Just feel
is.
these moments along the way, don't you?
Oh my goodness!
Oh, it's so
wow.
close. Oh,
It's
he
a
doesn't get it.
3.23 for Kian, so he doesn't get the score. He needed a 3.75. Wow. So it's Marlon Harrison taking that heat out. Sol Grunling coming in second. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back for a very exciting Heat 15 with the Bonsoi Leaders jersey out there.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsoi almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the QS 6000. This is Heat number 15, round of 64. And on your screen right now is Lennox Smith. We will be checking out in this heat Iko Watanabe, Macklin Flynn, Lennox Smith, and Toi Tanaka. Oh, that was huge.
Huge turn from Lennox Smith. And looks like Iko and Macklin Flynn had also a wave to start this 田中選手1本目のライディング。さあ、これはセットの波に乗ってきています。ここはタイミングを合わせるターンをして、波が切り立ってくるのを待っています。さあ、ここから切り立ってきたところに一発、少し引っかかりのターンになってしまいましたが、ここでまた引っかかってしまいました。さあ、ラウンドオブ64、ヒート15が行われ、ヒート16を終えると、次はラウンドオブ32へと移行していきます。本日、メンズ、ウィメンズを行い終了となります。
All right, so if you see on your screen, Iko Watanabe is wearing a yellow jersey. This is the Bonsai Asia Super Series jersey. And practically, there's a new twist coming to the Asian regional qualifying series. The Asian surfers ranked number 1 at the last QS 6000 of the year will be winning a grand prize. So it's a super, super great opportunity. And for now, in the Krui Pro, we have in the women's side, it's Kana Nakashio, and in the men's, it is Iko Watanabe that is in this heat. They're wearing number 1 because they won in the last QS 6000 in Japan.
Yes, Hamamatsu Open. Actually, it was QS 2000.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
But they're number 1 ranked right now, and it's going to be throughout this whole season. So incredible opportunity from Bonsoi.
Definitely great opportunities for all the Asian tour surfers. But this is a replay of Macklin's first wave, and this is the last of Lennox Smith. Good looking wave, nice off the top, come around the section, goes to the bigger turns on the second turn, and did a little bit of check-in turn twice, and the wave started to steep up for him. Gets another one in. This wave just hugging the reef, really great, and gets a finish. Little bit of fins out. That was a great surfing from Lennox Smith.
Yeah, so great heat in our hands right now. We will be surfing the end of round of 64 and then heading into the round of 32 of the women's right after the Heat 16. Coming up, we have Oscar Berry, Danny Widianto, Yuji Mori, and Jay Brown. So the first of Lennox Smith comes in at a 6.10. So great start for our man in white.
Wow, 610 to start. The heat off is really great way. But Iko Watanabe in yellow jersey has first priority. Also, the yellow jersey, Bonsai leader jersey has yellow jerseys. Just like CT yellow jersey.
Yep, so Iko Watanabe is wearing the Bonsai leader jersey in this heat, meaning that he is currently ranked the #1 male surfer in the Asian QS region. It was Kana Nakashio wearing it in the women's. Saying it again, just so people see and understand why he's wearing the yellow. And at the end of this season, the surfers ranked #1 in the last QS of 6,000 will be awarded a prestige prize.
Extra bonus. That's a really good opportunities for all the Asian tour surfers. Big thanks to Bonsai.
Yep, giving great opportunities to the surfers in the Asian region. So with that, we're going to be heading over with a post-heat interview with Mark and the winner of the last heat.
All right, winner of the last heat, Marlon Harrison. It only took 7 days, but we got there and you won your first heat. How's that feel?
I was so antsy before these last 7 days. It's just been lay day after lay day, and to finally get a heat. Tomorrow be finals day. Just you just gotta go back to basics and just do heat by heat and not jump the gun. And yeah, the waves are smoking. I'm stoked they called a lay day yesterday and just held off for the opportunities. And yeah, the waves are smoking. So
sometimes a win's a win, no matter what it's like. You got to trust the process, right? Listen, the Asian region, it's been so kind to you, and you've had a lot of good memories here. It must be great to be back.
Seriously, this place, Nias and here is just the most dreamiest, surreal waves you can surf. And I'm super grateful. Thanks to Asia and WSL, and for the opportunities to surf these waves is pretty crazy. And yeah, I can't believe how fun the waves are, and it's only 4 guys out, so that's ridiculous.
I know, right? And you've got to be pretty happy with our next stop. You won there before at Nias. There's a big swell coming. Do we have any bigger fiberglass than this?
I got a couple of magics that I brought for Nias. I did hear there's going to be a bit of swell, and yeah, I'm pretty fired up for that. But, just stick to Krui right now. We've got to surf a couple more heats and get a result here. And yeah, the end goal is to qualify for the Challenger Series, so bring it on.
All right, you got another surf this afternoon. What do you do between now and then?
Go and have a kitty cat nap, I reckon, for sure.
Get in some AC?
Yeah. Funny enough, I'm over in AC at the moment, so I'm just sweating. I got just big sweats in my back, so not good, not ideal, but we'll make it work.
I'm going to shake your hand. Job well done. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon. Cheers.
All right, epic Marzi Harrison. We've seen him around this QS region so much, and he's such an incredible surfer from Snapper Rocks. His sister, also an incredible surfer. I'm sure she's watching. So a big shout out to Piper Harrison and the Harrisons in Australia. She also had some incredible results and heats in Nias. So it's a wave that they do really well in. And this is Iko Watanabe right now. Unfortunately, the wave just shutting down on him.
This is Macklin's up and riding. He's already got locked in 517. Nice turn and gets finished. Get over the foam, but unfortunately it comes unstuck. 田中選手さ、こちら2本目のライディングになります。少しサイズの小さい波にテイクオフしていきますが、これはいい波になってきそうです。さあ、1発大きなターンを入れた後に2発目もスプレーを飛ばしてきます。ここから切り立ってきたところでまた少しレールが食ってしまったか。As the tide's coming in, like you mentioned before, we getting to see the bumps on the face a little bit. And people are kind of started to box the rail a little bit more on the bottom turn.
Yeah, that last wave for Toitanaka, super unfortunate. He was doing really well, and He kind of looked like he bogged a rail in that last turn and wasn't able to get that completion, but I think he got most of the work done on the outside, so it's going to be a pretty decent score.
Right. さあ、渡辺一子選手のリプレイになります。これは少し看板のセクションが続いた中でうまくターンをしてつなげてきます。そしてここから波が切り立ってきました。一発目、綺麗に大きなターンを入れてきました。そしてここ、果敢に攻めてきましたが、こけてしまいます。
So this is Macklin Flynn on his backhand. Good first opening turn there. Sets it up for this second one. This wave a little more filled in than maybe he would want, but he finished it off here. Unfortunately, going over the falls as well. So you're right. That high tide really affecting that last section, making it really difficult to get that completion. There's just so much water moving. There's bump on the face. But we are just stoked that we got our waves back. Yesterday was pretty small. And yeah, this morning it's looking like it's going to be a huge day of competition. We will be finishing this round of 64 and heading into both rounds of 32, men and women, and getting as many heats done as we can.
Definitely, it's going to be a big, big competition day, but we'll be seeing a lot more great actions because we have already seen some, excellent scores in this last few heat.
Yeah, the heat previous to this, unfortunately, a little slow and not too much happening. We had Seoul get that last 2.3 right in the last minute of it. So it was a really difficult heat to watch, but this is looking much better already.
Macklin up and riding. Try to get rid of the 3.83. Nice opening turn with the nice top turn right there. And just trying to connecting to the inside and gets the finish. Is he coming out of it clean or maybe incomplete? But this is Leonard Smith up and riding. He's already locked in 6-1-0. So this is going to be a great backup score for him. Gets a big finish.
Yeah, so Lennox Smith has that 6.1 to his name already, and he's going to be backing it up really nicely. That last turn was pretty huge. So, Toi Tanaka now.
田中選手、このライディングでスコアをメイクしていきたいところ。さあ一発目。カービングターンでタイミングを整えます。さあ、これもタイミングを整えるようなターン。そしてここで波が切り立ってきたところでターンを入れてきて、これはメイクしてきました。そしてその後ろから渡辺選手。これもいい波になってくるのか。一つ、チェックターンを入れながらインサイドまでつなげてきます。少し満潮を迎えているこのコンディション、難しいコンディションですが、ここはうまく合わせて大きなフィニッシュターンを決めてきました。残り時間が12分を切っています。There's many people in the athlete area. Just some of them are trying to be ready for their coming up heat.
Yep, so there we have Team Indonesia starting to fill in. Every time we have one of the surfers from Team Indonesia, the competitors area really fills up. This is on your screen a replay of Iko Watanabe wanting to get rid of that 0.5 and nicely done here.
Yeah, and it gets the big finish right here.
Oh, that was huge. Looking back at the judges, he's like, what else do you want? So yeah, there we have Team Indonesia on your screen right now, there to support their surfer Dani Widianto, who's going to be surfing in heat 16 of the round of 64. It will be the last heat of the men's round before we move into the women's round of 32. But as I was saying, it's amazing to see how every time there's an Indonesian surfer about to hit the water, that competitors area really fills up with the supporters and people, friends and family there, just giving each other that extra bit of push to pass the heat. On your screen right now is Lennox Smith good looking opening turn. This wave kind of you know, a little fat in the first part, but you really see it stand up here, and he goes upside down on that one. That was
Wow.
a huge turn from Lennox Smith, staunching at the end, looking back at the judges. He's like,
Right.
yeah.
You know, he already locks in 6-1-0 now. So he was looking for the backup score, but definitely it's going to be a healthy score for Lennox Smith. Needing only 1.43, and for sure that, you know, he will get that requirement, and probably that last wave puts him into the lead. And 田中選手 4.72 を出すと1位へとジャンプアップしていきます。さあ、速いセクションを超えてフローターセクションしますが、少しタイミングが合わなかったか、ここはこけてしまいます。We're still waiting for the last of yellow and white. This is surf in blue. Having a look at this one. Nice off the top and gets a finish right out of it clean. That was a great combo from Macklin Flynn. Trying to look for the wave, get rid of the 3.87. 渡辺選手、この波フローターしますが、少しタイミングこれも遅れてしまったか。
Some scores to come through. So the last of Lennox Smith comes in at a 7-point ride. That is huge. Really well done from our man in white. Now it is the last go of Iko Watanabe and Macklin Flynn to come through. I think Iko's going to come with a pretty good score. He's going to get rid of that 0.5. And we're going to see a bit of a change in the leaderboard right now. But it is currently Lennox Smith in the first with just over 8 minutes left. So we've got a pretty good heat in our hands. There we have it. The last of Iko Watanabe, 7.5. Wow. That was an incredible ride from Iko, and showing exactly why he's wearing the Bonsoi leader jersey.
渡辺選手、3本目のライディングで 7.50 をマークし、2位のポジションへ 5.60 を出すと、1位のポジションにジャンプアップしていきます。ボンソイリーダージャージを着ている渡辺一行選手、今シーズンから新しく始まったボンソイによるプログラムです。QS6 戦、すべて行われた後、アジアツアーの中で QS6 戦以上の試合でランキング1位になった選手にはボーナスが授与されます。
All right, the last of blue comes in at 6.97 as well, so he goes back to second. It is now Iko Watanabe in third, needs a 4.64 to go back into an advancing position. It is Toi Tanaka now with some work to do. He's looking for a 7.81, but we've seen him do it in the past. He's an incredible surfer, beautiful style, easy to watch. So it's all a matter of selecting the right wave at this point.
Definitely, you know, Toy is really like capable of getting those 981. So just like you said, it's just a matter of selecting the great waves. But Iko Watanabe now needing 464. That is not a big score for him, as he just locked in 750 on the last one. But that time is ticking. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Now Lennox up and riding again, looking for a wave to get rid of the 610. Nice off the top. Just few checking down, but just quick in and out actually. Didn't, you know, the wave didn't really offer too much. At the back, a few lines on the horizon.
Yeah, so some bombs coming through. We've seen a little bit of a change in the direction of the swell. You can kind of tell that the wave is going a little faster than usual, and the surfers are much more down the line as well. They're closer to the caddy corner. Having a talk to Dino last night, he did expect this to come. I mean, he's down at Lani's. He knows this wave more than anyone out there. And if you're down here in Krui, you should definitely go to Lani's. The food there is delicious. Dino's got all the insight you need to know on this wave.
He knows pretty much everything about it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll get right back to that as we're going to watch Toi Tanaka finish this one off incredibly.
さあ、田中選手、この波で 7.81 が必要でしたが、素晴らしいライディングをしてきました。This is a really great wave for Surfing Blue, needing 614 to challenge himself into this first. Managed to put a couple turns in. It was a great looking wave. Iko Watanabe has fast priority. We are reaching at 5 minutes mark. So yeah, it's a really tight heat so far. This is the last of Toi Tanaka. Just a couple of setting up turns, but he did get finish after this check-in time. Big and solid finish from Toi Tanaka. This is gonna be a healthy number for Toi as well.
So behind him, Macklin Flynn now, their Bonsoi replay. Beautiful finishing there, so strong, rode out of it really nicely. So that is both Macklin Flynn and Toi Tanaka now that we're going to be waiting for some scores to come through. But it is all eyes now on Iko Watanabe with priority out the back, looking for a 4.64. Does Macklin improve on his 5.17?
It's gonna be close. I think he gets a good finish one turn in before that, so it's gonna be close score to, you know, mid-5 to me. But just time is ticking, 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
But yeah, as we were saying, there we've seen a change in the conditions. I mean, besides that, it's grown double in size since yesterday. It's looking like it's breaking a lot more down the line, and the high tide is making this wave really fast. So instead of the usual Ujung Bochur where we're seeing those like 6-7 turns happening, we're seeing 2 or 3 really big ones happen in the ending section. So it's super interesting to see a shift in the judging and maybe a shift even in the competitors' equipment.
Yeah, right. That's totally right. Because, you know, we've seen waves improving a lot, getting bigger. Then probably this morning, there's a lot of bigger sets coming through to the lineup. So definitely, you know, you need a bigger board today than yesterday. But last wave for blue comes in 5.57. So slightly he's extending his lead over yellow and green. Iko now needs 504. Toi now needs 645. 渡辺一行選手、現在第3位のポジション、5.04 が必要。田中選手は 6.45 が必要です。残り時間2分10秒を切るところです。The last of white comes in, last of green comes in 610.
Yeah, so big scores in this heat. Just under 2 minutes left. Again, all eyes on Iko Watanabe. Will he get one more chance? Get that 5.04. Maybe buzzer beater finish for Iko Watanabe. But yeah, so much, as we were saying before. And I'll get right back to that. This is the replay of Iko Watanabe's 7.5, I think.
Yeah, believe so. And it gets a finish after this checking turn. Wow.
That was huge. Just airdrops it. Looks at the judges. What more do you want?
Right. That was a beautiful finishing turn. A lot of projection, generating a lot of speed. Get to 750, but is he going to get another one? His requirement is 504. Reaching at a 1 minute mark. It looks like a few waves coming through to the lineup now. Iko is having a look at this one.
Yep, so he's gonna take a look, decides it wasn't enough and it won't give him the score he's looking for. And I think he was probably right. It was looking like a small wave there. One more chance. We're reaching the 30 seconds of this heat. So pressure's starting to build and it's not looking like there's too much happening out the back.
20 seconds remaining. So he's having a look at this wave. It's gonna be his last opportunity. He is up and riding. 渡辺選手 5.04 が必要で、この小さめの波にアップしていきます。さあ、フローターで前に出てくるが、ここでこけてしまいました。Really unfortunate for Iko Watanabe. Falls off on the second floater.
Yeah, so unfortunate for Iko Watanabe. He was wearing the current Bonsoi leader jersey. We might have a shift from now. We'll see what happens at the end of this QS. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS 6000 in the water right now. Heat 16, the last heat of this round. I'm Jara Legati. Welcome back to Starling.
Thank you, Gianna. I'm excited to be back for this last heat. That one looked like there was a bit of a flurry at the end. What was going on?
Yeah, so it was Iko Watanabe kind of chasing a score. Unfortunately, he got the wave in the last 10 seconds, but he kind of just went over the rail and wasn't able to really get past. So it was Lennox Smith and Macklin Flynn who passed to the next round of 32. We'll be seeing them later on today.
Wow.
But,
so we might see someone else in the Bonsoi leader jersey.
Yeah,
today.
that's exactly right.
Ooh.
But
The race
right now-
continues.
Yeah, and it's still a long journey before we get to that final winner. In the water now, though, a really, really big heat. Oscar Berry, Danny Widianto, Yuji Mori, and Jay Brown. We saw Team Indonesia at the competitors area, all down there checking out their man, Danny Widianto, surfer from Halfway Kura Board Riders. He is Dan Natasha's younger brother. You see them surfing a lot at Kura. They are super all-rounded surfer, both longboarder and shortboarder. And Danny is incredible in the air and in the rails. Like, great rail game, air game, so a bit of an all-rounder as well.
Wow, super exciting. But that was a huge turn there from Yuji Mori. An incredible surfer in his own right. He's also a surf coach as well. So he is just putting together a couple of really nice combos. Gets another connection in there. Wow, this wave just keeps giving, goes up and over that section. What a way to start off the heat for Yuji Mori. This one flattens out, so he kicks out, and wow, that was a really well surfed wave, and it just was never ending.
Yeah, super great start for Yuji Mori. He must be feeling pretty confident. Love those turns. He really places his board in the right spot each time, so just throwing so much water out the back. But Oscar Berry's a name I've seen here quite a bit. He's always a great performer. We'll get back to that as this is a replay of Yuji Mori. Gets a little stuck on that first turn, but this second one was much nicer. You know, not too much movement in between turns. He doesn't pump too much. It's just more like getting the speed from the previous turn and goes straight into that next one. So great job from Yuji Mori.
Yeah, wow. This wave just keeps giving more and more, and he throws so much spray as well. So, yeah, what a great way to start off his campaign in this heat. We've seen him in a heat or two already here at the Krui Pro. And it looks in at a 6 for his first wave. So, good score to start this one off for Yuji.
Yep, just great top to bottom surfing there from Yuji. And But yeah, so Oscar Berry been around the Krui and Nias quite a few times, has had some great results. But tell us a little bit about him. I'm sure you've seen him in Australia a lot, and I'm sure he does most of the contests over there as well.
Yeah, he is one of the best characters on tour. I reckon he's so funny, always smiling. I actually spoke to him the other day. I was like, Oz, how you going? Have you surfed a heat yet? And he goes, nah, I still haven't surfed a heat. I'm last heat of the round. I was like, oh my goodness, wow, that is so crazy. Like a lot of these competitors, they haven't surfed a heat yet. Danny Widianto, this is his first wave of the event. Nice first turn for Danny. And gets around this section as well. This is live action as he just drives up for a nice carve. You can see Oscar and Jay were checking it out from out the back. But yeah, Oz he's over here in Krui. He actually was just over in the event in Newcastle where he got 17th there. And he had some really amazing performances. He had his first year in the Challenger Series last year. And yeah, did really well this year in Newey. It was great to see him just lock in a couple of good heats.
Yeah, he's a really consistent surfer, and it looks like he's really put the rounds and the hard work in, especially with his competitive surfing. I don't see too much of him with the free surfing side. I think he really focuses on the competitions, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. But he definitely drops some awesome clips on his Instagram. He's always surfing. So yeah, he's definitely one of my favorite people to surf with for sure. It just brings a different kind of vibe to a free surf. But yeah, rides LSDs and know that he's been working with Luke really closely over the last few years to get some good boards under his feet. So I think that's been really working for him, and I'm sure that Tony, Jackie and Rom are all watching back at home, feeling the nerves for him. But someone who did pretty well in that last heat, not feeling the nerves at all, was Lennox Smith. He's there with Daiwako.
Well, a lot changed in the condition compared to this morning, but how was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty hard. Sets that break wide, floggy. It was that tired out there.
Tell us through your 7-point ride. Is that one you were looking for?
No, not really. It was like a wide burger, but I managed to do one turn at the end. I was pretty happy with. So yeah, I guess all the points come from that one turn at the end.
Yeah, that was a great job. Probably you're gonna have a big day today and tomorrow, but probably you're gonna have another heat this afternoon. And how are you gonna spend the day in between the heat?
Well, I'll probably just kick the feet up now. I'm that tired already. So yeah, another heat's gonna take it out of me. But yeah, just sit in the AC with Jarvis for a bit. Hose phones.
Any quick message to family, friends back home?
Yeah, hello to everyone at home. Dazza, Toz, Mum, Dad, my favourite sister, Bo. That's it.
Cool. Good luck in the next round and see you soon.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks, Lennox and Di. He's so funny, and wow, it must have. Yeah, it's hard out there. You know, there's lots of waves coming through. There's lots of wide sets coming through to the caddies. I feel like caddies have a big day today.
Yeah, it's a full-time job being a caddy. But yeah, I was telling Di, there's been a little bit of a change in the direction of the swell. So we're seeing it break super down the line, a lot wider than usual, and we're not seeing the typical Ujung Bochur wave where you can do like 6-7 turns. We're seeing a lot of 3 or 2 turn waves out there, but hopefully with the lower tide, the wave's gonna kind of slow down and shift a little bit more up the reef and see a little bit more picturesque Ujung Bochur.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. It's definitely was nice to wake up this morning to a little bit more swell. This right here is Jay Brown, though. Jay from Cronulla. He's had a good couple of heats already. Oh, sorry. My bad. Just unfortunately looks like his back foot slipped off, but Oscar Berry gets the next one.
Yep, so Oscar Berry now, first wave of the event, day 7. And this is looking like a good-looking set. A little more filled in here, but we're going to see this wave kind of, stand up for him, and hopefully he gets a big closing turn or not. This is going to be one of those ones that just flatten out. Right behind him, it's our surfer from Halfway Kura. This is Dani Widianto on his backhand, wanting to back up that 4-5. And that second turn was beautiful. He's going to go for a third and hopefully finish this one strong. That was Dani Widianto, unfortunately, just falling off on that last turn. But really well done nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. You can see the Indonesian team just all banding together to support Dani out in this one. They go through it together. They go through the wins and the losses together. Something that really sticks out in my mind is the support and enthusiasm and the encouragement I saw in Taiwan from that whole team. It was just, it was huge. They were absolutely they were loving it. They were cheering, stomping. They were the loudest ones there. And this is, replay of this wave of Dani's. It was a bigger wave. He did really, really well. This second turn here, huge, throwing so much spray. And he's looking really strong. Finding just those perfect moments out here on the reef for Dani. He's going to back up that 4.5. First wave of Oscar Berry, a 3.73. First of Jay Brown, just a 0.73. But it's that 6 for Yuji Mori that is really standing out in this heat so far.
Yep, and it's the only wave he's really caught for now. A bit of a slower heat than the previous one. Most of the surfers only caught one wave, but I agree with you about Team Indonesia. It's great at these events to see them all just come together for each heat, and it's not just the ones that have been selected for the national team. It's practically every Indonesian who's in this event is going to be down there watching and supporting these guys, and I'm sure Dea, his sister, is out there caddying for him and kind of cheering him on from the water. Dani has represented Indonesia many times in the past, many ISAs. I saw him in Maldives last year as well with your sister Jessie.
Oh, yes.
So that was a great event as well, and Indonesia did really well. So I'm excited to see him hopefully pass his heat. He works so hard. I see him surfing Canggu a lot and training in halfway. I saw him a few times in Ulus leading up to this event. So he's been putting the work in.
Yeah, it's so awesome to see for Dani, and it's just amazing to see such a strong contingent of Indonesian surfers come through, and with the likes of Dani and Bronson and Weston and Varun, they're all pushing each other, especially in the men's side. And then last year, I remember actually doing a heat with Taina and Kailani. They came in and we were having a chat, and it was so awesome. And I could feel the nerves from them in that, as well. And then the excitement once you can see those emotions and how tight knit they all are. It's really special to see that, and starting to see that a little bit more in the Oz QS as well. A lot of groups hanging around together. They're getting really close, and they just go through the emotions, the wins and the losses with each other for sure. And they pick each other up when they need to and bring them back down as well if their head's too far up. It's awesome.
You're right, and we've said this before, but surfing can be a pretty lonely sport if you're, because you're out there by yourself. If you come in and you're not with a group of people, you could be staying by yourself, so it can get lonely. But when you have a good group of people around you, it gives you that extra push and extra bit of confidence to kind of go out there and perform a little better. So I think it's an important part that you're right. I've been seeing a lot more from other countries. Australia, we've seen Brazil do it so much. The Brazilian storm is huge, and every time there's a Brazilian in the water, you just see the flags come up and people down there supporting. So it's great.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that in the QS series over here. And next we're going to be heading over to Nias. I know everyone is excited for that. I think we'll lose a few competitors because they'll be preparing for South Africa, or maybe venturing on elsewhere. This Krui event is such an amazing event. There's so many waves around, so there's so much opportunity to go surfing and get clips. I know so many people love this wave. Dani's last wave was a 5.5. He had a little look at that one, doesn't like it. With just under 11 minutes to go, Oscar Berry, he's going to have a look at this one with third priority. It's a foamy wave. Needs to do something pretty good on it. Gets that first turn combination in. It's a little bit of a flatter wave, hoping this one is going to stand up for Oz. Driving through another turn. Looks like he's gaining some speed here now. That's a little bit better from Oscar Berry. He needs to finish this one off strong. Really good turn there for Oscar, but looks like, unfortunately, he's just come unstuck and Yuji Mori out behind him.
Yep, so this is Yuji Mori, already has a 6, and this is looking like he's going to back it up really nicely. Great top to bottom surfing. He was patient with that last section. He didn't rush into it, so really nicely done. Bit of an interesting wave choice from Oscar. You know, had a lot of foam on the face. I mean, I'm sure he saw a lot of potential, but yeah, usually you tend to not catch the last couple waves of the sets because of that. Makes it just a little bit harder to keep your board under control.
Yeah, it does. You do feel that, you know, the whitewash and the foam underneath the board. It gets a little bit kind of jittery. But this wave of Yuji, wow, just pushing a little bit wider and just such an open, clean face. And you can see just huge turn there for Yuji Mori. Just that one strong moment, but it's going to be his second wave. So it'll go into the top 2, obviously. And Jay Brown sitting out there with first priority. The last few heats he's actually been starting off really strong. So I was like, whoa, taken back by, you know, that first little mistake on that wave for Jay. We saw his teammate and roommate Ty Coulis unfortunately get knocked out a little bit earlier, but this is Jay Brown right now up and riding.
Yep, so this is his second wave. Big carve to start things off. Sets it up here for a second one. Unfortunately, gets a little stuck there on the way down, but a strong finish there for Jay Brown. He managed to recover from that second turn, and Danny Widianto just going down on that wave. But I think we have a pretty good score for Jay Brown to come through, and that will definitely get him back into this heat.
Yeah, for sure. That was a well-surfed wave. That second turn, I was like, oh, what was that? But recovered really well for Jay. That last turn had such a moment, had so much power. So that will be his best score so far by far. And last wave of Oscar Berry, a 3.2. So it was good surfing. I mean, that last turn probably would have been the difference between 3s and maybe a 4, high 4 to a 5 potentially for Oscar. But just under 8 minutes to go, there is still sort of enough time to try and catch 2 more waves, because I think those 3s, they're not going to stay in the scoreline.
Yeah, compared to the last couple heats I've seen, this scoreline's a little lower. This is a replay of Jay Brown. Started off really strong here, fumbled a little bit on this second one, but he recovered nicely with this last turn. He just threw the tail all the way around, and that was really, really well done. So not going to be the 927, but it's definitely going to put his name back into this heat.
Yeah, wow, it's a 7.33. Best wave of the heat so far. Danny Widianto, he is looking to get rid of a 4.5 or lock in a 4.74 to go to first. Nice second turn there for Danny, and gets a third one under the lip, but that was a really, really hectic fall there for Danny, hoping that he's okay, landing on his board a little bit awkwardly, but that could have been a really big number.
Yeah, that could have been a huge number for Danny, especially if he got that last turn. And that was a super critical section. Here we have the replay and Team Indonesia taking a look at that last one. So some 2 or 3 really nice turns out the back here. You saw him setting up here. He knew it was a big section, and unfortunately just kind of going over the rail there. But it is currently still Yuji Mori in first. Now Jay Brown with a 7.33 to his name, only looking for a 2.67. So a bit of pressure now for Danny. He really needs to get some scores up.
Yeah, for sure. And Jay's been dropping 7s pretty much in all of his heats so far already. It's been so exciting to see him locking in some big scores. I know he's excited to be here in Krui. He was here last year, and I think he may have had a first round knockout, or he got an 81st or something like that. So I know he's stoked to be moving through these rounds. He was such a in-form competitor back in the junior series, coming from Cronulla and doing a lot of the QSs, and now he's just slowly creeping his way back and just, been, I don't want to say the underdog because he's such a, solid competitor and such a strong surfer, but he's just been making all these heats and knocking out some big names. And for someone who's not doing the QS full time, maybe the question is, should he?
Yep. So this is the replay of Yuji Mori's 6. So big first turn. Big fan of fast spray there, just top to bottom surfing here. Not too much double pumps on the bottom turn. I love his style on the bottom one here in this bottom turn, that drop knee. So really well done from Yuji Mori, current heat leader, but it's Jay Brown with that 7.33 looking pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's a big score, but we've also seen people get knocked out of heats with the best wave of the heat and not being able to get a backup. This is that 7.33 though. Love that opening calf. Just a bit of a fumble here for Jay, and then did well to really regroup, and that last turn was the money turn. He had threw fins out the back and stomping a pretty critical landing on that one. So 7.33 was rewarded for that, power surfing.
Yep, so right after this heat, we're going to be heading into the first heat of the women's round of 32. I am seeing in red Siki Yang. In blue, we have Rita Suzuki. In white, Yagel, Charlie Hurst. And in the green will be Taina Izquierdo. So it's already a pretty stacked heat to start off.
Yeah. Yeah, I was having a look actually at the heats of the round of 32 of the women, and I was like, wow. There is a lot going on, a lot of good heats. It's going to be a really exciting round. It's what we're expecting for the round of 32. We'll lose half of those women, unfortunately, but there's going to be a lot going on. We're going to see some good surfing.
Yep, there's going to be some good surfing. The tide has already switched. It's going down. We're going to be seeing some beautiful waves come through. Great opportunity for everyone. We had a bit of a lay day yesterday. We had only the expression session. It was the smallest day of the forecast, but today we're back. Woke up around 5 and it was pitch black, but I could hear the waves before I could see them. So I was like, it's going to be a good day of competition.
Yeah. And what are your predictions for the back end of the day with the swell? Are we just going to see it continue to get better?
I think it's going to stay pretty similar size, but with the mid tide, it's going to get better for sure.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe we'll see a change up in board selections today. Who knows? We've already seen a few people, unfortunately, have to utilize their caddies, but that's why they're out there over in caddy corner. I'm sure they're trying to steer clear of those wide sets that continue to keep rolling through. But with 2.5 minutes to go, Yuji Mori holding on to the lead with a 6 and a 4.23. Danny Widianto has that 5.5 and a 4.5. It's Jay Brown that has the best wave of the heat, 7.33. He needs a 2.67. And Oscar Berry hasn't quite done the surfing I know that he is hoping to do in this heat. He is looking for a 6.57. With 2 minutes to go, that is definitely achievable on one wave.
Yeah, and we've seen Oscar Berry in the past do it, so that's I don't doubt it, but he does need the opportunity with second priority. It is Yuji Mori looking pretty comfortable right now, but a very unusual performance from Oscar. Usually he tends to start off strong and have control of the heat most of the time, so
yeah,
it would be great to see him have one more chance.
Yeah, I agree. Good to see him up on his feet again at least once. He's got second priority. I mean, Jay Brown is in fourth priority right now, and he's the one with the most threat. For second, he's going to go this one. He needs a 2.67. He's picked this up with last priority. Huge opening gaff and just gets a second turn in. And Danny Widianto unfortunately goes over, but I think that Jay got the job done.
Yep, I agree with you. I think he's definitely gotten that 2.67. Danny trying to, alter that score a little bit because he's in a dangerous position. It is now down to the last minute. An interesting last part of the heat.
Yeah, Danny can see he was trying to force a situation, I guess, with that last one. I mean, it looks like he kind of went over the falls a little bit from what we just saw. I think Jay gets the score if things stay how they are right now. It's starting to lock in. It's looking really good. And it does change the situation. It's a 4.3 for Jay Brown. He goes up into first place. Yuji Mori down in second. Oscar Berry, unfortunately, just wasn't able to find the waves. He needs a 6.8 on this one. Nothing really opening up just yet. Hopefully this one starts to grow. He unleashes nonetheless. That was a solid turn for Oscar Berry. Goes big here, but just can't hold on to it. And that was, I'm sure a disappointing heat for Oscar.
Yep. All right. So I'm pretty sure the results are going to stay the same. I'll be having a chat with Jay Brown. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break. And we're going to see you guys next heat.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to make it cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Welcome back. It is day 7 here at the Krui Pro. We've woken up to more swell and more action. Lots of heats to run through today, and we have moved into the women's round of 32. Yang Suchi out there in the red, Rita Suzuki in the blue, Charlie Hurst in the white, and Taina Izquierdo in the green. I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth to call me through this one is Mark Clifton. Mark, I'm excited to be into the women's round.
Yeah, look, they've been waiting their turn patiently as well, and I'm sure they are pretty excited to be here and get a taste of it. So all these ladies have surfed before. It's now our round of 32.
Mm-hmm.
So, we've been saying it all day. It's one of them days where we're going to drop a lot of people off the roster, and 16 of the ladies are going to end up as spectators following this round. They get one surf today. You got to make it count. Can't afford to get third or fourth, but we do have a quality lineup and a full international heat to kick off this round.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Suchi is such an incredible surfer. She's actually just turned 16, representing China at the 2024 Paris Olympics, where she made a heat there, and then her first ever QS was a Phillip Island QS 3000 at the start of the year, and she got a third there.
All right.
Going down to Sophie McCulloch.
I did meet Suchi for the very first time in the Maldives 2 years ago in the Asian surfing games.
Mm-hmm.
She was a big deal. She looked so impressive. We just kept on seeing her, impress the hell out of us heat after heat after heat. Didn't have a best final, didn't win, but did enough good work to realise that she's a stayer on the tour like this. And this is Taina Izquierdo out of Bali.
Absolute charger. She was charging on one of the days before the contest when it was huge, and Taina fumbles there but regroups really well. Another carve here for Taina. Smaller wave, maybe a little bit flatter, lacking those steep sections, but she's got started in this heat, and I'm sure that it's nice to kind of get that first wave early to get rid of those jelly legs.
Yeah, look, I really like Taina, what she does, and she's a really cool chick. We get on really well. She speaks well. She's just, lovely human being. She's been around for a little while, had a few little issues over the years, but she's back, and she hasn't competed for a long time, and she's just really stoked to be back in the jersey and back on tour and back with Team Indonesia.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the athlete zone right now is full of Indonesian personnel cheering on her very popular character.
For sure. They were all there supporting Danny Widianto in that last heat. Unfortunately, he came in third, so not progressing. This right here is Yang Suchi.
Oops, we'll get back to that. All right, well, we're watching a replay. Anyway, let's just watch Ina's very first ride. A little flat on the first move, starts to wind up a little bit. I've seen her compete over a lot of years. A little bit better on the second move down in the channel. So that was the end of her ride. Still waiting a number, and we did see Red jump to her feet. We're going to have to rely, I think, on a replay. Either way, there she is paddling back out. So young Suchi representing, and probably the team captain in Team China, because she, at this stage, is their better surfer. Here she goes now. What do you like about what Suchi does?
Yeah, well, this is the first look at it, and already she's looking really strong. Love how low she's getting off the bottom. Her backhand is really, really strong. You can see her just touch that rail. Wow, that was a huge turn there for Suchi. And oh no, that would have been upwards of a very good score. I mean, already it's a really good looking number. That just fall, I mean, it would have been nice to just cherry on top, get a good finish.
How's our rock solid she is on her feet, apart from the fall, but all those other turns just was...
That was amazing. I mean, such a well-surfed wave. The timing was on point. She was just, yeah, I agree, looking really strong.
Yep, 16 years of age, big future. We were saying that after the first time I ever saw her. Anyway, when I met her, all right, we're watching, let's stay live action. Second wave now of Ina. She drops the 283 as her first number. Backup scores rolling out in front of us now, representing Team Indonesia. Lives on the island of Bali. Very cool. I've seen her come over to Lakey a few times. I've seen her come to a lot of the events. Lovely human being. All right, so still waiting on a number for young Suchi. Meanwhile, White.
Yeah, Charlie, unfortunately goes down on that turn there. Just maybe mistiming it a little bit. I know her dad, Mick, is out in the lineup. And I'm sure her sister Tyler is watching at home. But yeah, it looks like that score for Charlie Hurst will just be a small one. I think Rita Suzuki also got a score in as well. Suchi on a good looking one out the back.
Yeah, big wave. Here she goes again. You can just see how much oomph she puts into every turn, even the bottom turns. Look at that, just spray flying off the fins, every opportunity. She's falling because she's going for it. I'm loving her headspace, though, because at least she's having a big dig. And her mentality and these sort of tactics, I think, are going to hold her in good stead.
She's just generally fearless, isn't she?
Amazing.
She's just like, it's all good, I'm going. And
little backstory to Suchi as well. That year I met her in the Maldives, and I said, "Well, how long have you been surfing? Where did you learn to do this?" She said, "I was actually a sailor, and the surfing component in Team China came along, and they filtered her out of another water sport, being sailing, and said, where you think you need to be a surfer? Come here. Here's what we call a surfboard. You're going to be a surfer." And that was her background to introduction to surfing, and it wasn't long before. She's probably only been surfing 3 or 4 years max. Seriously. Unbelievable story.
Amazing. Well, someone who had a really good heat in that last one, pulling it together literally in the last, I don't even know, 7 minutes. A bit of a stressful one for Jay Brown there. He's going to have a chat with Giada Legati.
All right, I'm here with Jay Brown, the winner of the last heat. You know, you did that with practically only 2 waves. How do you keep your cool? How do you keep your calm?
Yeah, well, I had that first one and just back foot slipped off on a carve, and yeah, it sort of rattled me a bit at the start, and then a few of the boys started off strong, and then I managed to just wait with priority for about 10 minutes or so and got that 7, and then just decided I'd power right up the point under priority and got it back up 4, and that was it really, yeah.
You know, we've had a change in conditions. Have you changed your equipment in any way, or are you sticking to your normal board?
Nah, just sticking to my normal board. What I know, don't fix what's not broken is my little motto. So, yeah, just stick to that. And it seems to be going right out here without picking up rise and swell. So, yeah.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family watching back at home?
Yeah, a couple of my mates watching, and my mum and dad, I'm sure, are watching too. And, yeah, hopefully just keep the ball rolling.
All right. Thank you so much. And back to you guys in the booth.
And thank you, Jay. Yeah, you could see his first wave. Usually in the last few heats, he was like dropping 6s and 7s. And very first wave in that last heat, he fell. I was like, whoa, what just happened there? But he
Speaking of first waves, young Suchi, an 817 with a fall, all right, and probably missed another section or 2 down the line. We don't know, but The surfing she did previous, the judges are just going, right, you lot. That's what we want to see today.
Well, it needed to be in that excellent range, really, because she was going top to bottom. She did so many great turns. Even with that fall, it was strong. So an 8.17 of that first wave of Yang Suchi, and just making a statement very, very quickly
I
in
want to
this
see
event.
it again. I've just queued up the production boys. They're going to show us again the wave of, look at this, 817 with a fall involved, but just the strength of what she does. Rock solid. Boom. Look at that for a turn. Are you kidding me? That's up there with what some of the better surfing we've seen today, and it's in the opening heat of the ladies' round.
Oh.
And again, I don't mind that she fell because she's going flat out. She found a bump because she was bearing so much rail, so it wasn't her fault. But her mindset is just attack mode at all times, and it's wicked.
Oh, it was huge. It needed to be that score. It was the best surfing that we've seen so far. It looks like Taina, she's got a 3.5 and a 2.83. She's going to have a look at this one under priority. It's one of those mid-sized waves. She's flying down the line and waiting to get up into it, but unfortunately falls. That is the live review of what the Indo team is seeing right now. And
Team Indo, how's their support? It's so good. A lot of the lads have come down. That's Dylan Amar left of centre, the national coach Aria in the middle, and just a whole lot of cool crew giving their support to a very popular team member, Taina Izquierdo. All right, she's second. No big numbers there, though, for Taina. Needs to bank at least an 8.6 to win. Let's forget about that number right now. More importantly, let's upgrade to 2.83. If you don't mind, please, Taina. Says Rita Suzuki in the blue with priority, one wave, and it's not a big one. So a little bit of work to do from the Australian in white, the Japanese surfer there in blue. Team China is off to a ripping start setter. That's the biggest number I've seen today. Haven't seen any. I've seen Jarvis do an 8, and that's the second 8+ number I've seen. So not sure what's going on down here. Montoya just throwing up a few little clips and a few little highlights. I think this might be the slab that's going on just down the road. Yep, so it's right in front of Lani's down there. It became popular last year, actually, with the free surfers and that, because Nathan Hedge went down there and kind of nailed like a Chopu-ish kind of a clip.
I remember watching it, just being like, no, he didn't.
And since then, it's become a thing.
Yeah.
All right, so Hedgie's put that on the map. It sits there when you're at Dino's place there, Lani's, you just sit there and you see it fold off, with a bit of tide like now.
I was staying with Hedgie last year, and when he came, I remember when he came back in after that one, he's like, Truzy, did you see that one? I was like, yeah, it was huge. And a huge turn to start off for Rita and Suzuki, and she gets this next one in there. It starts to taper off a little bit. She's going to stick with it because it might just bowl up on the inside. Unfortunately not. But that will be her best number with just about 13 minutes to go in this heat. And it's Charlie Hurst yet to lock in a good score with just over 13 minutes to go. But she does have the first priority. She's been here for about 2 weeks. So she's been surfing Ujong Buchor very, lots and pretty uncrowded as well, which has been nice for her.
Yeah, we see this wave. We watch heats. We watch 80 people free surf, but it's not like that all the time. It's kind of a sleepy part of the world. We are in South Sumatra, everybody, the province of Lampung. It's starting to become a bit more well-known. The event's been rolling out here now since 2017. So plenty more people have come and investigated, and people that I speak to that do come and do it, they're like, whoa, what a spot.
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. Last wave of Rita Suzuki. It's her best wave. It's a 4.9 that she locks in, and with 12.5 minutes to go, she moves up into second place. Taina looking for a 4.31. Charlie now chasing a 6.87. It's Suchi Yang, or Yang Suchi, out there with an 8.17. That wave was so huge. It looks like we might see a few lines rolling through as well.
Can't wait to watch her get another wave. So having a think about it. So is White. White desperately needs one. She's got priority. So let's have a look at what Charlie brings this time. She's been doing the rounds in the Asian Tour for quite a while. She's got a biggish wave, huge section ahead of her. So just pulls it a little short and just gets exploded as the lip just takes a board out. Kind of a nasty wipe out there for Charlie, who's desperate to get some runs on the board.
Yeah, loved this first turn. Just really lays into it, but just mistiming this section here. You could see the whitewash just getting under her board, and unfortunately she came unstuck. So it locks in at a 2.6. She needs a 5.2 to move up into second. Tina looking for a 4.31. That was really unlucky for Charlie because that looks like it could have been a good score.
Yeah, it definitely had a bit of taper to that wave. It was all looking pretty good. Decided not to hit the lip. It would have been a little bit late to the party, so just a little untimely fall there for Charlie. 11 minutes remaining, though. She can still do it. Needs a 5.2. We know she's capable of that. Really, really want to see young Suchi get another wave. The Chinese surfer in red. She's really leading the charge out of Team China, and she's got a whole bunch of other ones in a slipstream. They're travelling around together. There must have been, I reckon, 15 Chinese surfers at this event. And young Suchi is flying the flag very well.
Yeah, we've also got Deng Zuiyin coming up in one of those later heats. I think it might be, heat number 8, the last heat of this round. She's from the Hainan province and has been absolutely ripping as well. But right now it's Yang Suchi out in front. Rita Suzuki in second. Taina looking for a 4.31. Charlie chasing a 5.2. I mean, they're not big scores in relation to the quality of the surfing that we know these women can provide. It's just they're in that kind of, well, Charlie's in 4th priority. Taina's actually in 2nd priority, so she gets the opportunity at the next second best wave.
Yep, she's looking around. She's looking into markers, the lineup. It's quite a big takeoff area out here for those that are not familiar with Ujong Bachor Reef. You can get lost pretty easy. The swell lines are moving around a fair bit. Energy is just, moving up and down the reef as well. It's not pinpoint accuracy with every wave that breaks today. It's a little semi-funky. I think I was told the swell direction is not 100% ideal for this reef. Hence, some of the waves are missing the spot or pushing down a caddy corner. And I did notice the caddies today, they're in trouble with becoming extinct specimens because there's some big sets. Most of the power today seems to be focusing down around about where the safety vessel is and the caddy sit.
Yeah, those wide sets definitely catch you off guard for sure. It's just important to be aware of that. So 9 minutes to go.
So what the wide sets do, they swing down to Lani's left, down to that slab we saw Hedgie surf and nail a screamer down over last year. So the drone is down there biding its time because there's been a helicopter circling out the front here. It's been ridiculously low. You should have seen it. It kind of freaked everyone out in the judging tower. So the drone they almost got taken out by the helicopter. It was so low. So,
wow.
So Riser just tapped out for a little while and had a break, and then he went, hang on, there's about 10 people down on the slab. So he just decided to take his drone down there and bring us a few clips of just what it's looking like about 400 meters to the right. Here we go, Charlie.
Charlie's on a smaller one, but she's hoping to find a little bit more connection. That's a little bit more power that we've seen from Charlie. Needs to hit this lip. She does. That was a beautiful arc there for Charlie Hurst. Gets in there once again. That's a better looking wave. And she kicks out. Really strong surfing there from Charlie. I liked that wave, but it is this woman right here, Yang Suchi, looking to better a 3.93.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. That's what she can do. She gets hung up. Down she goes again, but packing an 8.17. Only sitting on a 3.93 as a backup. Just going for it non-stop. The good news out of this heat is there's still 7 minutes. I really want to see her ride one more wave because you'll see what we're talking about once she connects. This is Taina again.
Yeah, Taina looking to connect with this one. Drives through a nice carve. You can see the reactions from the Indonesian team. Pajar right up front. Taina gets another nice turn in there, driving through a carve. Will this wave offer any more opportunities? Grabbing that rail, but unfortunately looks like she's come unstuck on that last turn, but might be Taina's best wave that she's locked in.
Well, the team looked pretty invested in it, all right? They were watching intently. She's just trying to improve. Something around a 4.3 would get her into a qualifying position. Yep, potentially her best wave, and good size wave now for Blue Rita.
Yeah, Rita Suzuki on a set, loads up, Gets that nice first carve in for Rita. She's patient through this one. Another backhand carve, just really leaning into that rail. Starts to load up once again. Unfortunately, her spin skip out a little bit, but she recovers well. Low off the bottom. Gets another turn in there as she kicks out. So Rita gets a look in that exchange as well. Pretty important scores for Rita, Taina, and Charlie.
That's going to increase numbers and requirements for green and white. That was a good, well-surfed wave by Rita. A bigger version of what Ujong Pachore's been delivering here today, and dug in deep. Most of it turns. A nice little recovery at the back end of that wave, but I'm sure Rita will be pretty chuffed she finished that one. Dropping a 2.9, adding something reasonably substantial, I reckon. So it's not going to be ideal reading for Taina or Charlie once those numbers drop, but we are owed 3 scores. Young Suchi sitting out the back. I really hope she gets to ride another wave and challenge for another top score. Going flat out on a backhand. Super young. Met her when she was 14 a couple of years ago. And yeah, the fact that she's only 16 and surfing with this much power and attack, just confidence plus, it's looks really good for her in the future.
Looks like maybe she's had a leggy break or something go on, because she's made her way over to the caddy and had to swap boards a little bit there. So I'm sure we'll be able to figure out what happened there with Yang Suchi, and still waiting on these scores for Rita, Taina, and Charlie to lock in with 5 minutes to go. Charlie regains first priority, which is good for her because she's probably going to need another wave once this last one of Rita locks in.
Yeah, so really hasn't put her best surfing together. A 2.6, couple of good. I think we're still owed that number, aren't we, for the 2 good turns? All right, so let's just hold on Charlie's, because I liked it. Artie definitely liked it in our production room here. He was jumping up and down. So here's the action replay of last wave of Charlie Hurst winding up. She actually got a couple of good moves on this wave. Leans into it. A lot of spray out the back. Good, confident maneuver. Again, really strong use of the rails and attacking the top of the wave. Flicks out with 3 decent moves under the belt. Up into second. How's that number look?
Yeah, looks like it locks in at a 6.0 for Charlie Hurst. So she moves up into second momentarily. We've got these scores for Rita and Taina to lock in. So situation is not quite solid just yet. Rita has a good score. Her wave was pretty nice. She didn't really get that solid connection in. Let's have another look. I mean, it's a bigger wave, and does some good surfing on it.
She did. A lot of rail work. You know, it was a lot of those sort of maneuvers, though, like you said. And it wasn't a really big pocket for her to get into. I think her end turn ends up as the better move.
Yeah.
Because she kind of got a little bit more squared up, a little bit more contour involved. I don't believe she flicked off out in the channel with the best move right at the end for the judges to think about. So a 2.71 needed, for 3.71 for sure. She's going to go into second.
Yeah.
So Charlie Hurst just holding that spot temporarily. Taina's number about to drop. There goes Rita into that position via 5.23.
Yeah, well, last wave of Taina, 3.63. So Taina needs a 6.5 to go up into second place. Charlie drops to third. She needs a 4.13 with 3 minutes to go. Rita, having a look at this one.
Oh, it's a bomb.
Bomb. Wow. Nice first connection for Rita Suzuki. Gets it under priority. Oh my gosh. Going for it on that section. Wow, that was committed from Rita Suzuki. That was huge.
Oh, she may need a Panadol after that. That was hectic. She copped a heavy section on the back of the head. Going for it unbelievably, but it was a super low percentage section. I love the fact that she went for it. She's going to earn a lot of fans just taking this on, but look how big that is.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey?
Wow. Nerves of steel.
There was about a 1% chance of pulling that off. It was a bit of a Hail Mary and got clobbered. But thanks for the entertainment. It's not going to bother the scoreboard too much, but just flat out attack as well.
Yeah,
she loves the big waves.
That was great to watch.
She's ridden the 2 biggest waves of the heat.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Bit of a charger.
Well, with 2 minutes to go, Charlie chasing a 4.13 holds first priority. Yang Suchi out there back with second priority. Looking to better a 3.93. Looks like there's some waves coming through as well.
I hope so. Oh, this is looking good.
Wow, Charlie's going to go this first one with a minute and a half to go.
Doesn't need a big number, but she needs some steepness to track down a 413. It's a big wave. It's one of them burgery-looking waves at this stage. I think she just pulled the trigger maybe a little early on priority because hasn't offered much. She did have top billing. And here goes Yang Suchi.
Yeah, Suchi, the current heat leader, up and into this one. And she's just looking so strong on her feet. You can see she's putting in the work. Had a bit of a mishap with her board. Lucky she had her caddy out there. Gets a nice connection. This one gets a little bit fat, though. She's
heading down to Lani's slab.
Well, 1 minute to go. It looks like Suchi has taken this one out for sure.
Oh, look, great performance. Setting the bar high now in the very first heat of the round of 32. Opening with an 817 was just gigantic. That's going to stack up all day in our highlights reel. We're watching a little roll in takeoff here for Yang Suchi. It's the size of this wave she's chewed off. It's kind of big and it's a little bumpy, but she's going for it. Got a long ride out of this. She's just trying to burn off a 393. The number is in. It didn't go there. It was just a 3-2. So all numbers are in. It's 20 seconds to go. It's definitely looking like Team China have got a surfer through to the round of 16. It's looking like Team Japan are there as well. Charlie is somewhere in the lineup, but hasn't got close to the peak. Next heat is starting to get into position. All right, well, that was fun. Highlight reel there from Yang Suchi. Thank you very much. And Rita Suzuki surfing the two biggest waves of heat number 1. We'll throw it a quick ad break and right back with heat 2.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son, this ain't no smoothie. This is a smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, plenty of corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Moon-san, this is
Absolutely cooking.
All right, straight into it. Looks like the style of Freya Prum. We are watching Heat 2, the round of 32 for the ladies. It is Lani Morse in the red representing New Zealand. Freya Prum, we just saw her jump up to a feat. She's out of Australia. Kira Buckpitt had a blinder of a heat. We'll talk more about that. Last time she performed was insane. She's in white. And Paige Harrop, another Kiwi. So it's a battle of the Anzacs. The two Aussies up against the two Kiwis. Dai Wacko, he's back. Here we go, Dai. Look at this. Remember her a couple of days ago, Kira?
Yep. Wow, that was a huge time from Kira on the bigger sets. Cameron, is she going to Cameron section? No, just one time, but it was a huge set.
Look, for me, the surf's picked up a fair bit.
Yes.
These waves are just now super consistent. These set waves, they're large. There's plenty of them. Here's Alani Morse. She hangs with a good mate of mine who is no doubt tuning in, Larry Fisher.
Oh, the big turn under the lip.
Was that out of the Fish Handbook of Surf and a Heat, Larry? But she went for it. That section's really hard to hit.
Right.
It's just, there's about 3 foot extra size down there now. Most waves seem to be growing as they get to that point as well, Di.
Pretty much, she was on the barrel right there, under the lip. She went for it, but this
Paige
Harrop, good-looking wave. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck.
Maybe blue got in her eyesight there and just kind of threw her concentration off a little. So, uncharacteristic fall for Paige. But that is our matchup. The Kiwis are in red and green.
Right.
The Aussies are in blue and white.
But how's the last heat?
Young Suchi.
Yeah, Young Suchi's excellent score.
And she fell on the back end of that wave as well.
It would have been 9s or mid-9s if she made that
100%.
one, right?
if she, I don't know what else was on the back end of that wave, but a couple more turns, you could have seen the perfect number because she was just looked unbelievably good on that wave. I've seen her do that before. Not so unbelievable, but young Suchi has come out and made a big statement here. And now Freya Prum.
This is a good-looking wave. Medium-sized set. Come around a section. Goes to vertical, but probably went a little bit too late for the section.
All right, Alani has dropped a 3. Copped a bit of a clobbering, trying to snap under the lip. Kira Buckpit will have a decent number as well. So back to Kira the other day. Dropped a low 9, dropped a mid 8, a 7 and a 6 in the same heat. Remember that?
Yes. And drops 4-5 for the first. I mean, one big turn.
Yep. So Kira is got a lot of talent to burn. Here it is again. Wow, that's a big wave. That was a really good turn, right? And then got denied in any sort of second maneuver. But you can see what's happening now. Waves, that was about 4 foot bigger than when she stood up, just about. So down where the caddies sit is a nasty part of the reef right now. The biggest waves unloading are right down there. There's guys surfing Lani's slab, and the drone was just down there filming them.
Been watching that footage.
You want a piece of that, don't you? You wish you were down there.
It looks good. So just about how far is that break from the point?
Okay, from about where green's sitting, let's say 300 metres.
Oh, it's not that far away.
That's not that far. It's just the other side of the caddies.
Right.
So when we're seeing these big, waves that extend down to where the caddies are and they get really big and super hard to hit, they're the swells that are heading down. Just about another 150 metres away is where there's probably 10 or 15 dudes trying to surf the slab. Riser was just down there with the drone getting some clips of guys pulling into some pretty nasty barrels. It never used to be a wave.
Really?
Yeah, like last year. What's put that right on the map? People used to surf it rarely, the odd one or two, but not many, right? It was a novelty. And then last year, some of the surfers started getting stuck into it. Hedgie went down there with his flotation vest on, and he's like, I'm going to go surf the slab. And he nailed this clip that Riser got, drone footage, that one Riser clip of the year. Hedgie got like just a drainingest, mean on the foam ball tube and made it. That people come here now and go, right, where's that wave? I'm surfing there. And Dino's like, it's just there. They're like, where? There. They're right out in front of his place. And on that piece of reef, yes, when there's enough tide and enough swell and, with this direction, most of the swell is heading down to break in front of, Lani's restaurant. So that's right where the slab is. You would have been staring at it many times and maybe didn't even know.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yep. It's quite a lot of people now, hey?
It's become a thing.
Yeah,
it's become a thing. Hedgie made it a thing. It never really was. It was a little bit of a misto wave.
So there's still no name on the point yet? Or someone
that wave?
it?
I think they just call it Dino. Slab.
Only slab.
Yeah.
Wow. That is a new point. And Krui.
Just another surfable wave in Krui. I got shown another wave I'm not going to talk about as well when there's a big south swell. So, yep, this area got a lot to like. I saw some of Josh Kerr's footage last year of a right, the other side around past Krui. Oh, dynamite wave. It looked like a big, longer version of Nias.
Wow.
Yeah, because there was a really big swell here, right? So Josh has taken his daughter around there and they're surfing this slab and he showed me the clips at the airport. I'm like, oh, what? And his daughter, Sierra, got the bigger wave than Josh and got it filmed. And it looked like 8 to 10 foot Nias, but maybe a bit longer.
Right. Just a bit longer.
It kind of was. It was super heavy, but that's what they do, those team. That team of the Kerrs. Both in the Challenger Series. If you're listening at all, you guys, loved what you two brought to last year's tour. Josh made the Challenger Series based off what went on here last year. Taking his daughter around, entered some events, and I saw his name in the draw here last year. Right, we're talking about Josh Kerr, everybody. Quick little throwaway here. Josh entered the draw here last year. He came into the Krui event. In the very first round, no seeding points, nothing. He was just, I'm like, Josh, when was the last time you started in round one? He's gone, well, quite a long time ago. I said, how come? He goes, I put my entry in late. I said, and he's gone, no, because then I started in round 1 at Nias. That was his plan, right? To go to Nias and surf maximum amount of heats.
In the great surfing, yeah.
He ended up surfing 8 heats at Lacundri Bay to come second.
It's an epic condition.
Yeah, epic conditions, got tubed off his head, did all sorts of crazy things on a twin fin that he had no right to do on a wave like that, as big as it was, but he got away with it and did it because he's Kersey. He surfed 8 heats, and his whole theory of putting the late entry in was start last and just surf most heats. It was sick.
And if he pretty much nailed the ranking through the results and now into CS Tour with his daughter, that's amazing.
Yep, exactly. And he just did, I think, 1 or 2 other events in Australia just to confirm and get over the line into those top 6 or 7 spots, whatever it was, and made the Challenger Series. And
actually, he did really great in Xiaogao and Taiwan as well. Making couple heats, making to like quarterfinals.
A 40-year-old dude going around mixing it up with the Groms and qualifying.
And on 20.
On a 20.
Well. That's the thing.
Yeah, they were small twin fins as well. And he had his, I think he called it Draft.
Yeah,
That's right.
Draft.
Draft. And
he just started his brand a couple of years back.
Yeah. All right, so a little side story there, everybody. We digress, but it was so much fun watching, everybody knows that name, Josh Kerr, everybody worldwide who was a surfer. And now his daughter's doing it. She wants in on the big stage. Kersey's been to the big stage. He's had a good piece of pro surfing. People here are trying to do that, all right? This is the 3rd level of pro surfing, the QS series, and then onto the Challenger and onto the CT. So we've got our interview ready. We're going to hear from True Starling with young Suchi. Go for it, True.
Thank you so much, guys. Suchi, an 817 to start off that heat. How are the waves out there?
The waves are pretty good. So fun, so long wave. I very love. Yeah.
You were absolutely going for it out there as well, and your leg rope snapped. You had to go over to your caddy in the lineup. What did they say to you?
Very tight. Just keep swimming. Very tight. Yeah.
Moving into the round of 16, are you excited for your next heat?
Next heat. Yeah. I want very keep going. Yeah. Okay.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home that might be watching? Do you want to say hi to anyone back in Chinese supporting you?
Okay. 感谢国内的人对我的支持，然后我会继续加油，谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Well, there she is. That's what Yang Suchi likes. Get used to it because she's going to be doing a lot of post-heat interviews in the future, and you're going to hear more and more of that name because I believe she has a future as a professional surfer.
Wow,
did you see the 817 she got?
Yes, I did see it on live, and it was amazing how she went bottom turn with the right hand on the rail. Really loved that bottom turn.
Yep, good style. Used to be a sailor. Got taken out of sailing. Did I tell you that? Yeah.
Wow, sailor into surfer.
Well,
that's a new way to start surfing.
Yeah, because I asked her when we were at this event, I said, all right, so how long have you been surfing? She goes, well, not very long, a year. I said, a year? She goes, yeah, I was a sailor. And Team China come along, trying to find surfers. So they investigated in another water sport, which was sailing. Mm-hmm. And they saw her and they went, you come here, here's a surfboard. You are now going to be a surfer. And she started surfing. And she's only 16, right?
Right.
When I met her, she was 14 and she'd been surfing about a year.
How?
China want to win gold. They want to do stuff at the Olympics, and they just be finding surfers and going, you're on the surfing team. And that's how Suchi ended up on the surfing team.
Well, never heard of, Sarah started surfing and now into QS 6000, one of the highest rated QS.
Getting the highest numbers of the day in a big event like this, yes.
Wow, that's amazing to start surfing.
Have a chat with her sometime. She's got some good stories. Yeah, go and introduce yourself because she speaks pretty good English and she's got time for everyone. All right, this heat, Kira Buckpit, a 9.27 the other day. All right, went out there and just blew her heat to pieces. Also had an 8, thrown away a 7 and a 6. She would have won the heat easily with waves 3 and 4. She's a quality act.
A little bit of slow heat in this heat. Everyone's be really selective. I've seen a lot of wave coming through, but I don't think really offering too much for all the surfers. Being selective. This
All
is
right,
the
this
last.
is Kira. This is the one we were talking about.
Right,
All right, so
4,
just have a
5.
look at the quality of that one hit. Just to beat that lip down and not get clipped. All right, and Den didn't get anything else. So this is her 4-5. She's got 4th priority. We're now watching live action. This is Paige Harrop.
This is looking good. Wave. Nice. First turn. Float section.
Yeah.
That was a huge turn again.
Rock solid. Paige.
It's a solid combo from Paige. Definitely it's going to be her best score in the series so far.
So let's have a look at Paige. She's been around the traps doing events for a long, long time, right? And she's still hunting it because she still surfs so good. And she still loves competing, all right? The sure-footed Paige Harrop. Let's watch live action. Freya.
Freya on the smaller size waves, but this is a good-looking wave. A lot of walls to walk on. Get 3 action down with plenty of spray. That was a great combination from Freya. Wow, it's gonna be a really, healthy number for Freya and Paige. That's definitely. And 15 minutes in, here's a replay.
Yep, so this is what we didn't see the start of. But that was a good start here. The Bonsai replay. Freya Prum. For me, if she gets another one here, right, there she goes. I think this is the highest wave of the heat.
And wow.
Yeah, oh, definitely. 4 good connections right there and jumping off. So she's ridden the best wave for me. Really connected well a couple of times on a backhand, looking super strong. So Kira and Alana. There's going to be a little reshuffle on the leaderboard. I think Freya will go all the way to 1st. Paige has got a number to come. Those 2 will go into 1st and 2nd, I'm confident. 10 minutes to go. We're kind of speculating here, but there's no big scores, all right? So all spots are shaky. And big moves on the leaderboard could happen quite easily, which we're about to see for Freya and Paige. So I'll tell you how long Paige has been doing surf contests. I watched her win the Margaret River Pro over at Southside in 2008.
Wow.
All right, so that's almost 20 years ago. That's
Almost
18 years ago.
Been here for quite a long
17
time.
years ago.
Right.
Yeah, a long time. So
wow, healthy scores coming in. Last of Freya comes in 617, but looks like 7.04 Paige's last wave. Straight, 2 of them straight into 1st and 2nd now. Less than 9 minutes remaining.
And then Paige also just back to the Harrop story. She won Nias a couple of years ago on a backhand. Yeah. Oh, yeah, on a backhand. Killing it. All right, big pumps. This is the numbers again, so let's have a look at it. Harrop leans the board over, strong bottom turns. Nice connections. That was a good hit. It's only a 2-hit wave, but the judges buy into her act because it's always strong, and that was a 7.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great combination from Paige. There's no downtime in between, 2 turns.
And just how much she laid over that first bottom turn. You could see the whole bottom of the board. So Freya did twice as much surfing for a slightly less number. It was still quality, hence the 617. But the judges just sending that message again. You guys out there, pro surfing, we want to see the best, most committed, strongest surfing ball to get the big numbers. We don't count turns. They just score the turns that count, the big turns.
So now Kira and Alani are in the 3rd and 4th position, but they have high priority. So the question is there going to be another good wave coming through for them?
Sure there is. There's about 8 minutes. And Alani came and introduced herself today. She's in the coaching stable of a good friend of mine, Larry Fisher. Larry, I'm sure you're tuning in, mate. Love your work. Good act. A lot of respect there for what Larry does. Kira chasing another number as well. Pretty low requirements by both those athletes. White's in 3rd, Red's in 4th. They've got 1st and 2nd priority. We can see them just sitting there biding their time. For sure they'll get another crack at it. All right. So what's the best thing you've seen today, Di?
Well, I gotta say the last Red, Yang, the excellent, Yang Suchi. That excellent score was amazing. Even with with the falling off, still getting those 8s were amazing. And love the bottom turn, really. Yeah.
All right, so this is it. Just watch this bottom turn. She's got a lot of speed to burn here, and then she just goes whammo. Lots of spray. Second big hit, connects with the lip. Not many people have got up there and hit a section like that today. So that's probably where the judges went. That's what we're going to ask you ladies to do a bit more often. Take that risk and nail it as solidly as she did. She would have got, probably 4.5 points off that turn alone, and the other numbers off the first turn.
That's a great surfing from Paige. Really lays into the bottom turn, engaging the rail really well.
All right. Well, I think the best thing I've seen today, calling Jarvis's heat was pretty exciting. The defending champ, he was in heat 13 of the men's. That was really good. I think the best overall effort I've seen someone do was Xavier Huxtable went out and just put together some huge numbers in about 8 minutes, and no one else budged. And he just went wham, 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 did it all.
Right.
And he won one of the previous heats. I think it was about the second or third heat of the morning. Second heat of the morning, so it was heat 9.
Yep. He's only one got 2 waves and like 7 and 6, and no one was riding anyways.
Yeah. And he even had, I think he even had a 4 there as well before anybody else clicked into gear. But we're going to see a lot of highlights today, mate, because a bit of a culling day down here. We were sort of running the numbers by you at breakfast and going, right, we've got 66 guys dive. By the end of the day, we've got 16. 50 are going to drop out of the draw.
So we're going to finish off this round of 32 women's, and we straight into the men's round of 32. So
yeah.
All
right, this is Freya.
Yeah, this is a slightly smaller size wave than Paige, but managed to put a couple solid turns in with a lot of sprays going around and get this.
Best turn right there at the end. 617, Freya. Thank you. She's on again. Didn't see the start of this wave. No comment on what happened. And here is Kira. Alani.
This is a very important wave for her, needing 4.74. She was utilizing the first priority for that wave. Unfortunately, it didn't offer too much. So I don't think it's going to be 4.74. Let's have a look at it again. Just check turn and then decided to just kick in. Well, unfortunate for her, but still there's 4 minutes to go in this heat. Still looking for 4.74. The last of red comes in just 2.0. Now Kira's first priority, needing 3.24 to go into second, but I don't think 3.24 is going to be enough to go into second because Paige is just looking to get rid of the 0.73.
Plenty of big names coming through in the next matchups as we watch Blue drop into this wave. Freya is in the lead, trying to burn off a 3.37. Now starting to get some rail work done, looking much better. Solid section. Connects with the lip, throws a bunch of spray. Looking really confident here on this wave. Freya, she knows it'll probably be, it should be a last ride with 3 minutes to go. So she's kind of going to bank it. It doesn't matter how fast she rides down the line because with a performance like that and that wave as your backup score, you could turn around and pretty much come in.
Right. Alani's up and riding 4.74. That is her requirement. Nice first turn. Get the second turn in and ride out of it when she likes it. So 4.74, that is what she was requiring.
Trying to convince the judges to give us some love and throw the number. Let's watch Blue again. Freya got a really nice long ride out of this one. I'm confident she's going to extend the lead. That was a bit flat, but then she started finding some bowl and gets up there and really put in quite a decent move on that one. Another flattish turn, but she's like, well, you know what? I'm just going to stay on this thing, see how she ends up down the end. And looking for a final hit. Wasn't a blockbuster finish, but when you try and improve on a lowish number and we're running out of time, I think you just got to stay on it and hedge your bets.
2 minutes to go in this heat, so we're still waiting for the last of red and blue.
Kira lurking around out the back. This is almost the exact opposite heat to the one she had last time I saw her, dropping 9s and 8s and all sorts. She could do with one of those numbers right about now. And if it's a 3-2-4, then she will advance. Oh, well, we're just waiting for Alani to see if she moves up.
Right, and Paige, probably she wants to get one more wave as she has 0.73 as a backup.
True, yeah, I didn't see that.
So 3-3-4 to go into first. So definitely she wants to get one more wave. About 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
Freya extended marginally with a 4-1-7. So Paige could easily go to first here, and that definitely helps your seeding going through to the next round. So let's have a look at White scratching on here. Kira Buckpit, really tiny wave in today's conditions. Super small. Tags it again, 50 seconds. Yep, you can see the anguish on her face. She knows that's nowhere near the requirement.
So last of red comes in 5-3 now. She's in second. And Paige was on the wave.
Paige.
She needed 1.33. We are not too sure what she did at the back. But 1.33, just a...
So that must have been a late call. I didn't even see... I hope the beach announcers got those requirements to Paige before she stood up, because she was looking pretty in second, packing a 7, the highest scoring wave of the heat, sitting in second, and then stuff just changed right before she stood up. So I wonder if she even realised the situation. Here she is again.
On the smaller size waves, but it has a wall to work on. Need to finish this time. Unfortunately, it comes unstuck. But she only needs 1.33, so definitely done that job.
You would be expecting so. You know, we've been wrong before, but the numbers are coming in. A second last wave, so she got 2 in a row, 2 waves in quick succession. She got a 2.03 for the one previous. Last ride's going to lock in just over 2 points. Either way, she does move up into second spot. Although she fell, she is still through. So we're going to cut to a quick break, and we'll be back with Heat 3 in just a moment.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bronson almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day number 7. Krui Pro QS 6000. We're into round of 32, heat number 3. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Giada.
Yep. I'm
back.
excited to be back after that quick break. In the water right now is last year's Krui Pro winner, Miraya Keda in the red. We have Holly Williams in the blue. In white, Leilani McGonigal, and in the green, Olive Hardy. So huge heat in our hands right now.
Huge heat.
Both Mirai and Holly had a great run here in the Krui Pro last year. Mirai taking the win, and Holly Williams, if I'm not wrong, semi-final finish or quarterfinal finish, which is a huge result here. It's a big event, and she had to, surf through some pretty crazy conditions throughout the entire event last year. We had massive Ujung Bochur. We moved it to Krui left, then came back here. So really well done from both those girls. Leilani McGonigal, a past winner here in the Krui Pro, if I'm not wrong. I think the year she won was in 2019. She came here a bit just before COVID, won the event, and Olive Hardy, sister to Willow Hardy. Sorry guys, I just blanked out for a second. Both West Aussies and incredible chargers. So here we have right now Holly Williams on her backhand.
Wow.
Big first turn. Good looking wave here. Sets up for this second one. See if this wave gives her a little more to work with on the inside. She has a nice cut back there, giving a bit more variety in these turns, but unfortunately just gets stuck in the whitewash there.
So this is a Leilani's first wave. Nice turns. And but another beautiful curve. And I guess, wow, gets a solid turns, went vertical with a lot of sprays. And I think she's gonna get to finish right there. That's a beautiful wave from Leilani. Definitely it's gonna be a healthy number.
Yep, and behind is Olive Hardy on her backhand. Gets this one, unfortunately, just falls off. But yeah, I was saying Olive Hardy is Willow's younger sister. Both are from West Oz. Unfortunately, Willow wasn't able to come as she got injured, I think in Newcastle. Had to undergo surgery on her knee. So super unfortunate, but Olive is here, and I'm sure Willow is supporting her. This is the last of Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. Beautiful 2 turns there. She's going to set it up, wraps it around again, but I really like here how she takes advantage of the wave, really standing up for her, goes a little more critical, pushes the tail, and shuts this one down. Really well done, Leilani McGonigal. So some pretty good scores to come through.
Right, definitely it's going to be a healthy number for Leilani. And, you know, we have Mirai Ikeda up the point, just waiting for the right ones. But she is also incredible so far. Last year's winner here in Krui. We're still waiting for the last of blue, white, and greens exchange. Yeah, both Mirai and Leilani are surfing in the CS tour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Mirai already won the Pro Junior Women's here earlier this week. She is the back-to-back winner of the Pro Junior. This is her right now taking a look at this wave.
池田選手、1本目のライディング。さあ、いい波になってきそうです。サイズがある波にテイクオフ。1発目はチェックターンをしてタイミングを測ります。そして2発目、少しずつ際立ってきているが、どうでしょう、この波少し看板のセクションが続いてしまいました。ここでキックアウト。Wow, huge score for Leilani, 817.
Yep, showing exactly why she's been a winner here in the past. She feels comfortable out here. It's very similar to her home break in Pavones. Also a super long left. So she said it's very similar and that she sees a lot of similarities, but you know, she's far from home. The place is very different, but 817 is a huge start for Leilani McGonigal.
Definitely. She's really used to this long left volley condition right now. But 817 for the fast of Leilani's and 450 for the first of Holly Williams wave. We're still waiting for the last of red as well. Olive Hardy's last wave comes in 3.73. But there's still 18 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is a last of white.
Yep. So this is the 817 of Leilani. Kind of just goes back to the whitewash on that first turn to gain some speed. But this is where it all really starts happening. Big first turn.
This turn. Wow.
Super in the pocket there. Big fan of spray out the back. Wraps it again. And this finishing is so strong. So incredibly well done from Leilani McGonigal. So Leilani is in the North American region, if I'm not wrong. Was in Newcastle for the Challenger Series. And she was staying with our friend True. But True got the call up to come here to Krui. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to come with you because I need some practice as well for South Africa. So she came down here. She's here with her coach as well, and getting some heats in. And after this, she'll be heading over to Australia again before heading to South Africa.
Right. So yeah, definitely it's a good warm up for her to be ready for South Africa's event, and it's such a nice place to practice actually, and getting a good rhythm in the competition is really crucial. So if she had a great heat in CS at Newcastle, so trying to stay with that rhythm, and she was surfing from round one this competition.
Yep, that's right. And there's no better way to improve in contest surfing but doing contests. So
true.
it's the best way to, get comfortable being uncomfortable, getting those scores under pressure, making sure you follow through with your heat strategy, and just kind of figuring out what works for you and what doesn't. So it's a smart move from Leilani. True did tell me that they wanted to do an Indo trip anyway. So she's like, two birds, one shot.
And probably because it's not affecting her ranking because she's in a different region. So we have a little break in action. So we're going to go over to post-hit interview. So go ahead, Mark.
All right, winner of the last heat, Freya Prum. It looks like a tough day at the office because for me, there seems to be swell swinging all over the reef out there. What exactly is it like?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting because it's clean and it's solid and there is amazing waves everywhere, but with the extra south and the swell, there's big ones going wide. So positioning is pretty tricky.
Well, you did a good job because you won and you read the line up better than most people. Listen, you look super fit. You've been training hard. Do you work with someone at home?
Yes, I'm working with a really experienced lady named Jan Carton. We're focusing on rehab, basically getting my posture corrected. I actually do a lot of mindset work as well with the lady Claudine Sheesh-Portiche. So those two ladies in combination, preparation sorted.
All right, well, your preparation is paying off, and I've seen you come to the Asian region events for a lot of years. How long have you been chasing this circuit?
Yes, this is my 4th time in Krui. Love coming back. It's such a miracle venue. Like, I can't believe how good it is. I just love it so much. I'd come here for a free surf for sure. And yeah, Philippines, amazing. Nias is a mental battle, that one, but if you score waves, like, it's pretty incredible, like last year.
Have you got any bigger boards for up there this week?
Yeah, I learned from my near drowning experience. My 6.0 got snapped like a twig first wave. So yeah, I got a 6.2 with a bit of beef in it, so ready for Nias too.
Unreal. Well, I love your work over the years. You've been one of those warriors. I really enjoy watching you surf, Freya. So congratulations and good luck in the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Appreciate it.
Cheers. Good on you guys. Back to you.
Thank you, guys. That was a great post-hit interview. So everyone's pretty much seems like excited for the nearest event coming up. As the forecast saying, it's gonna be a solid waves again this year.
Yep. So in the forecast, it's looking like towards the end of the event, we're going to get a pretty big push in swell. Seems something that happens every time we go to Nias. And usually here in Krui too, but strangely yesterday, it was the opposite. We had a drop in the swell. But we're back in action. There's plenty of waves here. It's going to be a huge day. After this, we're heading into the round of 32, heat 4, and finishing the day off with the men's round of 32.
Yeah, we have a lot more heats coming up and a lot more actions coming up. That looks like Leilani is having a look at this one. It's up and riding. It's a smaller size waves, but still beautiful opening curve. And straight into the second, another beautiful curve. And wrapping back, cut back, and quick out. But that was beautiful wave. 池田選手、2本目のライディング。さあ、これは大きなオフザトップ見せてきます。そして2発目もこれも大きなスプレーを飛ばしながらアクションになりました。そしてここからどうでしょう。ここはキックアウトをしてきます。
Oh, this is Holly Williams now. So we've had a couple waves ridden. This wave going to stand up for her. Will she finish it off strong? So she does that one turn and goes a little more vertical on that one. So really nicely done from Holly Williams. A good couple sets came through. We are waiting for scores for 3 surfers. Olive Hardy now out the back with priority, just passing under this wave right now. That's pretty unfortunate. This is a pretty solid set right now that Olive is about to get on her head.
One of those bigger sets rolling through the lineup. But it's gonna be interesting exchange from 3 surfers. Every surfer has the good wave and great ride. So wonder who's gonna get better number out of 3 waves.
Yeah, so here are the replays. This is Mirai Akira, last year's winner here at the QS. Big second turn. Loved how she really got it in the pocket there. The third one was even better. So as this wave went down, she got better and better throughout it all. That was beautiful from Mirai Akira on a solid set as well. This is Holly Williams also on her backhand. So this is kind of where we caught up with her. Bit of a softer opening turn, but sets it up for this second one. That was much better, and I think this last turn was the strongest one of this wave.
Yep. That was a solid last turn, and it's gonna be an interesting exchange from all the surfers. And actually, I liked Leilani's second wave as well.
Yeah, it was a smaller one on the inside, but it had a really good wall to it. It kind of was like bowling and coming back towards her. So she got some really nice turns. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges, compare the size of the waves with all these surfers. But I think Mirai Akira got the best of it.
Yeah, I got a feeling the same. But, few scores locked in for Leilani and looking healthy as a backup. So this is a replay of Leilani's last wave. I really love the first opening big curve with a lot of spray, even bigger on the second turn. And little check-in turn and finishing off this wave. It was a great combo though.
Yeah, you're right. And the score for Leilani's comes in at 6.5. So she backs up that 817 with a 6.5. That's a pretty huge total for Leilani McGonigal, especially being her first 2 waves. Holly Williams last one, a 5.83, and it's Mirai Akira with a 7.33. Wow, we've got an incredible heat in our hands. This is stacked.
15 minutes in and a lot of great scores in the leaderboard. さあ池田未来選手、最後の波で 7.33 をマークし、第2位のポジションへ 7.35 をスコアすると1位のポジションに上がってきます。So now, Liv has first priority. She's in a little bit of trouble, needing 6.84. Pretty decent score that she's requirement.
Yep, so she only has that 1.373. Unfortunately, she got that set on her head, had to duck dive most of them. But Olive Hardy is such a talented young girl, and I know her dad is here with her, probably on the beach right now. Or as her caddy. But big shout out again to Willow. Has had some big results, Willow, here in the past. This is a replay of Leilani's 817. So she just kind of goes back to the whitewash, gets back to the power of the wave. That second turn was really nice, but as this wave just hits the reef, it starts to stand up and she just goes to town on this one.
Really love the vertical hits with a lot of sprays. And lays into the last section there. That is what 817 looks like. That was on the smaller size waves, but it kind of hugged the reef really nicely. And there's a lot of walls to work on. So it was a great wave selection from Leilani. 14.67 in total.
Yeah, that's a huge heat total. But, we've seen this tide now start to go down already. I feel like the wave has cleaned up so much compared to maybe an hour or so ago. So we're going to be seeing so much more of these big scores come through, especially since it's going to be easier to land those finishing turns.
Right. So we are just past around the high tide mark, and we are now seeing a dropping tide. So hoping to see more, good waves coming through. With 7 minutes to go in this heat. Holly Williams needing 4.74. That is not a big score for her. And Olive Hurdy is looking for wave 684. And she has first priority.
So while we have a bit of a break in the action, I want to go ahead and take this moment to give a big thank you to our sponsors. And, just because they've worked so hard to make this happen and make sure that we come here again this year and have these incredible waves for these surfers. I mean, Krui is such a world-class spot. A big thank you to Kemenpora, the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Thank you to the WSL and the PSOE. Thank you so much to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And as well, thank you to the ASC. We wouldn't be here without you guys. And, these events are so important for all of these athletes. So much time, effort, and dedication goes to get ready for these events. They're putting everything on the line for 25 minutes. People don't know there's the nutrition factor.
Right.
There's hours of training in all types of conditions. The travel to get here and the sponsors, like finding sponsors to find them the funding to get here as well. And to chase that dream and winning a QS 6000 is a huge result. So this is a really important event for many of these surfers.
Definitely very important, event. And to me, like Koreans are the really great, the best place to surf. It's like just like you said, it's a world-class surf. Surf point, and you don't really get to surf in the QS tour actually.
Yeah, for many people, I've heard the comment that it doesn't feel like a QS to them when they come here to compete. They're here with their group of friends. They're surfing other spots while they're waiting for their heat to come up. They're going to Mandiri, the beach break. They're going to Jimmy's, to Honey Smacks. There's so many spots all down the coast, and you can even find your own secret wave as well if you're really looking to hunt things down. So people come here with filmers and get clips because the waves here are incredible, and it's really grown these past couple of years. I remember the first time coming here in 2008. There was only a couple homestays down this road.
Right.
You could forget about getting a cappuccino with oat milk at Leafy's. Forget about it. You would have never gotten that back in the day. So, this event really bringing attention to the spot and showing how many waves and the quality of waves they have here is incredible.
Yeah, definitely this event opens up for everybody to come this place, showing how good this place is, how good this waves are. And can't wait to come back here for surf trip actually. Just exploring a little bit more than just one place.
That's right, and I've seen many people come here over the years as well on a surf trip because, as I said, you can just grab your motorbike and find your own spot anywhere you want. And there's rights, there's lefts, there's point breaks, there's slabs, there's beach breaks. So the options are endless, and that's exactly the type of place you want to be heading to for a surf trip.
Pretty much everything is here. If you need practice, if you need to get a grip, this is a place definitely you want it to be.
Yeah, and even if you just want to come have fun, there's everything for everyone. And this is Olive Hardy now looking for a 684 to be able to go back into an advancing position. Bit of a A slow start on this wave. She wraps it around here twice. Stays close to the foam to, kind of keep her speed. Got a little bit repetitive here, but she's hoping for this wave to just stand up on the inside. It's looking like Mirai as well out the back, so good turn there for Mirai Akeda.
池田選手、この波で 3.2723 を伸ばしていくと、その差を広げていきます。ファイナルターンでこけてしまいましたが、沖で2発3発といいターンをしてきました。Wow, looks like Holly Williams was on the wave, and she kind of likes that wave. Needed 4.74 to go into second, but Mirai, well, was on the wave. She did a couple of turns out the back, and she's trying to get rid of the 3.23 with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in this heat.
Yep, so a couple scores to come through for Mirai, Holly, and Olive. Really, really important scores. We're about to reach the 1 minute mark, and Leilani's out the back with priority, kind of hunting down. She wants to catch another wave. She got that 8.17. She has a 6.5, and she's looking pretty comfortable in the lead right now.
Definitely, she's in a great position. And she has fast priority, but probably she wants to get another wave coming, but looks like she's up and riding on this one.
Yeah, so a pretty solid set for Leilani. Big opening first turn. Sets it up for this second one. Gets this done. It's a set, and she rides out of it. A bit of a victory lap there for Leilani, but we're still waiting for scores of Mirai Akeda, Holly Williams, and Olive Hardy. So last 30 seconds of this heat. These are some important scores to come through.
Looks like there is not going to be enough time for all the surfers to get one more in. And we're still waiting for the last of all of the surfers. Very important wave for blue and green. That's probably the caddy.
All right, so I think we're going to stick with this because these are some pretty big scores to come through and really important. So Holly she liked the feeling of hers. We saw the end of it. She was stoked, trying to sell it to the judges. Right. She needs a 4.74 for now. I'm sure Mirai Akeda is getting rid of that 3.23 pretty soon. The judges taking a really good look at this because these are some vital scores right now. They're on your screen right now. Is Leilani McGonigal. Here's a replay of Mirai Akeda. Big opening first turn. This set is huge.
She's on a bigger set and managed to put 3 turns in. Oh. Third turn was even bigger. And gets one more in. Oh, this is going to be a pretty healthy score for Mirai.
This is Leilani's last one. She wants to improve on a 6.5 as well. This is a solid set. Only 2 turns, but really big there. She pushes the tail on that last one. Comes in. She's feeling pretty confident. But I think Mirai is going to have a pretty solid score. Those 2 turns were impressive.
Right. On the bigger size wave, on the set. The last of blue was really crucial, though.
Okay, so the last of Olive Hardy comes in at a 3.67. So unfortunately, she will not be getting past this one. But it's all eyes on Holly Williams and Mirai Akeda now. We would love to see a replay of Holly Williams' wave. We're not sure what she did, but important scores to come through. What do you think?
Well, Mirai's last wave looking great, actually. Healthy numbers are locked in. 7.87. Now she's in the lead. We're still waiting for the last white move. Wow, there's a little bit of situation changed.
All right, now it's blue looking for an 8.84. That's a huge requirement. Leilani in second. Wants to improve a 6.5. So we're going to stick with it. These are really important score. Holly Williams' last wave coming in, and it's looking like it's going to be a nice score, but maybe just under what she's looking for. So for now, it is Miraya Kera pretty comfortably in the lead. Her last wave comes in at 7.87.
Well, nice scores are locked in for Holly Williams. Needing 8.84.
All right, so Holly Williams, a 7.17, unfortunately, wasn't enough to go into second place. So it's looking like it will be Miraya Kera and Leilani McGonigal passing on to the next round. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
Cow! Oh, mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
Oh, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the round of 32, Heat 4. I want to welcome back True Starling. And True, tell us a little bit about what the Asia Super Series is.
Yeah, we have the Bonsoi Asia Super Series, which is a super exciting new, tradition that we are introducing to the Asia Regional Qualifying Series. It's pretty much where prestige is on the line across the Asia region's QS 6000 events. And in this heat, that woman on screen right there, that is Kana Nakashio. She is leading the rankings of the Asia region, which means she gets to rep the Bonsoi leader jersey, which is pretty amazing. So from now on, the surfer sitting at number 1 on the Asia regional rankings is going to wear this iconic Bonsoi leaders jersey, which is going to be a little spot of gold out there in these heats. We're going to see it in Nias. After Nias, which is the 21st to the 26th of June, we're going to be heading over to Korea, which is going to be July as well. So there's actually lots going on. It's a moving badge of honor, which travels with the rankings leader, bringing extra pressure, extra glory, and a $5,000 prize purse for the men's and women's rankings leader come the final QS 6000 of the season. So lots to be excited about, especially with this young lady in this heat, Ruby True from North Narrabeen. She's used to going left. Beautiful first hook. I know Kyoden is her caddy out there, and what a prestigious caddy that is, as Ruby lays into another turn, goes up and over, unfortunately, on that last connecting section, but she did a lot of work regardless.
Yeah, I love that first turn that she had. It was really drawn out and powerful from Ruby True. This is now Hinata Shimizu on her backhand as well. Nice opening first turn, sets up for the second one, airdrops down, gets her on this foamy section, and she's going to want to do one more turn. Will she get around it? And it's looking like she will. Unfortunately, just pulls off the back, but that was some really nice work done out the back from Hinata Shimizu.
Yeah, that first turn was beautiful. Getting that really nice connection in. And Ruby is actually, she was part of the 2024 Paris Olympics for skating. She's a dual athlete, skating and surfing. She's also an X Games medalist, where you see skating, BMX, all these other cool sports that are like lots going on. So she's, an incredible athlete within her own right. She's got some amazing stories to tell, I'm sure. So I know that she's really hoping to make impressions in the QS season as well.
All right, and with that, we're gonna head over to Mirai and Dai with the post-heat interview.
一つ前のラウンドと打って変わって前半にこう波を待つ状況となり後半にかけてスコアをしていった状況だったんですが作戦としてはやはり先に2本揃えるようなイメージだったんですか？
そうですね最初にもう5点ぐらいのスコア出せる波に乗ってからそこからいい波に乗るっていう作戦だったんですけど、ちょっと最初スタートダッシュがちょっと遅れちゃってそこがダメだったかなと思ってます。
その中でもしっかりと7点ライドを後半にかけてスコアしてきました。もうあの波に乗ってこれをやるっていうのはこう波に乗ってからのマニューバーはもう頭の中でイメージはできてたんですか？
そうですねカーブでつないで張ってきたセクションでリップするっていうイメージがあったので、でも最後の波もラストセクション油断したっていうかこけてしまったのが痛かったなって思います。
So how original plan was to just get a wave as soon as he starts, but unfortunately it didn't go that way. But still, fortunately she got a wave, 2 waves and 7 and 7, and she had a little bit of mistakes on the way, but still she's happy with that result. それでは、今日のヒートはこれで終了となりますが、明日またビッグデーとなります。この後どう過ごしますか？
いっぱい食べていっぱい寝ます。はい。
しっかり休憩取ってください。最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンド16につなげることができました。明日もいい波だと思うので、全力で楽しんで自分のサーフィン見せます。応援よろしくお願いします。
明日も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Mirai Akira. She had an incredible heat as well as Leilani. Gal, she absolutely killed it. We had some huge scores come through in that last one, and Mirai is last year's winner here at the QS in Krui, and Leilani in 2019. So we had some big names in that last heat. It is Ruby True with a 6.33 to open up this heat 4 of the round of 32. On screen, we see the next heat paddling out as well. So a bit of a replay here. I love this first turn. She really opened up and wasted not a lot of time to get back into this second one. What did you like about it?
I loved, the power that she put behind each turn. You could see her really stamping on that back foot and just driving through each one. And this one turner from Hinata, oh, that was so smooth. I loved that connection, and then gets that second one in as well. It locks in at a 5. And yeah, she started off this heat really strong with just those 2 turns.
Yeah, so the bonsai replay here, incredible waves from the girls. It is now Kana Nakashio needing to get rid of that 157, and Charlie Hatley with priority, yet to start this heat, but she is an incredible competitor. She has been here quite a few times already. So tell us a little bit about Charlie.
Yeah, so Charlie, she's still quite young. I think she's about 15 or 16 now. And she's actually a couple weeks ago just recovered from a knee injury. She had to get knee surgery. And yeah, she had about 8 to 12 weeks out of the water. So now she's back in the Rashi. This is one of her first events back. She had an appearance at the Challenger Series, and that was a nice connection there from Ruby True. She's also a quality athlete as well. Unfortunately, goes down, and Kana Nakashio out behind her. There's some big waves coming through. Kana gets that first turn in, and she's trying to find this next section that she can get up and into, which she does. That was a nice connection once again there. This one going so wide. Kana gets another turn in, and you can see it starting to fatten out, but she's going to stay with it, driving through another turn, and just surfing off screen there for Kana Nakashio.
Yeah, so there has been a huge increase in the wave size compared to yesterday. I'm saying like double, maybe even triple the size of what we were seeing come through yesterday afternoon. So it's great conditions for the ladies. We're kind of seeing the wind blowing offshore. That's a great sign. This is the replay of Kana Nakashio. Big opening first turn. Holds the rail on that second one. Gets around this section and sets it up again. Love that. Gets a little stuck off the top, but manages to hold through. But nicely done from Kana Nakashio.
Yeah, she's such an informed surfer at the moment. Of course, wearing the Bonsoi leader jersey. This lady right here, Charlie Haitley, she's a powerful surfer within her own right. Buries the rail there. Once again, going to a carve. That LSD looking really smooth underfoot. Tags it for Charlie Haitley. She needs to get another section, but she's done a fair bit of work, so she kicks out.
Yeah, that's a great start for Charlie. And I had a couple heats with her in Nias. And she's one of those girls that when she's out there, she's not super concentrated. She kind of has a little giggle sometimes. So
Yeah.
a great personality. I've seen her around quite a bit. Always has a smile on her face. So a lovely girl and a great surfer.
Yeah, she absolutely rips. And last year she had some really, really good results. I think she got a third in Shagao and a pretty good result, maybe a fifth or around a 16 appearance in Taiwan. And she was traveling with Sierra and Josh Kerr, and they had their own little contest within the three of them, which is amazing. And Charlie is, you know, fighting for that Challenger Series spot. And with turns like that, you can see why she belongs to be on, deserves to be on there. And gets that connection again. I mean, Charlie's just looking really in form. It's exciting to see her back in action after a bit of time out of the water. But yeah, she's definitely vying for a Challenger Series qualification for sure.
Yeah, you're totally right. And speaking of Josh Kerr and Sierra, they had a great run last year at the Nias Pro. I remember Josh Kerr was charging on his twin, got all the way to the final, but it was Winter Vincent who got the best of that heat. And Sierra, if I'm not wrong, I think semifinal finished. So they were trying to do, the Kerrs were trying to take that out, both dad and daughter. So it was great to see that going on. It was fun.
Yeah, it's a pretty special story, you know, and now they're both on the Challenger Series together. It's just, yeah, it's so awesome. Sierra unfortunately got knocked out in that first heat. I know there was a bit of emotion there. I think she was feeling a little bit, you know, rattled from that, which is fair enough. You know, you expect so much from yourself, especially after having such an incredible year, going back to back with winning Shagao and then winning Taiwan. From memory, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to have to go back in the archives on that one. But yeah, she was just surfing so well and it was so exciting to see.
Yeah, she spends a lot of time at Kandui Villas up in the Mentawai. I know her and her dad love being there. They chase swells and I've been there at the same time and they surf like 8 to 9 hours a day. It's pretty insane.
Wow.
They are frothers. I've met Sierra, I think quite a while back when we were both on the Vulcan team, and she was just this young girl, but already had an incredible talent and and drive for the sport.
Yeah, she's pretty incredible to watch. She's one of those she's one of those surfers where you never really know what you're gonna get, and I love watching people like that because it's what are they gonna do now? You know, it's not you're just not expecting what's coming. Yeah, she went back to back. She won Shagao and then she won Taiwan, which is pretty next level, honestly. It was huge.
And just like Ruby True, Sierra is a great skateboarder as well, and could possibly, you know, do just what Ruby's doing, do the X Games with skateboarding and surfing as well. But she decided to just focus on surfing. But speaking of Ruby, I feel like we didn't go in depth enough of all the amazing things she's done.
I know, she's an incredible athlete. I mean, and also an incredible human. She just is really pushing the limits within herself at the moment, which is so amazing to see. She's travelled over here with her dad, James. She's also a part of that Northern Beaches crew as well. So she has the support of Kai Otten, who's out there, Nick James, Duke Kelleher, Matt Cattle, I'm sure is watching as well. I know she works really closely with him. And for Ruby, you know, being an X Games medalist and then heading over to the Olympics last year in Paris would have just been such a surreal experience. And something that she's just like, wow, you know, she's still so young and look at the maturity within her surfing. That was a beautiful carve. Lays into this next one, like really just, leaning into her rail, trusting herself within these moments, which is just such mature competitive surfing. And I feel like you can see that translate into her skating as well.
Yeah, she could be one of those athletes like Sky Brown to look for the
Yeah.
double qualification in the Olympic for
Yeah.
both surfing and skating.
Imagine that.
Yeah, that would be pretty insane. I would
Wow.
love to have that on my CV.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult thing to do, and already qualifying to the Olympics for skateboarding is huge.
Mm.
It's one of the most prestigious stages you could qualify for.
Yeah, one of her good friends, Arissa True, actually taking out that gold medal as well. I know that they're really close, and Ruby's just, I don't know. I just take my hat off to her. She's doing such an incredible job, and to see her over here with so much going on in the world around her as well, and she's just giving it her all, getting a 6.33 on her first wave is pretty awesome.
Yep, you're right, and I haven't heard of her before, but she's definitely someone I'm going to keep my eye on.
Yeah, well worth it, that's for sure. And Hinata Shimizu out in this heat. Her first wave was a 5. She had a few heats in the Pro Junior event as well, which we saw in the first 2 days of competition. She's an incredible surfer. She has so much power as well. I get super excited to watch her. So these 4 ladies in this heat, I mean, we can't really single out one heat in particular because they are all so stacked and there are so many stories within each heat for each competitor. But this one is just, these ladies have really shown why they deserve to be here in this round of 32.
Yep, and speaking of round of 32, there are still so many heats to be surfed today. We will be finishing off this round and then heading into the men's round of 32. Hopefully we will be finishing everything today, as tomorrow it will be finals day. So coming up after this heat, we have Anon Matsuoka, a winner here in the past in the Krui Pro, Lucy Dara, Jasmine Studer, and Gia Lawrenson. So pretty stacked heat coming up. Heat 6, Kailani Johnson, Minami Nonaka, Sara Wakita, and Safi Betty. Heat 7, Jolly Stokes, Shino Matsuda, Shuhan Jin, and Simon Iwa. Shino also has qualified to the Olympics last year. She was there for surfing, spent some time out in Tahiti. So, there's some big names coming. And to finish off this round, Zui Deng, Natalie Fensom, Ziggy McKenzie, and Isla Hupats.
Wow. I know Ziggy and Isla, I'm pretty sure, are traveling together and staying together. I keep seeing them around each other all the time. So I think they're, feeling a little sad to be in the same heat, but maybe excited if they can get the 1-2.
Yeah, you're right. They are staying together, and I know they are staying together as well with Emmy and Emmy's younger sister, Izzy. So it's a great crew of girls that they've got going on. I see them at Leafy's a lot, and they're always like, yeah, we just came back from Mandiri. We went to Krui. So they look like they're here on a surf trip as well.
Yeah, it's super exciting. They're just having the best time together, and it's cool to see such a powerhouse of women pushing each other. And this lady right here, Hinata Shimizu, she was having a look at that one. Not really the wave that she was looking for. We have, of course, seen the swell pick up in size throughout the day, which is super exciting. There was some heats in that some waves in that last heat, and I was like, whoa, that is a solid wave coming through.
Yeah, Leilani getting that 8. I mean, Mirai finished with a 15.2 heat total, and Leilani a 14.67. That's huge. Those are some big scores coming through. They were killing it. Leilani bringing out her the pavones style. So she must be feeling right at home here.
Yeah, I think she is. She loves a left point, of course, being a goofy footer as well. She's like, this is, my dream. I was even talking to Jay Brown before, and I was like, dude, you stressed me out in that heat. And he's like, yeah, sorry about that. I was like, it's all good. And I was like, keep it going. He goes, as long as there's swell on the left point, I'm stoked. For all the goofy footers here, I'm sure that they're just losing their minds a little bit. Mind you, I'm a natural footer, and I actually was like, I'd like to be surfing a heat out there today because it is so fun. But it's even better to just watch these women absolutely tear it up because it's been so incredible just seeing the big numbers be dropped.
Yep. And speaking of Pavones, I know you spent some time there last year.
Yes.
Do you find that this wave is similar, or what do you think?
I think it is. Yeah, it is pretty similar. It just doesn't have that like fatter section as what this wave does here. I didn't get Pavones pumping when I was there. I got it really fun on a couple of days, but not that like all-time picturesque. I think they've had some fun waves lately, but yeah, I still love it here. This is so fun.
Yep, this wave is world class. And this now is Hinata Shimizu wanting to back up that 5. So great start, but this wave kind of just fattening out a little bit and having a bit of whitewash on the face. Looks like she just tripped over there, but plenty of time left. 5.5 on the clock. So it's looking like Ruby True with that 633 wanted to back it up because no one really has anything too solid just yet.
Yeah, this is that last wave of Hinata's really nice first turn. And you can see she drives through this second one, really taking her time. But this was unfortunate. Hit a bump and it just caught her off guard. And she goes down. So this heat has really slipped away and not many waves have been ridden. I mean, 5 minutes remaining, just under is Ruby True. She has the best wave of the heat, that's 633, but her backup's a 2.83, which is, you know, if we're looking at the last heat, a very big difference.
Yep, you're right. And sometimes that just happens when you have a wave that's full of waves. It's possible that the next one is pretty quiet, and that's just the ocean and what makes our sport so exciting. But yeah, so Ruby True now, if she wants to stay in first, she's gonna have to get rid of that 283 because all the other surfers in this heat are incredibly talented and don't need big scores to go into an advancing position.
Yeah, it's needing 3s for Kana Nakashio and Charlie Haitley is pretty scary. It's a pretty scary position to be in for Ruby and for Hinata. So I feel like, yeah, no one's safe in this heat with 4 minutes to go. It's just the time that's really going to play the biggest factor. But we've seen, it just feels like it's been the story of this whole event so far. The buzzer beaters. What is going on with that? We've seen so many buzzer beaters. I mean, it's been exciting for sure, but it's, you know, in the last 3.5 minutes, it just, I don't know about you, Giada, but I get invested. I'm like, wow, I want all these surfers to do well. And then scores need to come through and they get waves and they do good or they fall. My heart starts racing.
Yeah, I totally agree, especially since we've competed in the past and we know that feeling of, you know, needing a score. You get that wave and your heart starts racing when you're just waiting for that score to come through. And when it does and it's the score you need, it's the best feeling in the world. But then when it's not, it really just brings this, your heart just drops.
Yeah.
So that's why I think we get really invested in these heats and these athletes just work so hard leading up to these events and so much hard work goes into it. So I think we just know the feeling.
Yeah, definitely. It's it's an exciting feeling, but also a nerve-wracking one for sure. It's like, whoa, you know, there's just so much that's going on. Now I feel it for everyone that I watched. I'm like, I thought I put this behind me. I thought I wasn't feeling these emotions anymore, but they just roll through because, you know, you have friends out there or people that are basically family to you and you just really want them to do well. But yeah, I don't know about you, but I was a crier. Anytime I'd lose heats, I would wait till I would go home and I'd have a little tear.
Oh, 100%. I feel like everyone's a crier, but just there are some who show it and some who don't, you know? So it just depends. Well, no, there are criers and then there's like the angry ones like, that are just real angry about losing. This is Kana Nakashio now needing a 3.20 to go into second. So this wave just not providing too much. Maybe here on the inside, she's going to get a couple more critical turns in. Will she finish this one off? And she does. Wow, that was a beautiful turn from Kana Nakashio. Decides to pull off, and behind her is the current heat leader, Ruby True, oh, beautiful turn there to finish that wave off. So some scores to come through. We are at 1:20 left. This is going to get pretty critical right now.
Yeah, you can see Kai Otten paddling over to Ruby here. Probably just going to give us some words of wisdom with a minute to go, or maybe just make his way in, because I think Ruby has bettered that 2.83. I feel like we'll see Kana move up into second. So it's Charlie Haitley and Hinata Shimizu who are looking for scores, I would say, because there was that one really good moment of that last wave of Kana's. With just under 1 minute, we've seen that means that there's enough time for sure. This last wave of Ruby, nice first turn. She's showing so much patience on this wave. I love how she's not trying to outrace it, staying in the pocket. Bit of a fumble there, but does well to regroup and locks into this section. Really love how low she gets as well to just sell the fact that, yeah, I made that turn and it's a completion. And that's going to go into my top 2. So, seems like Ruby's just, surfed a really smart heat.
Yep, you're right. And I like what you said, that she was patient with the wave. She was waiting for the wave to tell her when to do a certain turns, and really nicely done there from Ruby. So for now, Kana Nakashio with the last one goes into first, but Ruby only needing a 4.23. So it is Kana Nakashio and Ruby True going into the next round. With that, we're going to have a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go, brother.
It is day 7 of the Krui Pro. We've had an incredible day so far, and there's still more to come. Jasmine Studer up and riding on her first wave. Nice connection to start this one off. She's patient. Gets a second one in as well. She's been a really strong surfer, a standout. Unfortunately, just a bit of a fumble there. She's going to be taking on Anon Matsuoka, Lucy Dara, and Gia Lawrence. And in heat number 5 of the women's round of 32, I'm True Starling. Joined in the booth to call me through the action of this one is Mark Clift. Hello.
Hello. Just been lurking around outside. Things are getting pretty hot down here. It's just after lunchtime. Steaming up down here on the point at Ujong Bachor, and brutal out there in the sun. You've got to hunt the shade at all opportunities, which leads me to the athletes out there in the water. It's super hot out there in the lineup, hey, and you're doing big paddle outs after waves and surfing waves like jazz and putting everything into it, and then having to paddle back out. Every time I get a post-heat interview, the athletes are sweating on the brow when you're talking to them, right? It's pretty intense out there.
It's so hot out there. There's so much going on. Even, the water's hot, the air's hot. There's not really much of a break until you get to that cold shower at the end.
Oh, so good. All right, we've got a little bit to get through to that point. I think we've just passed the halfway mark of the day, everybody. So we've penciled in 25 heats today. It's looking like we're going to get there. This is heat number 5 of the women's. So a former champion there in Anon Matsuoka in the red, holding pole position, not letting the girls on the inside, trying to just boss her way into the first really good wave. But Jazz, pretty good opening there. That will settle her nerves. A 4.33, although she did fall. I think she did some confident turns. We know she's got a little knee issue, but it didn't look like there was anything to worry about right there. She's got Aria and all of Team Indonesia in her corner, giving her plenty of advice and support. And no doubt Luke's online watching. If you are, g'day, Luke.
Yeah, there's plenty of support here, which is, I was talking with Gia about this before. There's so many amazing teams and groups that are traveling with each other, and going through the wins and the losses with each other. It's just so awesome. And particularly with the Indonesian team in Taiwan last year, they were the loudest and the most excited group of people for all of their athletes' heats. It was amazing to see. And Lucy Dowright now up and riding. She's from the south coast of New South Wales. Nice second turn there. Lucy got second in the under-16 Australian junior titles at the end of last year. And she put on a great performance there. And wow, huge turn, but comes unstuck. Anon out behind her.
All right, former winner. Anon is a big deal. Everywhere she goes, she is a strong competitor. She had a little bit to think about, attacking the lip right there, but it's probably wise to just preserve yourself at the start of the heat. But yeah, there's a lot to like about this matchup. Anon, 3 goofy footers. Gia, what's Gia? I'm not sure.
Gia's natural footer.
There we go. So 3 goofies up against Gia in the green. The natural footer. Gia has priority. But lots of strength surfers in this heat, right? Out of the goofies that I know pretty well from what I've seen so far, all mighty handy. I have seen Gia surf a lot of times as well. It looks like she's paddling for this wave, doesn't opt to pull the trigger. But Lucy won a really high-quality heat the other day. I had an interview with her. She's quietly spoken. She's just such a good competitor as well that I reckon has got a big future because she's quite young.
Yeah, she's super young. As I was saying, she was in the under-16s last year. Yeah. So she would be moving up into the under-18s category for the junior events. And she's just surfing beyond her years. Love seeing her in these QS events, really going for it. And wow, this last turn would have been huge if she had been able to make that. And then this is Anon. She's a 2023
That's right here.
leader, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, Anon did win just a couple of years ago, 23, so 2 seasons ago, 2 hit-outs ago, she won here. She was also still in the Pro Juniors this year, so another sort of a young surfer.
How are these
really
junior surfers just taking over?
Well, it's
amazing.
It's amazing how good they get early. When you look at Lucy and and these sort of people, that it's just incredible that the way how far surfing's gone. When you were 15 years ago, you weren't at events doing stuff like this.
No.
You were at home trying to figure it out, surfing your local beachy and just hoping to get a freeze or a cheap new board off somebody or whatever. And now they're fully sponsored. They've got these really cool crafts. They've got coaches, and they're all stepping onto international stages like this. So same with Jazz. She's another youngster just going through the motions and getting better as we go. I've seen her surf for a long, long time. But Anon is just such a force, and I can't say enough good things about her over the years here at the Krui and Nias events. I've seen her blow Nias to pieces as well on her backhand. So she's definitely not a one-trick pony.
Oh no, she also won the Cloud9 event in 2023, I think, as well, actually.
A breakout year.
Yeah, she was just going for it. Won the event over in Siargao, which was incredible. And yeah, she's on the Challenger Series now. She actually, I'm pretty sure she got a 41st there at Newcastle. So I think she got knocked out in that first heat. But still, every day after that, she was there. First one there in the morning, last one to leave in the afternoon. It was just incredible to see her dedication to getting better and to performing well in any event that she has. And I mean, right now she has got some really incredible surfers against her. Gia Lorenzen hasn't had a wave yet, but Gia, her backhand is so strong. Right. I'm excited to see what she does on this next wave. Sometimes she has a few moments, but she's really good at collecting herself and putting herself back into a heat. So I feel like she's just going to be sitting pretty.
All right, let's see. And I hope she gets the opportunity shortly, because with the rev up like that, I can't wait to see her ride a wave and show us what she's got. But we've got a lot of big heats to get through today. Obviously, we've got 4 more of these, and then we've got the men's round of 32. And I'm glancing through the draw, and it's like, oh, what an afternoon's entertainment we've got. It just keeps getting better and better. So for the crew online, I reckon just get comfy and if you're still at work, maybe knock off, go home and just watch what's about to go down here at Ujong Pachor Reef this afternoon.
It's a perfect day here, really.
So it is. When I walked outside and I'm looking at the ocean, it's just glistening offshore. It's steaming hot, puffing little breeze. It's all looking really good. The waves are swinging around a little bit. It's a tricky lineup to read. When you see the TV set, you're like, "What's he on about?" That's it looks pretty standard to me, but it is tough.
Mm.
And there's a lot of big sets that don't add up to much. There's varying takeoff points, so you've got to really use all your waterman skills today, I believe, to get on the best waves, and you have to get through.
Yeah, I agree. There's moments in heats where those big sets roll through and people just get caught out of position or they get caught duck diving. The caddies have been getting smoked. 2 heats ago, I was watching and there was big sets rolling through and I was like, oh my goodness, everyone that was paddling out, all the caddies and everyone that was paddling out in the next heat got so smoked. I was like, wow, this is so heavy. They just got every set on the head. They got pushed back about 20 to 50 meters further in and they had to basically restart the paddle out. And that just shows how much power this wave has. And it's exciting because when you see those turns in those tight pockets or in those, really gnarly sections, you know how powerful it is and how much it's going to hurt if you fall.
Yeah, and I mean, the caddies sit out there and they just bide their time, but the biggest parts of these waves head down in that direction. And
yeah.
I remember last year, right, caddies were breaking boards down there.
Oh, it's so heavy.
You almost needed caddies for the caddies sitting in a slightly different spot. But anyway, that's what happens when the direction's just a little off skew. The waves, this reef really loves a little bit of west, and you don't need a big swell for it to do its best work. So when you get a combination of some chunky Indian Ocean and perhaps not the absolute A-grade numbers for the direction, it can keep you guessing.
Yeah,
all right.
For
So
sure.
at this stage, Lucy and Jazz are looking very similar with their first numbers, and on strength as always, and generally a well-measured, very contestable young lady. The way she goes about manufacturing a heat, she definitely knows what she's doing with the ration. I believe years ago I was having a chat with her and I'm like, will you just get on the CT? Because I just was loving what she was doing, and she's almost there. She's having a good look at it.
Yeah, for sure. It's exciting and it's definitely a long process. We've got the QS, then into the Challenger Series. But someone who is really leaning into that process and wanting to make more heats in this one is Ruby True, and she's down there with Giada Lagati.
All right, I'm here with Ruby, the winner of the last heat. But I want to ask you, you're an Olympian as well as the X Games. Tell us a little bit about your skating background.
I've always loved skating and surfing, and growing up by the beaches next to the skate park, always been into it. And yeah, everyone always asks me what I love more, skating or surfing, but I can never decide. And trying to balance both is the hardest thing because all the surfers are like, oh, you're a skater, and the skater's like, oh, you're a surfer. So, but I love it, and I love having a new comp every single month. And yeah, so grateful to be here.
All right, and what made you also decide to start competing in surfing?
I love competing. Like, I have 2 sisters at home, and we're always competing for stuff, whether it's like, I don't know, who can get out in the surf the first or something. So it's always kind of been, I've always kind of loved competing, and yeah, it's great.
What do you think is the main difference between the contests in skating and surfing?
They're both quite similar, very competitive, but the skaters, it's like a big family. Like, we all come together, and when someone lands their tricks, everyone's banging their boards and they're coping, like, so stoked. When the surfing's more individual, I feel like everyone's kind of got their own thing going on, but I've made heaps of friends in both, and it's great traveling the world, meeting new people, and I feel like the surfers and skaters both get along because they have, like, similar interests, and yeah, I love it.
That's incredible, and you surfed a great heat. Is there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home?
I just want to say thanks to the Northern Beaches High Performance Program for making this possible, all the coaching, filming, the caddying. It's been amazing, and thanks to my parents and my sponsors for making it possible.
All right, thank you, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Giada, and thank you, Ruby, an incredible young woman she is. And she put on a great heat, taking out, getting the win over Kana Nakashio, who is the Bonsoi Asia Super Series leader in that Bonsoi leader's jersey. Right now, with 12 minutes to go, not much going on in this heat. 3 waves caught, a 6-5 for Anon. We do have a score, for Gia to lock in. But Anon 6-5, looking really good. A 4-4-3 for Lucy. And Jasmine locking in that 4-3-3. So scores for Gia Lorenzen to lock in as well.
Didn't see it. Was it a good way? Oh, it's more of the same by the look of these numbers rolling in. There it is, a 4-3-7. So 3 surfers living in a very similar scoreline bracket. Anon will be chuffed. She's broken the mould a little with the 6-5. I'll tell you what, a heat that I did look at while I was outside earlier that I wasn't commentating was that heat 3 with Mirai and Leilani. To have 2 former winners in your heat, I really feel for young Olive out of WA and Holly Williams. Tough heat. Looking at the numbers they threw up, they're back in winning form as well. So, there's some deadly competitors out there. And for me, that was just the toughest heat of the day because even the surfer that got second, which I think it was Leilani, really had some big scores as well, yeah?
Yeah, she had a 14-point-something combination.
For second?
What? It was really, really crazy. So, I mean, that heat was a stacked one. Mirai was going to town. Lei was going to town. Olive and Holly, there was nothing wrong with their surfing. They just went on the waves that Mirai and Leilani were on. And this is that last wave of Gia's. It's a bit of a fatter one to start, but looks like it walls up potentially on the inside.
Well, she had to get the ball rolling, right? So she saw this thing and just went, look, I'm just going to make something of it and just see what happens down the line. So got a pretty good hit down there at the end. Probably the highlight of that heat, of that wave. It just was one of those waves that sort of run away from her a little bit. It hit the deep water really quick and didn't offer any super steep sections, but she's put herself right there with the other 2 in blue and white to at least have some number. It's going to be really come down to their backup scores. Anon, we know, will do Anon things with 10 minutes to go. She's got second priority in the lead. Jazz has first priority. Team Indonesia are filling up a majority of the athlete area down there watching their supporters. And young Jazz puts in a monstrous paddle. Here she goes.
Wow, that was an incredible paddle to get onto this wave. Nice opening carve for Jasmine Studer. Driving through another one. She just looks so good on rail. I love watching her surf. So much power. Just really pushing off that back foot. Oh, make that turn, and that's a good score. So she goes off screen. I don't know if she made that one. And out the back, Gia also goes down. Unfortunately, 9.5 minutes to go.
All right. Well, Jazz really put a solid bit of effort into that last turn. It looked a lot like Lucy's effort on her first ride, really blasting the lip. It's a tough section to hit. If you get it marginally wrong and you're just a percentage or 2 off absolute pinpoint perfection, really easy to fall. So at least Jazz is going for it. She did some pretty good work before that, so she's going to get another number that will be similar in the neighbourhood of what's already dropped. It'll be enough for second. I'm tipping it. Actually, probably take her into the lead on the strength of 2 waves. So this is that last effort again. Jasmine Studer rides her dad's boards, lives in Bali. A very likeable character as well. A youngster has been doing around. So look at this. She really got up there and tagged it. So I like the fact that she went for it. Would have made a great photo right there. Boom.
Yeah, that was huge. And this is Gia out behind her. Nice first turn for Gia Lorenzen. Grabs a rail for the second one, but unfortunately goes down. It was a better looking turn, but just catching that rail. 2.43 for Gia Lorenzen. Jasmine's locks in at a 3.57. So Jazz and G go up into first and second. Anon needs a very small score to take second place, and Lucy Dara, much the same.
Yep, so you would expect those positions will be shortly lived because Anon, she's got priority. Lucy's got second on the priority billing. So both red and blue lurking around very dangerously. The top-seeded surfers in this heat, though, now on the hunt. It looks like a wider set just starting to present. In glistening conditions here this afternoon. It's prime conditions. No complaints with that. There's plenty of swell out there. At times, perhaps a little bit too much, but you'd rather have too much than too little, which was the case yesterday. Here is Lucy.
Yeah, Lucy, patient here. She knows she needs to go big. Right. Nice first turn for Lucy Dara. Just the one as she kicks out, but nonetheless, that's going to be, I think, a pretty decent score. And Gia had a little look there, but wow, that was a really good one-turner.
I really liked it too because she's got a lot to like. She really has a red-hot go. Really engages a lot of rail. Body language looked good. A lot of spray flew. Here it is again. So just the build up to this turn, she measured it and she went, there it is. Crunch. Look at that body language. Very cool. for sure she'll move up into second. I reckon a 2.37. Bigger wave, one hit. I can see her moving up the leaderboard. Yeah, the judges are buying into this. Have a look at the numbers coming right in the middle of the scoring range.
Yeah, it's a 5.33 for Lucy Darragh. She goes up into first place. Her best score of this heat so far, and the second best number in this heat as well. So Gia drops down into third, needs a 3.53, and Anon needs a 1.4. I mean, a 5.33 for one turn just shows how powerful it was.
Lucy could just sit there and hang a hat on that and go, oh, they're loving me. I only did one turn. I got that sort of number. But it was the size of the wave. It was where she hit it. It was a really good connection. Threw in some really spicy body language as well to just make the turn look that good. A 5.33 for one turn. I agree. It's a gift of a number, but she deserved it.
Yeah, I agree. It was huge.
Well, again.
Wow, she's just finding the momentum in and out of that one, though. It looks a little bit stretched out. With 6 minutes to go, Lucy out in front right now, and it's Anon with priority, needing a score.
Yep, just saw her look at
It's
a watch.
not a big score. It's one. She needs a 1.5 just on 6 minutes to go. There's plenty of time.
Yep.
We'll see her
she's
get
on the
another
move
6.5,
now.
I'd say.
Oh, at least. So she's on the prowl. There's a swell line coming. I can see Anon with the head up. She's kind of showing some interest, but not enough to pull the trigger. The wave behind it's looking even better, so she might have a decision to make any moment now. No, she decides does she? She's still not convinced she wants it. Still having a look, still paddling deeper. I think she wants a piece of it, but no. Lets it slide through. All right, watching replays. Lucy Darragh. So this would be Lucy's 4.43. Thanks to the Bonsoy replay.
Yeah, this was a sick turn. That really honestly would have been in the sixes as
Yeah.
well if she had made that. And then this is the 5.33 for that last wave of Lucy Darragh. I mean, look at this turn. Bang. Tags it. Just throws so much spray. That was, yeah, really, really incredible surfing there from Lucy. And right now, she's in the lead. So she's doing exactly what she needs to be doing out there. And it's such a young competitor as well in this heat is, showing her competitive maturity.
Maybe we've had a bit of cloud cover come across out the front there. It's looking like the screen got a little bit dark, but maybe it is. If so, it'll be a welcome relief from the blazing heat. So I'm sure Lucy will realise, though, that Anon hasn't got a second wave, right? So Lucy will be going, right, I need to be in this position now because as soon as Anon rides, things will probably change rapidly. Anon only needs a 1.4 for second and probably just over around about 3 points for the lead. Yep, just over 3 for the lead. So she's looking, she's turning. The 2023 champion here at Ujongbuchor is Anon Matsuoka out of Japan. So just weaving a little setup number, just keeping her eye, looking for the sections to identify where the big moves are going to come. This section here, she does a better work. Just a nice grind out of the lip. Didn't really put too much back foot into it, but just steers the board around, hits the end section. Job well done. She knows she needed a small number. That's what you call playing the game by a veteran who knows what to do in those situations. A young veteran. He's only, what is he, 20? Sorry. But a serious campaigner. That was sick.
Yeah, that was really smooth stuff from Anon Matsuoka. She'll go to first off the back of that wave for sure. And it's going to be a fight for second, I think, because we've got 3 minutes to go. I don't know if Anon will get back out there in time, but it's Jasmine Studer and Gia Lorenzen. Looks like Gia also got a wave as well in that moment.
Right.
So she has a score line to maybe potentially a score to lock in as well. Just under 3 minutes to go. Lucy, she's controlling the heat right now with first priority.
All right. Well, this is a good thing. She's really well positioned. That 5.33 still stacks up. A one-turn wave, big number. People have been getting through with 5.33s. She just got to hope that becomes her second number. So let's watch Anon's last ride again. Just measuring this. She knows she just wants to finish it. She's probably going to run out of time to get back out there and get another one. So she's gone, I've got to play the game. So she's really read the play well here. She hasn't really taken a major risk on this wave. Hasn't been asked the question just yet until that end section, which she sticks up there, jams it in and just rode out comfortably. So a well-measured ride, straight to first place there for Anon.
Yeah, I feel like Standard procedure for Anon Matsuoka from that last one. It's going to lock in at her second best number. It's a 5.3. She goes up into first place. And right now, Lucy with priority looking for a 6.48 to go to first, which means Jasmine Studer is chasing a 5.43. And Gia Lorenzen looking for a 5.39. She has a score to lock in, it seems like, with a minute and a half just over to go in this heat. It's an important score if Gia did catch a wave. We haven't really seen it. I'm hoping there's a replay, but we're not too sure just yet. But there's lines coming through.
There is plenty of energy heading onto the reef. Blue's sitting out the back. She lets it go. Wave for Gia into second. 5.57. We missed it.
Wow, this last wave of Gia would have been a good one. It's a 5.7, the second best wave of the heat. So
Lucy, she's not controlling the heat.
No.
She's in trouble.
Wow, she needs a 4.75 to go up into second place. It's been a real seesaw battle. We're going to watch Anon's wave. I think hopefully there's no live action right now. Lucy needs a score with just under a minute to go.
That's the 6.5 for Anon. Here's the 5.3, was it? 5, yep, thereabouts. So this is what got her into the lead. Now, I'm pretty certain there was a moment for Lucy that she may have to capitalise on this set that was rolling through. Maybe we can cut straight to the live action in a moment.
Yeah, with 30 seconds to go, this is really crucial, these moments for Lucy Darragh and Jasmine Studer. Lucy looks like she still holds first priority. Don't think she had a look in on any of those waves that came through.
She's going to dip out here.
Wow.
14 seconds. Stuff turned around really quick. Didn't see the wave of Gia's, so no comment on that exchange. But for sure, she got a ripper. Anon, the former winner, will move through in first, so you'll get to have a chat with her, or maybe Di. But I think Anon speaks good enough English. Gia Lorenzen into second, resurrected herself at the back end of that heat. Feel a bit sorry for Lucy. She had a red-hot go at it, and I feel a little bit sorry as well for Jazz. Anyway, that's how it goes, everybody. That was the end of Heat 5. Back in a moment with Heat 6.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Righto, and Heat 6, the round of 32 of the women's has started. We're watching Safi Vetti out of New Zealand right here on our screen, ripping straight into it in the first minute. A big finish would be pretty handy and kind of goes upside down. Made it look easy. A lot of other people have been dusted right there. Not an easy section to hit, but Safi Vetti, boom, crunches it big time. Didn't see the start of the wave, so we'll have to rely on our Bonsai replay of that one, and also Kailani's first wave in red. They're up against Minami Nonaka and Sara Wakita. I'll welcome back our Japanese counterpart here in Dai Wako. G'day, Dai.
Good afternoon. Just
All right.
passing afternoon.
Replay.
Wow.
So this is Kailani, first wave of the heat. Replay we're watching. All right, so she got around that section and she got to hit it. She goes into a layback, probably needs to just stay strong in the legs, but this wave looks really good for Safi.
This is a bigger size waves, but really tugs into it under the lip, and just a couple checking turns here. But after this, I think she's got a really great connection right here.
Boom.
Wow, that's a huge, solid finishing turn.
Yeah, for sure. Good start, good finish.
Definitely good start. It's going to be a healthy number for Safi.
I mean, just that end section is just so important to leave the judges with some sort of really good impression just before they write down a number. I mean, if you get that end blast right, you know, their impressions of your ride are good as they go to put pen to paper before they type in a score, and then probably watch replays and get that number where it needs to be. But I liked it. Safi will have a big score to kick things off. She'll be pretty happy with her work early in Heat 6. Kailani's number is dropping as well. It's looking quite healthy. So Kai's the surfer in red out of Team Indo, 583. And he's white.
脇田選手、1本目のライディングになります。これは中ぐらいのセットの波に乗って、綺麗なオープニングカーブ、そして切り立ってきたところに縦へのアクション。これもいいところへのアクションになってきました。少し難しいセクションですが、ここもうまく対処し、インサイドまでつなげてきます。ここからラストセクション入るとそのスコアを伸ばしていきますが、この波はラストセクションなく終わりましたが、素晴らしいライディングをしてくれました。ホワイトに脇田沙羅選手、そしてブルーに野中みなみ選手、現在ファーストプライオリティで波を待っています。
And a point spread between Green, the Kiwi surfer, and Kailani, the Indonesian surfer, there in favour of Safi Vedi. And I agree. It was a better ride. It was a stronger finish, unlike KJ fell on the end of her wave. So, Sarah, tell me a little bit about her.
Well, she's from a big surfing family. Her dad is Wakita, Mr. Wakita-san. He's a big charge at Pipeline. He has a peak named after his name, Wakita Peak. He always sits deep at the back.
That's him. He's the guy at Pipeline.
Yes.
Sits kind of almost off the reef, waiting for those random
Pretty
things.
much go for
So what's
all
his
the
first
closing
name
up.
again?
Wakita Takayuki.
Okay.
Yes, that's her dad. And her brother is also a well-known surfer in Japan and also in Hawaii, Taichi Wakita. And actually her mom is a really great surfer as well. So big surfing family.
And is she a charger? Obviously, she's been to Hawaii, no doubt.
I mean, they all spent long time in Hawaii. She went to school, elementary school until like junior high. And she moved back to Japan when she was probably hitting 14 or 15 years
So she went to school in Hawaii?
Yes. Right. Pretty much they were born and raised in Hawaii.
Okay, well, there's definitely some stats right there. And what about Minami?
Minami is from Chiba. Been competing a long time. I'm pretty sure that she won the Japan National Championship once a couple of years back. So she's a well-known surfer in Japan.
All right. She's the only one waveless at this stage in heat number 6. It was a ripping start by all of these. None better than Safi Vedi with the 6.83. A point under that. Kailani Johnson is well positioned, and Sarah there just dropping a mid-range 5. But at least they're all off and racing with 19 minutes to go. I think things are really well positioned now to round out the back end of the draw and the back end of heat 6.
Yeah, having the 5 and 5 mid-5 is a great way to start, but having this mid-6 is the best way to start this heat off.
All right, well, we're going to hear from true starling and winner of the last heat, Anon Matsuoka. So take it away, ladies.
Thank you so much, Anon. Congratulations on another heat win, but that one was a little bit stressful.
Yeah, I'm so happy to into the next round, but the last heat was a little bit slow, but it's very simple. I just wait the good wave and then catch the wave, make the riding. So I'm just happy.
You're a previous winner here in 2023. You're on the Challenger Series as well. Do you want to get another win and hopefully keep going with that momentum into South Africa?
Sure. I want to get the first place in this event too, and then I'm just focused for next event and prepare my surfing and condition. Yeah.
Taking it one heat at a time. It's been a pleasure to watch you surf. You're looking really strong out there. I'm sure you have lots of people at home that are watching you as well. Would you like to say hi to them in Japanese?
ありがとうございます。ここ数日結構波が小さくて、やっと波が上がって私の出番が来て、結構スローなヒートで2本しか乗ってないけど、まあしっかりラウンドアップできたので、この調子で次のラウンドも頑張ります。
Okay. Thank you, Anon. Back to you guys.
Real. Well, there she is. Very likeable character. And on the much experienced campaigner doing the rounds for a long time. On the Challenger Series as well. And really probably one of the leading chargers in women's surfing coming out of Japan, I reckon. Would that be fair enough?
Definitely, she's a very talented and well-known surfer in Japan. She has good result, and she spent a lot of time in Bali and Australia just for practicing surfing.
Saw her put up a lot of clips as well from the North Shore over the winter.
Yes.
Why? Yeah.
Like all the women surfers from Japan spent a lot of time in winter season as well. So they charge it. They just be ready for the big events like NIAS.
Well, it is going to be a big event, and I hope everybody's got some boards with a little bit of 6-ounce cloth, because they're expecting quite some thumping swells early on in the piece, and that is one wave that chews up boards and leggies, and you've got to be ready to throw yourself over the edge when we get up there. But that's next week. It's all about finishing off this week in style, and tomorrow we will crown champions out here at Ujong Bachor. So here is Minami.
野中選手の1本目のライディングになります。これはサイズのある波、カービングターンからパワーゾーンへ戻り、ここで切り立ってきているところに一発大きなターンを入れてきます。この波がインサイドまでつながっていくと点数を重ねていきますが、どうでしょうか。ここ、切り立ってきたところにしっかり縦へのアプローチをしていきます。そしてもう一発入るか。これはスープを越えてプルアウト。Well surfed from Minami.
Right. Which is good, because she needed a wave, right? And she finished a wave, a large wave. It's probably going to be, just in that mid-range area. Didn't really blow up, but it didn't fail. Just surfed a wave and made it count. Got to the end.
It was a bigger size wave, but here is white up and riding. 脇田選手2本目のライディング。さあ、ここはボトムターンで少し引っかかってしましたが。
So she had all the froth off Minami's wave. That's what went a little bit wrong there for Sarah. All right, so her number is immediately in. It's obviously a throwaway score. We can all see that. So Minami's wave is going to keep her in that conversation for a qualifying spot. Everybody will have started with something decent. We've still got a little bit of work to do in these 15 minutes for two people to put their hand up and go, I'm the one that wants to get through to round of 16.
It's going to be an interesting exchange if in the next the set comes, because everyone pretty much has close score for the first wave. We're still waiting for the last of Minami.
I reckon Minami's will be around those figures that we can see on our screen as well.
Definitely, it'll be close to the 5-point range. Probably slightly less 5 point, but 4.83 for the last of Minami.
Yep, so we've got a 6.83, a 5.83, a 4.83, and one that sits right in the middle. So everybody is, giving themselves a chance to progress here. It's really a matter of what goes into the second scoring line as to who will become a round of 16er, which will be surfed tomorrow and make their way through to finals day. So that's what we've got to remember, is everybody who gets through here out of the ladies have booked themselves a spot in the big show for finals day.
Right, round of 16. That's really important rounds to gain some points. You need to be at least round of 16 or above quarterfinals or semifinals to gain great points for the ranking.
Yeah, and points are what it's all about at these events, right? They're a big deal, and it's kicking off our Australasian region. Third in this round is 960 points, or 864 for a fourth placing. But if you get through into the next round, a third placing is 1890 or 1728 for a fourth. So it takes a substantial jump up by about 1,000 points.
Pretty much like getting a second in QS 2000.
And the prize money doubles, all right, as well. So I'm sure everybody, prize money never goes out of fashion. Everybody likes a few dollars to help them get to the next event. And, they're pro surfers, so money is part of their job.
Yeah, and so much expenses already paid in this journey from, Krui to NIAS. So they really need the extra money.
All right, the stage is set. We're halfway through this matchup. Everybody's off to a start. Who can back it up? Who can do it in the best style? Safi Vedi with the 6.83, a bigger wave with a good start and a good finish, representing New Zealand last year at the Olympics. So she will. I saw her at Lakey before that. I said, "How you going?" She goes, "I'm a bit nervous." going to Chopu, and
Right.
in the biggest of stages like the Olympic Games, it's like, oh my gosh, and now I've got to do it. The one time I do qualify and we're going to a Chopu, oh my goodness, everyone's going to be watching. And she was at Lakey for that reason, to do a little bit of training and take some drops and get her confidence up to where it needed to be. But she's here again for another year, another crack at the Asian series, off to the best start. So we've been on about the typhoon brewing off Japan with all these really good surfers that are coming through, and we've suggested that it's not far off before somebody really cracks it and hits the CT on the women's side of the draw and the men's side of the draw. So if you could put you on the spot and go, okay, give me one women's name and one men's name who you currently think could be the first CTers out of this current batch.
Well, gotta say Hiroto, and for the men's side, he's probably in Japan preparing for the QS in South Africa. And women's side, well, it's hard to say. Everyone's
There's a lot. Give me a name. There must be someone, or there might be a couple that stand out. But out of the couple that do stand out, pick one of them and give me a name. Who do you reckon?
Well, both Sarah and Minami sounds great. They're the ones, and I probably would say Mirai and Amuro Tsuzuki, who is not here this year, but she is in the CS tour. So, yeah, those names pop up.
All right, I'm sorry. It was a tough question.
It definitely was a tough question to ask.
And because I see a lot of them, but I don't get to see all of them, there's probably some I don't see that might still be at home or injured or whatever. So I was just sort of delving into the fact that I believe it's going to happen sooner or later. And, the hype on what I'm seeing out of Team Japan, it's real. And then we've got other people like when you see Iko, what he did winning the juniors the other day. There's so many crew that you could all put in a very similar conversation, but this is the very best score of the heat, folks.
That was a great looking wave with an open face, cleaner face actually. This wave comes 6.83, a lot of work done at the back and gets a big finish. So this is a bonus section actually to get herself in the first place.
Yeah, really hit that section with good momentum. Would have got a majority of the points of that ride off hitting that end section, because not many people actually blast the lip and survive. So the timing was perfect for Safi right there.
Right.
Since then, it's been a bit of downtime. Only had 5 waves ridden total this whole heat. 4 of them are keepers. They're starting to rapidly become keepers, those first 4 scores, as we're running out of time here. So backup numbers are going to be crucial. Next decisions will probably make huge determination as to who makes it through to the round of 16.
Definitely 9 minutes to go in this heat. Once you're on the bigger sets and then you ride it all the way to the inside, it'll take a little while to go back out. So time is ticking. There's still 9 minutes remaining, but I don't see there's enough time for a couple more. Probably could be 2 more waves each, but the waves just goes a little bit quiet at this moment.
All right, and still to come this afternoon on the women's side of the draw. Charlie Stokes, the Australian, will head out in the Red Rashi next heat, up against Japanese's Shino Matsuda. Shuhan Jin out of China, she will do it next. And also Simon Iwa, who's won here before, I'm pretty certain, as a junior, I think it was. She's in Heat 7. Heat 8, we've got another Chinese surfer in Deng. We saw her yesterday, Natalie Fensom, and another couple of Aussies there in Ziggy McKenzie and Isla Huppets to round out this lineup in the ladies' round of 32. So some big heats to finish that one up. And I was having a look at the men's draw, and there's 8 heats to finish off a very successful but long day. And some of the names, I'll give you the names that are in red, just so we can see who's leading out these 8 heats. We've got Winter Vincent, Caleb Tancred, Reef Hazelwood, Mayday Ariana, which is Fajar. We have Xavier Huxtable, Varun Tanjung, Jarvis Earl, the defending champ, and Saxon Reba. So plenty to look forward to here this Saab, but this is KJ.
Wow.
Lani Johnson.
Looking great waves. Managed to put 2 big turns in. Really love the first turn. Pushing really hard, throwing a lot of sprays, and gets a float in the last section. It was a great. It's gonna be a great backup for sure.
Yep, I'm tipping back up for KJ. Just tagging it a couple of times. No big moments there to really extract huge numbers out of the judges. But the first one to get some runs on the board is their second score. So with 7 minutes to go, she'll have enough time to get back out there and contest another ride, and we'll go straight into first. And now everyone's requirements will change. So a little bit of scoreboard pressure.
Definitely another good score for Kailani. Definitely put her into the lead with 6 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Wow, not many waves coming through this seat so far. Goes really quiet for a while. We are still waiting for the last of red. Few score locks in, but we need one more score lock in.
You know what? This has probably been the roughest heat we've seen all
Right.
morning for waves. I mean, Kai's number is in the best of the backup, a 4-4, all right? So that'll relieve a little bit of pressure off Kai. She's got her 2 numbers. Everybody else is now playing catch-up. Not big numbers we needed, but we're going to have a little look. Just a moment. Looks like there's a set coming.
Right, few lines coming to the lineup. This is very important exchange with 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go.
There could be an opportunity here, so we'll stay with the live action for the moment. Kailani with the 4-4, well positioned, just over 10 points as a 2-wave total, but I'm seeing plenty of energy head onto the reef. We haven't seen a whole lot of this in this heat, so this is super important now for Safi Vetti.
Safi is up and riding, looking for the great backup. Just checking down and gets the big finish.
She's
and
done it
she
again.
right out of it.
Believe it.
Super clean. So it's going to be a huge score for Safi.
2 from
again.
2 for Safi. Not many people hit that and live to
Right.
tell the tale, right? A lot of them get blasted.
But like
She's
few
done it
more
twice.
coming through now.
Oh, yeah. Almost a bit too much. Wise move by Safi just to back that ride. Hits the end bowl again. Is real gutsy stuff from the Kiwi surfer. And hit it perfectly. She
Right.
gave it a really good blast. Probably even better than her first waves finish.
Sponsor reply of the last of greens. I really love how she went vertical and just committed.
Blasting through
Up
the
and
roof.
si-
Judges
yeah.
are going to love that for sure. Sick commitment to a big section. And just based off what we saw earlier, 6.83 for her last wave where most of her points were that end hit. That was a better end hit. On a bigger
Definitely.
wave, I can see a really good number coming here for Safi.
Definitely it's going to be a keeper for Safi and put her into the comfortable situation.
All right, so she will go to first. Trust me, this will be quite a solid lead once it drops. The numbers are
Solid
coming
turns.
through. There it is, another score, very, very similar to a first because those finishing moves looked identical, but a slightly better on that effort. Just one check turn and a massive blast for a 6.87. The Kiwi will win this heat. Hands down, she's nailed the lead right here.
Yep.
Kailani needs a big number to win or improve a 4-4. The others need mid-range 5s, and they need them in a hurry because we've only got 3.5 minutes.
Definitely Safi is going to take a little while to all come down to the second place battle.
We're going to have a look at this again. Just queued up the boys, Safi Vetti. So here she is. This is what a 6.87 looks like, folks. So this is a check turn. Didn't get many points for this. Then she looks over her shoulder and gone, right, up now.
Wow.
Boom, crunch through the lip. It looked very similar to her first wave. That was so sick. She's got that end section on tap.
Yeah, she gets a bonus. Everyone else didn't have the last section to hit. So
Not like
that's all the points come from for Safi. 6.87 and 6.83, sitting the first position comfortably.
Yeah.
It's just a battle for the second place right now.
Well, it is. And KJ in the white, Sarah has priority. She
Right.
needs a mid 5. So both Team Japan, Minami, she needs something very similar. We can see them there. They've both got first and second priority. So
Yeah.
White will have first bite of the next cherry, the next good wave. Like to see Minami surf this one out as well.
Yeah, their requirements are not big, and
But they're not small either.
Yeah,
Mid fives
right.
are kind of, something really good's got to happen.
But they are really capable of getting those scores done in time. But just time is ticking. 2 minutes remaining. Is there gonna be enough time for them? Once the ocean goes, quiet, it take a little while to come back. So
Kind of, we know the tide is dropping. Generally, it's just been doing its lowest stuff late in the afternoon, so it's probably only an hour or so after full, but it is dropping.
right. Wow, come down to
AJ.
90 seconds remaining.
Kailani Johnson is the surfer with the neck on the chopping block. 90 seconds. 2 Japanese surfers can dislodge her from the round of 16. Safi Vedi has booked herself a position as one of those top 16ers. Outstanding performance. I'll get to have a chat with her in a moment, no doubt. But the ocean, I can't see many lines. It's not good reading for Team Japan.
Right. The ocean goes quiet. I don't see any lines on the horizon.
They've got to hold firm, though. They can't come in and just catch a scrappy one-footer just to get a wave, right? They've just kind of got to, realise they've still got priority. 50 seconds, something may pop up, but you can't just throw it away and come in and catch something like we're watching right there. That would be useless.
They needed some kind of decent turns to get requirements, mid fives. For the last 30 seconds, I don't really see anything happening at the back.
Oh, me either. I
Wow.
think Team Japan are copping a third and fourth here, mate.
Little bit of a stressful moment for white and blue.
Red cruising past in the next heat. Looks like Charlie Stokes taking up her position in the lineup. 10 seconds. It's looking like that's it. Safi Vedi, congratulations. I'll go and have a post-heat with her. Kailani Johnson holds on, representing Team Indonesia. See her in the round of 16. So that's Heat 6, folks. Over and out. They're the results. Throw to a quick break, and we'll get back with Heat 2 in just a moment. Heat 7, sorry.
Cow! Oh, mate. I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh! Wind's gone offies. Swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're going to get cone today. Yeah, let's go.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro, day number 7. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Jara. How are you this afternoon?
Really good. I'm excited for this Heat 7, the round of 32 of the women's. In the water right now is Jolly Stokes in the red, Shino Matsuda in blue, in white, Shuhan Jin, and in green, Sai Maniwa. So a pretty huge heat right now. This is the second last heat of the round of 32. We will go back into Heat 8 and then go straight into the men's round of 32. This is on your screen right now. Jolly Stokes opening up pretty strong. One of the smaller waves, but she's been swifting through pretty nicely. Just gets around that fast section. This wave gonna give her something to work with on the inside. Unfortunately, goes over and out.
Comes unstuck. It was a smaller size waves, but I think that was a great move from Jolly Stokes because in the last heat there were not many waves coming through. So getting the scores early stage is a good idea. But here's a replay of the last red. Couple solid turns in and a little bit of a downtime here, racing down the line, just waiting for the wave to steep up. Here it comes. the last section, but unfortunately comes unstuck. But definitely it wasn't too bad for the start. Get things going. We are still have a lot of time, 20 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. The last of red comes in 3.33.
Yeah, so let me know what happened in the last heat. What went down?
Well, there were not many waves coming through actually, and in the first exchange, Safi got a great wave, gets to finish, and other surfers didn't have opportunity to hit the last section in, so that's how Safi got first. And
well, this is Jolly Stokes on a set, just a quick up and out right behind her Simon Iwa.
マニュア選手1本目のライディング、さあ1発2発と2発目かなり厳しいところに当ててきましたが、前へ出ることができません。
So Sai has been here in Krui quite a few times already.
Right.
She has been a Pro Junior winner here in the past. She has told me that she spent quite a bit of time in Gold Coast area.
Right. She used to go to PBC as well, and now she is a uni student at I believe Griffith University. And
well, she's still in Australia.
She's still in Australia. Lives with her mom and sister.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she's having a great life on Gold Coast, surfing every day with a pretty good waves.
Yep. So she's used to those long peeling right-handers. This is Krui left though.
So you don't really, you not really be able to find lefts on Gold Coast. But still, there's a lot of beach breaks that you can practice on your left. But nothing like Krui long peeling left.
Yep, that's exactly right. Krui is an incredible wave, and it really showcases some high-class surfing because it gives you the opportunity to really just like hack into those turns, put that rail against the water, and really push your limits in the surfing.
Right.
We've seen some massive scores come throughout the years. Probably the only thing missing on this wave is probably some more barrels, and then it would be the perfect left.
That's so true, but this is 松田篠選手1本目のライディング、これは綺麗な波になってきています。ミディアムサイズの波で1発2発とターンを綺麗に決めていき、インサイドセクション、ここも大きなカービングを披露していき、ここでカットバックをして、この波、さあどうでしょう、インサイドまでつなげてくるか、ここで演技を終えます。That's a really good looking wave, from Shinomatsuda. Managed to put a couple good turns in. There's no vertical hits, but still it was a great surfing. And this is Shuhan Jin up and riding, nice off the top. Wow.
Oh.
That was a very critical section to hit.
Yeah, it was looking like she had it until that rail, that inside rail kind of just dug into the water and she kind of went over her board there. But really, really good surfing from Shuhan Jin. She had a great previous heat. Kind of if I remember correctly, a bit of a last minute win as well. But she seems like a solid surfer. I love that every time she places her board on, the crest of the wave, a big fan of spray just comes out the back. And she's a very kind of an elegant surfer. She didn't seem to be rushing anything. She had a smooth line. So it's nice to see Shuhan Jin.
Yeah, she's really good at, engaging the rail fully and a lot of commitment. But this is a reply of Shino Matsuda.
So Shino, our Olympian from Japan, good critical section there, wraps it around again. So nice surfing from Shino. This wave comes in at a 5.67. Jolly Stokes sitting on a 3.33 and a 0.5. Shuhan Jin's last wave a 2.30 and Simon Niwa a 1.93. So Shino right now taking the better of it.
Right.
A nice wave, lots of turns on it. Nothing too crazy or critical, but she's probably just wanting to get some scores on the board.
Yeah, like you said, she surfs really safe, but still she got that 5.67, which is pretty decent score to start with. So probably on her next wave, she will be eyeing for the critical section to gain better score with 17 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, and Shino, she's been around the contest scene for a really long time.
Yes.
She's got a lot of heats under her belt, and she knows what she has to do. At the end, the round of 32 is still pretty early in the competition, so you don't have to be surfing at 100% just yet.
Right.
You haven't reached the man-on-man. You could be passing heats with the 70% or 75% at this level of surfing.
That's true, because you don't have to win this heat, right? You kind of need to be in the second place to get through into a round of 16. So yeah, like you said, you don't have to commit 100% in this round actually.
Yep. And talking about passing heats, we're gonna head over to Mark Clift with the winner of the last heat, Safi Vet.
Okay, Safi Vetti, winner of the last heat out there. Safi, geez, you and that end section seem to be getting on really well.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I knew if my waves were kind of fat at the start that I should really commit to the end section and kind of give the judges a bit of a wow factor, I guess. So I'm happy that I landed both my waves.
If I was you, go and have a look at those replays because no one's done it better than that today, so well done. You're sweating, it's steaming hot out there. How is it adjusting coming out of New Zealand into this sort of stuff?
Oh, I mean, I don't think any Kiwi's ready for this heat. It's pretty dry in the mornings and arvos get kind of muggier. Yeah, I don't know. It's a different kind of heat over here, but I'm loving it. Trying to get a tan.
Well, listen, you booked yourself a spot in the top 16 and through to finals day. Is there a superstitious meal you have before finals day, or what do you do tonight?
Oh, that's a good question. I just get fed what I'm given at Jungle Surf. It's all really good food, and yeah, it's such a treat staying there every year with Esty and Adam and Beal. So yeah, just rest, reset, lots of electrolytes, lots of laughs with the crew, Alistair, Oscar Berry, Alani Morse, Reef Hazelwood and his girlfriend Hen, my travel buddy Taylor Green, and we're having a ball. So we love it here in Krui, and yeah, stoked on finals day, yay!
Woohoo! Well, it seems like you're in a happy place and you definitely need a drink of water, so I'm going to let you go and say all the best for finals day, Safi. You're a
Thank you so much, guys.
Cheers, team.
Epic Safi Vet taking the win on that last one, going straight to the round of 16. Tomorrow, our finals day. Safi is an incredible surfer. She has been an Olympian for Japan 2021. She represented New Zealand.
Oh, in Japan and France as well. I mean, Chopo as well.
I think so, actually, now that you say it.
Yeah, I think Mark was telling that she was Olympian for the in France at Chopo as well.
Yeah, so she is an incredible surfer. She has represented her country very well. An amazing person to be around. Safi is always happy, always positive, and she brings a smile to everyone's face.
Right. She's always smiling and surfs great.
Yep. So it is now our surfer in green, Simon Niwa, taking a look at this wave. We've got the drone angle from Ryan. She's on her backhand. A good first opening turn. So a bit of a smaller wave here. She wants to put some scores up on the board. 13.5 remaining.
Wow. She's done a couple of good job inside section. Managed to put 2 or 3 turns in, but this is Shino Matsuda. 松田選手、2本目のライディング、大きなカービングターンから縦のアクション、2ターンコンビネーションをきれいに決めていきました。
Oh, behind Jolly Stokes on a ball.
Wow.
That's a beautiful way to finish that wave. And I would love to see if she got any more work done on the outside. So it's looking like Shuhan Jin with priority out the back. A couple sets coming through, but Shino and Jolly getting the better of that exchange. This is our surfer in white right now. Taking a look at this wave, didn't see any potential for it, so decides to stay put.
But definitely interesting exchange from blue, red, and green. But take a look at this replay for Shino's last wave, racing down the line and throwing a huge carve right there, straight into vertical hit and right out of it. So clean. That was a great surfing from Shino Matsuda. And this is the last of Jolly. Oh, she did put one turn in at the back and gets the huge finish here.
Wow. That was really nicely done from Jolly. I think possibly be one of the best scores, if not the best score of this heat. Now in white Shuhanjin. Good looking wave, a bit of a smaller one, has a lot of whitewash on the face, but she's going through it really nicely. Getting a lot of turns done, getting all the work in. So she is currently in 4th with a 2.3, but she's going to be backing that up pretty quickly.
Definitely, it's going to be a really good score for Jin. You know, managed to put a couple good turns in, throwing a lot of sprays. But just like you said, Jolly Stokes' last wave could be a better number out of 4 wave. We're still waiting for the last of pretty much everyone's wave.
All right, so waiting for scores to come in, and while we wait, just take a look at that setup. You know, those 2 waves, absolutely no one out there. These girls, apart from, you know, being surfing incredible, they're probably having a blast.
Right. I'm just mind surfing right now on that one. No takers on this one. It's looking absolutely amazing.
I see you with your twinny out there.
Yep.
All right, so 10.5 left. We're waiting for the last of Shino right now. Coming, some stars trickling through, and it's looking like a pretty good backup for that 5.67, and it comes at a 6.67. So Shino goes straight into 1st, but it is now all eyes on Jolly because that last wave was impressive.
I gotta say, slightly better than the Shino's last wave because it has, you know, bigger size and bigger section to hit. So we were still waiting for the last of red and white. 松田詩野選手、2本目のライディングで 6.67 をマークし、現在第1位のポジション。マニュアサイ選手、第2位のポジションですが、現在、レッドの選手の最後の波、集計中です。こちら、いいライディング、いいスコアになってきそうです。A few healthy scores coming in for Jolly Stokes. 717. That put her into 2nd place now.
All right, so this is a replay of the 717 that just came through. So she opens it up with this turn, and I love the second one. You can really see her bottom turn deep and just go super vertical on that turn. That section was big. It was like coming at her pretty strong.
It's actually bigger than the first section to hit, and she just right out of it so clean. 717 now needing 517 to go into 1st place, and now she has 1st priority, and she's having a look at this one.
Yep, so Jolly taking a look at this one, and it's looking like she's gonna pull the trigger. She sets it up. Good 1st opening turn. I love that the drone angle, you can see the spray just come off the back. 2nd, nice one. Will she get a couple more turns in? She wants to get rid of that 3.33. A 517 to go to 1st. Unfortunately, falls off on that one, but she's going to be wanting to create a little bit of distance from herself and Shuhan and Sai. So good and smart surfing from Jolly.
Right.
But unfortunately, it does fall off on that last section. We'll see if the couple turns out the first part of the wave were enough to kind of extend her lead a little bit.
You know, I'm not too sure how critical it was from drone angle, but oh, yes, beach angle. Let's have a look at this one. Wow, big 1st turn, comes around the section, and gets another turn with a lot of spray and gets a little bit of checking turn, and this is where she falls off. It was a great looking wave, and she's done a couple of turns at the back. So I got a feeling that she's gonna better her backup score 3.33. I'm not too sure it's gonna be requirement to go into the first.
Yeah, so it was looking like a pretty solid score for Jolly. Unfortunate, yeah, that she fell, but I think she did some pretty nice work out the back. That second turn was looking pretty critical.
Right.
There we see the caddies all getting washed in from that last set. It just shows, that being a caddy is no easy job.
Right.
So if someone accepts being your caddy, it means that they really care.
That's so true. Getting all the sets on head, but still. Well, last wave of red 557. Now she's in the lead. And Shino Matsuda now needing 6.08 to go back into the lead.
Yep, so it is now Shu Hanjin and Saimaniwa with a bit of work to do with 6.5 left. They're going to have to get out there and get some scores on the board. A 7.67 and a 7.27 are pretty solid requirements.
Right, very solid scores. Pretty much they need to get best wave in this heat to go into the second place with 6 minutes to go. Time is ticking, and I don't think there's enough time for getting 2 waves. So probably the next exchange will be really crucial for every surfers. So now Shu Hanjin has first priority. Shino Matsuda with second. So Shino's trying to get a new update for the situation. 松田詩野選手、現在2位の位置に、ポジションしています。White up and riding.
Yep, so this is Shu Hanjin. Good first opening turn. This second one is gonna stand up for it. I love that second turn. Super critical, right in the pocket. Really well done from Shu Hanjin. She needs a 7.27, so this is definitely gonna be improving her scoreline. We'll see if she gets anything more done here on the inside, and she does. She's gonna have to ride out of it, and unfortunately she doesn't. So it's looking pretty tight for Shu Hanjin right now with 4 minutes 40 seconds left.
Well, that's really unfortunate for her, as she get a couple good turns done out the back. So only she needed was to finishing off the great turns, but fortunately she falls off. So now Shino Matsuda is up point. Having a look at this one, try to beat her backup score 5.67 with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go.
All right. So coming up next in this round of 32, Heat 8, we're going to be seeing Su Ying Deng, Natalie Fensom, Ziggy McKenzie, and Isla Hupats. And then we're going to be moving straight into the men's round of 32. We've got another 8 heats left. And we'll get back into that as we see right now, Shino Matsuda.
松田選手、この波で 6.08 をスコアすると、第1位のポジションへ 5.67 以上でその差を広げてきます。ここ、インサイド、波が張ってきたところで、さあ大きなターンを入れるが、ここはこけてしまいます。これは 5.67 以上にはなってこないかもしれません。現在第2位のポジション、残り時間3分15秒になるところです。本日このヒート7、ヒート8が終わった後、メンズのラウンドオブ32へと進んでいきます。
All right, so the last of Shino, unfortunately, she falls off. I don't think she'll be improving her scoreline, but the last of Shu Hanjin comes in at 5.10. So she's in third, but it wasn't enough to go to second. She still needs a 7.24. Simoniwa with priority. A 7.67 is her requirement. 2 minutes 45 seconds. So important time here for Shuhan and Sai. It is Jolly Stokes pretty comfortably in the lead with Shino Matsuda.
It's pretty much the battle for the second place, but white and green need a pretty big number. 7.24 for white, 7.67 for green, and 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So this is a Bronson replay of last of red, I think. A huge solid finishing time. Actually, that was a third wave from Jolly Stokes, 7.17. And
So this is a 7.17. Sorry, no, this is a 5.57 from Jolly Stokes. The previous one was a 7.17. So really nicely done here from Jolly. This is her again on your screen. She wants to improve on the 5.57. A smaller looking wave, but really nicely surfed from Jolly Stokes.
Yeah, beautiful surfing. Wow, on the smaller size waves, but that was a great looking wave. Managed to put a couple tons in. And probably she's gonna get finished right here. She did. Really surfed well, but out the back there's a few lines on horizon. Roll through to the lineup.
Ooh, so Simoniwa paddles for that one. Unfortunately, isn't able to get onto it. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to find her rhythm in this heat. You know, she only has a 4.67, sitting on a 1.93. Now looking like she's going to get a couple of these sets right on her head. So pretty unfortunate for Simoniwa. We have 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Will this be her last chance?
Wow, the biggest set rolling through to the lineup. Fortunately, a few more is coming.
Yeah, so we're getting a bit of a couple solid ones coming through. 5 seconds. Is she going to stand up before it?
さあ、マニア選手、この波乗れるのか。惜しくもこの波は乗れず、このヒートが終了となります。
All right, still waiting for the last of Jolly Stokes, but she will be remaining in first position. And then it is Shino Matsuda who will be joining her. And there it is, the last of Jolly Stokes, a 7.10, extends her lead. That is a huge result. Congratulations, Jolly. And Shino, we'll be seeing you tomorrow on Finals Day. With that, we're going to head over to a quick break in the action and see you guys in the next heat.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro. This is the QS6000 day 7 right now. In the booth with me is True Starling. Welcome back.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, I'm excited to be back for the last heat of the women's round of 32. Then we're going to roll straight into the men's round of 32.
Yep, that's exactly right. So just to give you guys a bit of a rundown of who's in the water right now. So on screen is the results of the last heat. Congratulations, Jolly Stokes and Shino Matsuda. But right now in the water is Xue Deng in the red. We have in blue Natalie Fensom, in the white Ziggy McKenzie, and in green Isla Huppatz. But as we finish this heat, we will be heading into the men's round of 32. Just in heat 1, we have Winter Vincent, Ben Zanara, Kutut Agus, and Zoazuchi.
Wow.
Jomazuchi. And heat 2, Caleb Tancred, Kaiki Yamanaka, Xavier Bryce, and Monojo Yahagi.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Oh, heat 3, Reef Hazelwood, Kobe Clemens, John Mark Tokong, or also known as Marmar, and Mega Artana.
Wow.
Yeah, so some stacks heat coming up. Heat 4 is Pajar. We have Alistair Reginato, Axel Kurata, and Bronson Mady.
Holy. Wow, they're big heats already, and we're
Yeah.
halfway through them. Oh my goodness.
Heat 5, Xavier Huxtable, Roy Kanazawa, Kiyoshiro Suda, and Cash Brown.
Wow.
We might as well just go through all of them at this
Yeah.
point. Heat 6, Varun Tanjung, Dylan Wilcoxon from the Mentawais, Tully Wiley, and Reiki Masuda. Heat 7, last year's winners, Jarvis Earl, Marlon Harrison, Macklin Flynn, and Yuji Mori. And Heat 8 is Saxon Reber, Sol Grundling, Lennox Smith, and Jay Brown.
Oh my goodness. Big heats. And this one's a big one at that as well. Ziggy just going to town on her first wave of this heat. She's looking really smooth. Going through a couple of backhand carves. Once again, she needs to find a vert section. She finds one. Ziggy, she's so solid on her feet, throwing so much spray. And this heat is underway. She started this one off strong. Out behind her, Isla Huppatz. Isla is roommate of Ziggy McKenzie. So they're hoping to go 1 and 2 in this heat, I'm sure. And unfortunately, that wave doesn't do Isla, so she gets out of there.
Isla. In Spanish, it's Isla.
Really?
In Isla means island in Spanish.
Yeah, I'm 98% sure it's Isla. But yeah, she's awesome. Isla is originally from Victoria, but moved up a couple of years ago with her fam up to Burleigh Heads. But this lady right here, Ziggy, put on a really strong start.
Yeah, I love this second turn. Super sharp and in the pocket. Goes straight to this third one. So a super strong start here for Ziggy. Her friend Isla right behind her. They're hoping to do the 1 and 2. You're right. And Swaying Deng and Natalie Fensom yet to start. But Ziggy McKenzie, everyone, she is showing exactly why she is World Junior Champ.
Yep, exactly. And a 6 locks in for Ziggy's first wave. Scores still to come through for Isla's first one. It'll be a good number, but maybe not a keeper by the end of this heat with the standards of Zwaying Deng from Hainan, the Hainan province of China, which is a really fun left reef. There's heaps of beaches around as well. So she's got plenty of practice, plenty of opportunity, and also Nat Fensom, who got a start in the Challenger Series at Newcastle after she won the trials there. She got a 25th. She actually, unfortunately, got knocked out by Sally Fitzgibbons and Laura Rupp.
Yeah. Laura Rupp is a young and up-and-coming surfer from Brazil. She's been really getting some attention out there. She's won a couple of the QS events in Brazil, if I'm not wrong. I've never met her personally, but we have a lot of friends in common, so she's been killing it.
Yeah. Wow, it's amazing. It's so awesome. There's so many incredible young junior surfers coming up. You think about Tia Zabrowski as well. Oh my goodness, she was ripping in that first Challenger Series event. So these 4 ladies or women are trying to get on there as well.
Yeah, and we'll get back to about Tia right after this interview that Dai has of last heat's winner.
Well, it looked like there's so many waves that stretched out down the line. It's kind of tricky to get the right ones, but it seemed like you had a good rhythm in the ocean and you get to pick right ones.
Yeah, some of them just stretch out and close out, so it's pretty tricky to choose the right ones, but I'm lucky that I just picked off a couple good ones and yeah, got a couple good scores and made the heat.
Do you think the plan went well?
Yeah, I think it went pretty good. Ended up getting the win, so stoked with that.
now we're on to the finals day, and we're gonna surf pretty like as many heats tomorrow. But how are you gonna spend the rest of the day?
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a big day, so I'll just go back to where I'm staying, have a Pocari, get hydrated, and just rest for the arvo, having an early night, and yeah, get back out there tomorrow.
Super hot in the water.
Yeah, it's so hot. I feel like I'm on fire. It's like it's boiling.
All right. Would you like to say hi to your family, friends back in home?
Yeah, hey everyone, my family and all my friends watching back home. Thanks for the support.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Good luck in the next round.
Di and Charlie. She's a funny human, Charlie Stokes, and on the Challenger Series as well. And I know that she's just come over here. There's a bit of a gap in between the first one in Oz and South Africa, so why not come over here to Krui if you can?
Yep, that's right. So a lot of the big names that we're seeing in this event are probably not going to be joining us in the NIAS one. So it's going to be interesting to see who kind of steps up and gets to finals day. We're going to be seeing some new names for sure. And this on your screen right now is a replay of the 6 that Ziggy got straight off the bat. Really, really nicely done. So much speed in between the turns. She really wastes no time. This wave, a bit of a strange angle. Doesn't really open up like we've seen, but really nicely done from Ziggy.
Yeah, 6. I mean, it's a good score. We've seen that kind of the 6s and aboves, they've been keepers as usual, as you would expect in the round of 32. But on days like today, a 6 is such a great start. And more often than not, we're seeing people get through heats when they're starting off with that 6. It just gives them that little bit of an edge, I guess, over those other competitors.
Yeah, so Ayla Hupat's a 2.93 to start off her heat. It's a bit of a slow one. The last heat we had so many waves come through, but we've seen that all day. That it's kind of like one heat has a lot of waves, the next one a little bit less. So
yeah,
it just depends on that. You'd have to go and change your heat strategy depending on the type of waves that you're getting.
Yeah, definitely. It's keeping a close eye as well on the conditions and how much they're changing, and especially with the tide going low as well. That's a whole part of it, is just monitoring it and seeing what's going on and what's scoring, because day before yesterday, what was scoring might be different to what is today. It's always going to be those quality turns, but maybe more of those mid-size waves are the ones that are getting the better scores today as opposed to the sets, because we keep seeing those sets running wide a little bit. So yeah, let's see what Deng Zhuiying and Natalie Fensom can do in the last 15 minutes of this heat. Of course, 25-minute heats. No restarts today.
No, and I don't think we've ever really had the need to.
Yeah.
It's been kind of firing all day long. We've had so many waves. We've had 8s and 7s and 6s, so a lot of action all through the men's and women's. And I'm sure as we get into the men's round of 32, we're going to be seeing some really high scores. It's still pretty early in the QS round of 32. We're not super deep into the draw, so most of these surfers don't need to really be giving their 100% just yet.
Yeah,
you could be passing heats with the 70 or 75% of your ability of surfing.
Yeah, no, I agree. It needs to be lifting from the quarterfinals on, even the round of 16. That's when it gets to the pointier end of the draw, and we're seeing those really important moments where the men and the women are lifting and they're rising to the challenges. This is Nat Fensom on her first wave, gets a nice first turn. She's nice and low. Wow, good second connection there for Nat. Goes up for a third, but just gets demolished there, unfortunately, for Nat Fensom. But 2 good turns to start that wave off regardless.
Yeah, that second turn was really impressive. That third one just really got her. That was super brave to kind of go for it. She knows she needs a big score. She heard Ziggy's 6, so she's like, okay, I've got a pretty decent heat in my hands. I've got to get things started.
Yeah, for sure. She's a smart competitor, Nat. She's still quite young, about the same age as Ziggy and Isla, and Ziggy up and riding once again.
Yeah, I love Ziggy's style. She's so smooth on her backside. That second turn was really nice. She really followed that lip line, put the board in the right place. So I'm happy to see Ziggy, really starting off strong in this heat.
Oh,
Just as I said it, unfortunately falls off, but she did most of the work out the back. I remember seeing an earlier heat of hers that she did end up winning, but it took her some time to get some scores on the board, and that never really feels good.
No, it's always they're nerve-wracking parts. I know Ziggy's doing a bit of work with Adam Duffner over here. We'll come back to that though. This is that replay of Nat's last wave. This second turn, you loved it, hey?
Yeah, I love that one. It's so tight in the pocket. Threw a lot of water out the back. And I love that she went for that third one too. This is Ziggy's last wave, so she's going to be backing up that 6 really nicely. Love that second turn. Super, super tight in the pocket. Gets it done. And this is Ziggy McKenzie, everyone.
Yeah, wow. She's looking really hungry in this heat. She's seems like she's really fired up. She'll back up that 6 for sure. Nat Fensom's first wave locks in at a 4.67. But yeah, I know that Ziggy's doing some coaching with Adam Duffner over here, and I think it's been really working for her. He's such a great energy, and he's really good at kind of identifying what each of his surfers needs. Oh, that was unlucky for Zui Ying coming undone with the priority there. And Ziggy's last locks in at a 5.17, so that's a really good heat total to start this heat with, well, to have halfway down really of this heat. Oh my goodness. But
yeah, she's the only surfer in this heat who has 2 scores, so she's feeling pretty confident right now. Natalie's Fensom last one, a 4.67 for those 2 turns, so really well done for our woman in blue. Still 11.5, so plenty of time for these girls to get a couple more waves in. Zui Ying Dang not really finding her rhythm just yet. Unfortunate with that last one. Loses priority, but this is our woman in blue. Yep, Natalie Fensom.
I think this might be Isla, actually.
I'm sorry, Isla. Yeah, you're right.
You're good. Isla, she's found a good wave. It's a little bit of a whitewashy one, but she does some good surfing regardless. Gets a better connection in there to ride out for Isla. So that was a really well surfed wave. This is Nat Fensom out behind her. Nice first turn. Oh, we've seen that happen a lot. What do you think's going on there?
I don't know. I think that last section, when that first set comes through, it just leaves so much whitewash out the back that it's just so easy to trip over or bog your rail. So the girls maybe just not able to really get through that bottom turn.
Yeah, it just seems like it's, I don't know, the fins are I don't know. I've seen it happen a few times, and I'm wondering if it's like a little weird bump in the wave, or who knows? Everyone makes mistakes.
To be fair, that's a massive section coming straight at them. It's kind of like that right breaking and coming towards them. So it's not an easy section to hit.
No, you are correct. I actually agree with that. That's it's a hard one. But Isla just powers through it. Bang. That was huge. That's going to be a really good score for Isla Huppets. And still, this first turn of Nats was really good. Bang. Nice first turn. Touches the rail, and just there, it looks like a board just skidded out a little bit. So she'll regroup, and 7.5 for last of Isla Huppets. The judges rewarding that 3-turn combination. And Isla jumps up into second.
Yep, and she only has a 2.93 as a backup, so she will definitely have enough time to get back out there and back up that 7.5 nicely. Some incredible surfing from Isla Huppets. In the past year, we've had her older sister, Mia Huppets, come through Krui and Nias. And if I'm not wrong, I think it was at Nias where she's had some great results. Super, super strong surfing. But I did hear that she is backing off from the competition nowadays and kind of letting Isla come through. So it's great to see it be a generational thing through the family.
And there's a younger one as well, Anna. She's younger than Isla, and she's a force to be reckoned with as well. They're all 3 of the Huppet sisters are just incredible surfers, and this is Ziggy. She's just really smooth surfing. She would be really happy with this wave, just driving through a series of really, really nice turns. She's surfing with so much power. It looks like she's really just walked into herself and she's like, you know what? I've got this. Like, this is my heat, and I'm really gonna to take it to them all out there, and that's what she has to do. This 7-5 Violets was really good.
Yep. So that first turn, kind of a bit. The first two turns were not as strong as this last one. I think most of the points came there. A huge section. She rides out of it. So 7-5 for Isla. This is Xue Deng right now on your screen. First wave at 8 minutes. So hasn't found her rhythm, but it's looking like she's getting a couple turns up. A finishing section here, and she's looking for something big. She needs 2 scores at least. I mean, she's sitting on nothing right now.
Yeah, well, at least she's got a score to lock in for Deng Zhuiying. Ziggy up and riding again. She's just been on a heater in this one, and nice first turn combination. Gets up and into it again. Wow, that's a better looking combo. Ziggy is just answering back, not liking that Isla has the best wave of the heat. Rides out of that one, and wow, that was a really well surfed wave for Ziggy McKenzie. That was huge.
Oh, I'm calling it. She's going into the sevens ridge with that one. That was an incredible wave, and you're right. The girls are going back to back, so it's gonna be an interesting finish here. It's looking like the Ziggy and Isla show at the moment, but Natalie Fensom as well has been surfing incredible. So I would love to see her get another chance to, fight back.
Yeah, I agree. She's been looking really strong, and I know she's hoping for a round of 16 appearance. She needs a 5.77 on this wave. Carves down for that first section, but yeah, that one doesn't really offer too much more, so she kicks out. This last score of Ziggy's is going to be big.
Yeah,
Wow.
no, I'm agreeing with you. That last turn was incredible of Ziggy. Kind of similar to Isla's one, but I just felt like the wave was a little cleaner, so it's going to be an interesting comparison.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be, I don't know where it's going to go. It's definitely she'll replace the 5.17 for sure, and was strong surfing. She just had that real sure approach of each turn. You could see Isla having a think about that one there, doesn't like it. She's sitting out there with first priority with 6 minutes to go. She needs to better a 2.93 to make it harder for Nat to get up into second. Deng Zhuiying, her first wave locked in at a 3.67. And Isla having a look at this one.
Yep, so she wants to get rid of that 2.93. This is a pretty good looking wave. Nice first opening turn. She's hoping for this wave to stand up for her on the inside. Really difficult, a lot of whitewash, but she's managing pretty nicely. Couple nice turns, but nothing too critical or crazy just yet. Hopefully, as it reaches the inside reef, it stands up for her. She's going to stick with it, though, so she's seeing something down the line. Not just yet. So, wanting to get rid of that 2.93, maybe a small improvement, but not what she's going to be looking for. And there, I'm seeing some scores come in for Ziggy's last wave, and it's going to be big.
Wow, it's a 9.17 for Ziggy McKenzie. Let's take another look at this, Giada. This was excellent.
Yeah, so no pausing in between the turns, just straight top to bottom, so sharp and fast. This last turn was pretty crazy. She manages to stick through. That was incredibly well done for Ziggy, a 9.17. That's the best wave we've seen all day.
Wow. And you can see her, she was kicking and scratching out the back. She is, it's always nice to hear a 9.17 to your name. And Ziggy will be feeling really confident off the back of that with 4.5 minutes to go. She's taken the lead. Last of Isla was a 3.83. Nat needs a 6.67. Zhuiying needs a 7.66. I mean, Ziggy's really run away with it right now.
Yep, she is. That's an incredible score, and rightly so. That I think that last turn was where most of the points were made. It was super critical. It was a big set wave, so Ziggy, incredibly done.
Yeah, wow, 9.17. It's really matching that 9.33 we saw of Kira Buckpits in the earlier rounds of the event. A 9.17 and a 6 for Ziggy. Incredible stuff. 3.5 minutes to go. It feels like it's a battle for second, but then I'm also thinking Isla's already got a 7.5. If she gets a good wave and goes to town on it, she could get the 7.68 and go to first. You know, it's one of those moments where you can't really count Isla out for first.
Yeah, you're totally right. And Isla just needing to get back out there, but 3 minutes is definitely enough time for that to happen. I think it's Natalie Fensom taking a look at this wave. She needs a pretty solid score, a 6.67 to get back into it. Unfortunately, Zui Dang not really finding rhythm just yet. She got that 3.67. She's taking a look at this one and she's gonna go. Oh, unfortunately, isn't able to get onto it. So just under 3 minutes remaining left in this heat.
Wow, that was the second time that's happened to Zui. Unfortunately, not scratching onto that one. You know, it'd be nice to see her on another wave because I've been really enjoying watching her surf. She's been a real go for it kind of surfer in this event. It's been so incredible. Unfortunately, Nat goes down on that wave. It was a big one. She needs a 6.67, so it's a big score. She had to go for it.
Yeah, you're right. It's a big score, and she needs a set for it. We've, you know, the judges showing exactly what they're looking for. The 9.17 and Isla's 7.5 were on solid sets, so she's gonna go for it again. Unfortunately, this wave, just a lot of whitewash on it. Wasn't easy. She gets a little stuck off the back. But Isla Hupat's kind of hasn't made it back out just yet. I'd love to see her catch one more wave.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to see her on another one and see what she can do. Ziggy, having a look, doesn't have the priority. She doesn't like the look of that wave either. So it is Deng Zuiying who holds first priority. She needs a 7.66 to go to first place. I mean, we saw her get a buzzer beater earlier in that first round. She had a 1.8 and then needed a 5 something and got a 5.6. So it was really exciting to see from Deng Zuiying, but we'll see if she gets another opportunity in the next minute 15. Wow. It's just this 9.17 that's huge. I mean, this first turn was so nice. Loads up into it. And then this second one, so much power. Huge hit there. Just driving through it with so much speed. It's like she's getting more speed coming out of the turns and then gets that to complete. Duffy would be pretty stoked on the beach right now.
And this is Ziggy again. She is looking pretty unstoppable at the moment. She has caught some incredible waves and has just improved her score throughout. It is now Isla Hupat's taking a look at this one. She has priority. She is not going to be giving the chance to Natalie Fensom. So decides to just go straight. That wave just closing out. Not going to be going in her top two. Last 20 seconds. And I think it's pretty safe to say that Ziggy McKenzie and Isla Hupats did the 1 and 2. The roomies going to the next round together.
Yeah, they were doing exactly what I'm sure they set out to do, was to progress through that heat together. And wow, what an incredible heat for Ziggy McKenzie, that girl on screen there, a 9.17 and a 6. That's a great heat total.
All right, and with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
There's one thing we all love to bits, some fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
And yeah, beautiful scenes here from the last few days of competition of the Krui Pro 2025, and we are going to be crowning champions tomorrow because tomorrow's finals day, but we still have a fair few heats to get through. Before we get there right now, we've just rolled up into the first heat of the men's round of 32. Winter Vincent is out there. He's going to be taking on Ben Zanata-Crea, Katut Agus, and Joe Azuchi, and it's going to be a very, very exciting heat for these 4 surfers. I am True Styling, joined in the booth with Mark Clifton. Mark, it's been a great day. That last heat, huge.
Yes, tell me about it. Someone's mentioned something about a 9. Please
Something about a 9.17 from Ziggy McKenzie.
Yep.
Absolutely insane surfing. She was just surfing with so much speed. Every turn she did, she got more speed and power out of it. And someone who does exactly that whenever he surfs is Winter Vincent. Winter, up into this second turn. He's been looking in form throughout this event. Gets another nice connection there. Identifies this section to get a finish. Tweaks the tail a little bit. And he kicks out of there. So Winter looking really strong to start off his campaign in this round of 32. Look at these sets coming through. The caddies are about to get pumped.
Well, I walked in at the right time, didn't I? Right on this very first heat, and waves are pouring in. Winter Vincent, to me, just then was in second gear cruising. Makes it look easy. He's a very experienced campaigner. I first met him here about 3 years ago, and he blew me away so hard. I'm like, dude, how come I've never heard about you before? And he's like, well, I've been pretty injured. And he came here and really burst on the scene, probably only about 2 years ago, actually, and then really kicked into gear from there, and now he's a challenger guy.
Yeah, he's on the Challenger Series. He got 5th in the first event this year over at Newcastle, which was exciting to see. Talk me through the Bonsoi replay.
Okay, so there he is going upside down and just cruising. You saw on the drone footage, he didn't rush anything, yet everything still looks really good, right? So he measures it to perfection. He gets a 4th big hit here. Upside down again, easy as you like. That's Winter just doing what he does every day, regardless of whether the rash is on or not. He's just so consistently huge with his maneuvers, and he never fluffs around and does little moves.
Yeah, everything he does on a wave is with purpose. It's with intention. And I think that's why we're seeing the best version of Winter Vincent right now. And he got a 5th here last year as well, going down to Marlon Harrison. And yeah, 5th in Newcastle, as I mentioned before. Maddie McGillivray actually knocking him out in that heat. And
he won NIAS last year.
Won NIAS last year. He's feeling confident over in Indo. 6.83 for his first wave.
Just like that.
Starting off
second gear Winter, 6.83. Boom. Okay. Yeah. So he demands big scores from the judges because he does stuff they want to see. He just, even in second gear, his surfing is so right on top of the criteria that judges just have to throw him numbers because it's suitably good to excellent every time he stands up. And, he's a real one to watch because something like the CT, that the scale and the whole scoring system is brutally different. It's just go big or go home. And he's in that mold.
Yeah, he definitely is. And it almost feels like he created it, to be honest. He didn't, but he just is owning it right now for Winter. So, yeah, we'll see. But Joe Azuchi, Katut Agus, and Benny Zanata, this is going to be a really exciting heat. Both Ben and Winter are part of that Northern Beaches high performance group as well. So they've been staying together, training together, eating together, doing everything as a group, as a pack, moving as one. So hopefully they can get the 1 and 2 in this heat. But Katut is an experienced competitor, and so is Joe Azuchi, also being on the Challenger Series.
Both had taste of the CS side of life, the Challenger Series, and Katut is a very strong dude these days. His body shape's changed because he's trained hard. Once he got a little sniff of pro surfing and realised there's a chance, he's committed to some heavy-duty training, and he's really bulked up, and he's strong legs. When he does turns as well, he throws a lot of power into it. And Joe is a very cool, unassuming Japanese campaigner. So we're about to watch Joe right now. Whoops. So already no points in the bank. Here we go now. Starting to put his best foot forward. Got a bowly section. Goes upside down as well and rides out. Okay, so he did half as much surfing as Winter. Still looked pretty good. I like that finishing move. Joe is a precision surfer. He's in that mold that, when the Japanese come out, they they just look sharp and they're well drilled in contest surfing.
Yeah, they are. I mean, he is a lethal competitor. He's gone through so many heats. There's no question as to the fact that he is a Challenger Series surfer. It's exciting to watch him surf. And as you said, very rarely makes mistakes. I feel like that was the first mistake I've seen him make for a little while, that first fumble on the wave. But he recovered so quickly. He's just like, yep, all good, move on. Where's the next section?
He'd be like, what fumble?
Yeah.
No, he played the game well. So a couple of hits in. Won't be a monster score, but it'll be something he can start to build on. And let's have a look at Ketut now. Winding down. I'm sure all the boys in Bleetown down there in Bali are watching. Let me have a look. It's 3 o'clock Bali time as Ketut just dismantles the roof of this wave a bunch of times.
Oh.
Can't quite pack it in nicely enough on that finishing move to ride out, but here's Winter again.
Yeah, quick in and out there for Winter. Doesn't like the look of that wave. Smooth to get out of that one, and it's going to be Benny with the first priority. Doesn't like the look of this one. He's a pretty urgent surfer. He's always likes to be moving, likes to be doing something, and Winter doesn't like the look of that wave either. First of Joe Azuchi, 6.17.
Wow, how's that? So the judges loved that finishing move of Joe's. It went in the neighbourhood of Winter's, and Winter had a bigger wave and did 4 pretty strong blasts. So the judges are buying into the Azuchi campaign. 617 is a good number. It's kind of been a keeper in most heats, but what we've got to realise now, everyone, we've just busted into the round of 32. So these are the deadliest crew that have made it this far. They're all having a look at finals day, which is just around the corner. They've just got to get this heat right, and 2 of these guys will book themselves a berth in tomorrow's round of 16. Great looking set wave approaches now. We can see young Benny furthest out with priority. Is this one of those ones that hold form? We'll know if Ben turns. It must be too wide. All right, so those waves can at times be a bit burgery. That's what they're seeing down there. Off it goes down towards Caddy Corner. All right, so while there's not a lot of immediate wave riding going on, let's have a chat with Giada and Ziggy. Go for it, girls.
All right, I'm here with Ziggy, 917. That is a huge score. Did you expect that when you finished that wave?
I wasn't honestly really sure. I knew it would be better than my 6, so I was kind of just hoping 8s maybe. But I mean, I've never gotten anything above a 6 maybe in a QS, so it feels good.
That is amazing, and it was a huge last turn. I know that you and Isla are staying together. She got that 7.5. Did you hear that? And did that fire you up even more?
For sure. We're actually sleeping in bed next to each other. And Emmy and Izzy, who are caddying us, are sleeping above us. So it's really cool to push our surfing against each other. The shore got a little bit more fired up because of that.
I'm sure. I saw you girls driving around, hanging around at Leafy's. It looks like you girls are having so much fun. What is your day-to-day like?
We honestly just surf and eat and nap and then surf again. But it's been really cool to go on a girls' trip. And yeah, it's been fun.
All right, I'm going to keep this short because I'm sure you want to rest from the heat as well. Is there anything you'd like to say to anyone at home?
Yeah, I love my mom and dad. I think they're watching. Same as my siblings. And yeah, just thanks to all my sponsors and everyone else that's supporting me.
All right, congratulations, and I can't wait to see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Giada and Ziggy, and yeah, just reminiscing on that 917. It was classy surfing. It was strong. I was so excited to watch that one of Ziggy McKenzie. She was ripping.
And shout outs to Dadsy. I'm sure he's a very proud dad moment, Jake. Your daughter is shredding. We know that. This is the very first wave of the matchup. It's a 6.83 for the highlight of this very first heat of the round. Winter just stretching into a couple of big top to bottom moves. This one here was just gold. Boom. Upside down. Fins out as well for a little tweak. And
he makes it look too easy.
Second gear. That's second gear Winter. You know what I mean? He's got plenty to work with. So that was that little bobble from Joe. But what did you like best about this?
Oh, love that turn there. And then this one, the drama. He kind of disappears a little bit, comes out. That was just really, well executed surfing from Joe Azuchi. And you know what? Another thing I loved about it was the fact that He had that bobble and he's gone, nah, it's all good.
Yeah.
You know, some people hold on to that and they go, oh, well, I've got to kick off this wave. And he saw that there was scoring potential on it. And he's like, no, I am going to stick with it, regroup, and attack it. And that's exactly what he did.
His number went pretty close to Winters because his wave had bowl, right? Winters was a bigger wave and he did some good open face slaps and he got up near the lip a couple of times. But Joe's wave actually bowled out and both his scoring moves were really tight in steep bowly sections, and the judges loved it. So this is Ben.
Oh, nice first turn for Benny. Gets up into it for that second connection. He's been looking on fire. Needs to bring that same attack in this heat. That was a good turn for Benny Zanata. And if he can finish this one, wow, he gets a finish and you can see that passion. He loves it. Yeah, he is looking really solid right now. He's looking fired up. And I love when I see a fired up Benny because you're going to get a performance from him, and he just started off with a really good one.
Just got really good extension through his top turns. You know, we saw it from the other day when he got through a last-minute heroics in a heat, and he needed a score, and he was just pushing so hard. Once his tail gets near the top of a wave, he just really, really goes for it and gets a lot of spray flying every time. And it was a really solid finish here as well. So I could see why he's excited because he did everything right on that wave, right? Gives himself slaps his own mitts. And sometimes you've got to give yourself a rev up because no one else in the water is going to help you out while you're in a heat. So Ben's keeping it real, giving himself a little moment where he congratulates himself, and I liked it. So everybody's off to a pretty good start here.
Yes.
Tut's 4-5 was still substantial. It wasn't a fail. He can do better, but nobody's got terrible numbers.
No
and
one.
Ben's will be good as well.
Yeah. Well, Joe Azuchi looking to back up his 617. Nice first turn. He's super low. Gets out of that one. Winter actually let him go it, and I feel like that was a good decision from Winter. Katut not liking the look of that one with 11.5 minutes to go. We're waiting on this score from Benny Zanata. I think it'll be a good wave. I really liked it. I just love when we see Benny get fired up with his surfing. He gets super exciting to watch. I haven't seen him go to the air yet.
Oh, he's got a good air game, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well,
that's why I say yet, because I feel like it's going to happen at some point.
This number is I believe it's sort of, around Joe and Winter's sort of score. Maybe a little under, but it's definitely going to be up there. So he started well. He's just got to now get his act back out the back. 11 minutes to go. He'd probably be the least experienced at this level up against these three. So his numbers coming through. The judges are loving it as well, and it is right there. Wow, second best wave of the heat, 677. Benny Zanata, the Grom, has just thrown it down. And he's mixing it up with the big boys.
Yeah, really well surfed wave for Benny. I'm sure he'll be loving it, feeling the fire. So 10.5 minutes to go. Really one good wave per surfer right now. Winter still getting the best of it. That's 6.83. That's going to feel pretty nice.
Such a good matchup to kick off this round
Wow.
because everybody is giving themselves a chance now. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a crazy, frantic last 10 minutes because everybody would have heard all the numbers, and it's like no one really has a jump on each other. They're all right there. So, they're all going to have to get down to business now and stay within their own brain space and go, right, what I need to do is another big number, and I've got 10 minutes to do it.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I'm so excited. Benny is the under-18s New South Wales state champ as of recently, so he's just taken out that event, coming here over to Krui, and I'm sure going to Nias with a whole heap of momentum and confidence. This is Katut Augusto. He goes straight up into that first turn connection. Wow, that was really smooth. Surfing once again, gets that second turn. He throws so much spray. Does well on that third turn. A quick little check snap to really load up there. And he gets a finish. Winter out behind him.
Winter's got a slightly bigger wave. He's a slightly bigger dude. He's hitting big sections and once again just going top to bottom. So how's this exchange from Katut Agus and Winter Vincent? And Winter just, again, he makes it look easy. He's kind of got this Parko-esque thing about him that he just looks like he's never trying, but he's always getting good scores.
Yeah.
Hitting sections flush. That was so sick. I think Katut may have rushed a little bit of this wave. Like it was looking so sick, right?
These first two turns.
Yeah, he might have got a little bit excited on turn 3 or something because I
Yeah.
think he just gets a little
This one.
stuckish moment right there.
This turn, bang, just one.
Yeah, so Winters, in hindsight, will attract a bigger number, I think, from the judges. Cruised his way through huge sections again. It looked a lot like his first wave, just a little, I think maybe bowlier. I think Winters in for a good score here. What did you like most about this wave?
I love the fact that it was a bigger wave this first turn. Oh, I love the way that he just drives out of it. That second turn was huge. And yeah, as you mentioned, Mark, he's just, it looks effortless how he just does that. It's so nice to watch. Even now, it kind of just leaves me a little bit speechless because it's it's just so smooth, and the transitions between turns, it's just one line.
I can see Winter with the 2 biggest numbers in this score. That was just such a good exchange. So the judges will have seen what Katut did, and they go, okay, that was pretty good, no worries. And then old mate just behind him just teed off a little harder. And, we get a 5.97 for Katut, surely. Winters is huge.
An 8.17, wow.
Had to be, right? Soon as he almost got a 7 out of his first wave, and this was just a better wave. He did very similar stuff, just the wave allowed him to do it a little harder, a little tighter, top to bottom 4 or 5 times. So Winter Vincent, 8.17, huge lead right now. So Katut, Joe and Ben, all similar first numbers. I can't wait to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, me too. This is going to be so exciting. 3.7 for Benny, a 4.3 for Joe. They're not big scores. Katut's right there. He's really close with that 5.97. I'm sure he's wanting to break that 6 range, but 8.17, wow.
Big fella, just stomping and leaning hard. He doesn't pump at all. He just goes from rail to rail. He's got perfect sections dropping, and it's just non-stop motion. Did not miss a beat. Second gear, Winter Vincent is drawing 8s out of the judges.
Yeah, how is that? That was just... He's like, here it is. This is me. This is what I'm going to do, and this is what I do every day. And this is why I'm a Challenger Series surfer, and this is how I'm going to get onto the CT.
15 points out of 20 on his first 2 good rides. Still got 6 minutes. I sure hope he gets another wave because imagine the confidence he'll be surfing that next thing with.
Yeah.
So Katut, he needs, first place is almost Gonski. He needs just over 9 points to win or upgrade this 4-5 that's languishing in his scoreline. The other 2 have better first numbers. So Hati Katut, as Joe Azuchi with top priority needs, only a 4.3, and Ben Zanata a 3.7 for him. He could do with one eye open. He's that good. So if I was Katut, very nervous times.
Oh, yeah. You're never feeling safe in these heats in first or second. I mean, it feels like Winter's kind of got a good handle on first right now, but even then, you just never know what's going to happen with the quality of Katut's, Joe, and Benny surfing. But yeah, from around the 32 onwards, you're never safe. It's until that hooter goes, it's a real question mark in first or second. And Benny has a 6.77. Yeah. That's a really good score. It was a good wave, and he's looking fired up. Joe is also such a skilled competitor.
Well, he got his 6.17 off basically 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
So the judges love his act. And Katut, pretty good. He's just going to have to reset here. He's getting some decent numbers due to the fact that his second score is it's low, but at least he has a second number. Joe doesn't really. Ben definitely doesn't. So Katut's going to have to be on guard here and really work his way and think his way through these last 440 because he's got 4th priority. So he's definitely going to need another number for sure. He's definitely not safe. He needs to ride one more wave and do, I reckon, his best surf in these next 4 minutes. Meanwhile, little fella.
Here we go. Benny flying down the line on this one. Needs to go big on this first turn. And he does. Wow. Makes it. But unfortunately, it was just a 1 turn. Sorry, Benny. I counted him out. I thought he fell, but this is Joe Azuchi out behind him.
Yep, love his act. Crunch. All right, here he goes. So first turn felt good. Second turn connects even harder, but nose dives at the most inopportune time with exactly 4 on the clock. A lot of pressure now here for white, so check out Ketut Agus.
Okay, yeah, quick in and out. I was thinking, I'm not sure why he's going this wave. I didn't know if that was going to be a good call or not, just because he could really command the last 3.5 minutes of this heat by holding on to that second priority.
Yeah, you're right, because Joe or Ben didn't really challenge for second, I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think Benny gets a 3-7 off that one turn. You never know, maybe, but I just think, yeah, for Ketut, it's probably a smarter heat tactic to hold on to that second priority and block Joe or Ben.
Yeah, because Winter realistically doesn't need another wave, so he'll be waiting for something absolutely A grade to even pull the trigger on priority. Ketut has not got the assurity of second priority yet, so he's going to have to paddle a little closer up to where Winter is. There's exactly 3 on the clock, so Benny, a little bit of a head pivot off that first turn that turned into a nothing ride for just a 2.77. Just kind of pushed so hard he drew his own error.
Yeah, I loved the approach, though. I really loved the attack, and he was like, I need to go big, and he did. Had so much speed here, and you could see him just go up for that section. Wow, that was a big turn, and he wanted to get another one in there. I think if he did, he would have got the score, but it comes in just under at a 2.77, so he needs to head back out there with 2.5 to go and get that 3.7. Joe Azuchi's last to 3. He's also going under, needing a 4.3.
All right. Well, I would love to see everyone get a crack at this second spot. I love what Ketut does. He's in a dodgy, precarious position. I really want to see Ben go at it again. He had some last-minute heroics a couple of afternoons ago when I had a chat with him because he ended up going from, I think, 4th to 1st late in the heat. So he knows how to do the clutch stuff. Joe Azuchi, we know, is just precision. Once he gets the right sort of wave, Joe rarely messes them up. So he's looking for a 4-3. So Winter, he's got his fingerprints all in the round of 16. Green is down for the count. Little error by Joe. The big fella, here he goes.
Yeah, Winter, nice first turn. He's patient through this section. Just waiting for it to stand up, and he gets that section there. That's a really, really strong connection for Winter. Tags it once again. Wow. That might even better a 6.83. This is Ketut Agus needing to better a 4.5. Goes up and over. Unfortunately, with just over a minute to go, Ben Zanata out with first priority, needing a 3.7.
Wow.
This is really crazy. Oh, my goodness.
All right, look at this wave shimmering away, everybody. All right, nice first turn. He needs something else. He's got to make this.
Oh, my goodness.
You would be thinking it might still be close. The first turn was pretty spicy. He really needed to seal the deal. And right out of that move, everybody's making late mistakes here apart from Winter.
Holy dooly, that was...
We'll see Winter in the next round. I'm still unclear about this second position. I don't think Joe got a lot happening on his wave. Ben was right there. He just got a bit too late to the party on that end section.
I cannot believe it because that was the score.
Yeah, that was the wave, wasn't it? And he goes, Joe, he probably put his head down and go, what? I'm better than that. And I know you are, Joe. So I reckon it's still out of Ben or Ketut here.
Wow.
Does Ben's one turn draw the 3.7? It was a big, steep wave. Here's the replays. This is the victory lap by Winter. We'll see him in the round of 16. Big fella surfed a great heat. He's just rapidly becoming one of my favourite guys to watch compete. That was probably almost his best turn of the heat. And then upside down to finish. So it'd be another big number for Winter. It'd probably go into his top 2. Maybe he might burn off his 6.83. But it's all academic. It doesn't matter. We'll see him. It's a matter of who follows him through. So we'll just stay with these numbers for the time being, team.
Yeah, well...
Stay with us and we'll confirm this all-important second spot. I'm sure Team Indo are a bit nervous. Ben will be kicking himself if he didn't capitalise.
Wow. Yeah, it's a 6.93 for that last wave of Winter Vincent. Goes into his top 2. It's this last wave of Benny Zanata that is... really... If he hadn't made that last turn...
That was a no-brainer.
It was a no-brainer.
A weird-looking smoothie.
Righto, we are doing the round of 32 here at the Krui Pro men's side of the draw, and it opened with a bang. Winter Vincent just feasted in Heat 1 and put together a 15-10 two-wave total, threw away a high 6, had a ripping heat, and it still looked like he's got another gear to go to. So we can see all the gangsters start to get around down there. It looks like a few of the team Japanese boys.
Team Japanese just...
I've got Daiwako, another one. Yeah, who we got looking at us right there?
So on your left, Toi Tanaka and Filma Yuto and Soma Hirohara and Yuri Ogasawara. And from the back, probably that's Shuma, young juniors, doing kendama, the Japanese toy.
All right, so this is our matchup. It's Caleb Tancred, who's been having a ripping tournament in the red, Kaiki Yamanaka in the blue, Xavier Bryce in white, and Monojo Yahagi in the green. A couple of Aussies and a couple of Japanese.
Right. Caleb Tancred starting in the very first round, through to the round of 32 today.
Yep, and he had 5 years of not competing, and a lot of people will remember Caleb's name as a junior because he was touted to be something big, and he put his head down and did his architecture degree.
So on screen, there is a team,
Listen to the
Roxy
beats.
Japanese.
Got
Now
the tunes
Omra.
going there, girls. Who is it?
Mirai Ikeda on the right side, and on the left, Sumomo, and then there's a now Omra in between. Just trying to probably have a look at this heat. Kaiki Yamanaka and Monojo Yahagi.
Monojo, I will never forget from his win in the juniors at NIAS
2 years ago, right?
Yep. He did a crazy, unusual thing, which I might let you in on when we get to it if nothing happens here. But I'll never forget that name. It's an unusual name, but it was a dynamic victory, which I'll tell you more about in a moment as soon as we get a break. But this is a set that's rolling through, does no joy for red or white.
Right, no takers on this few set. Looked good, but not too sure if it didn't offer too much. But Xavier having a look at this one.
No, not really into it. Maybe one more opportunity behind. Either way, these 25-minute matchups have been full of fireworks. That last heat was so close. Benzonata fell at exactly the wrong time. There's the local community getting around, sitting under the tree, looking for a shady spot. It's steaming hot out there. But here is Caleb Tancred, the big stretched out first hit, and another ripping second move. And once again, he never seems to rush stuff. He's just pacing well, realizing he's got a long wave ahead of him and he's got a lot of business to attend to. Fourth good maneuver. Here he goes again. So
wow.
Every turn happening right in a pocket. This was just great wave choice for Caleb. Nothing too rushed. Just connected everything beautifully. That'll be a great score to kick things off.
Definitely. This wave just turned into a great wave. A lot of walls to work on. But this is Kaiki Yamanaka。山中選手1本目のライディング。これはいい波になってきそうです。一発目、大きなセクションに当ててきますが、少し引っかかってしまったようです。このヒートには2名の日本人選手がクレジット。山中海輝選手、そして矢作物女選手。
And we just saw Johnny Decker out there on the ski, heading up the Rip Curl School of Surf down there in Legian, Seminyak area. Cool man, sits out there all day, does it with no fuss. And he's an easygoing dude. So good on you, Johnny. Tough gig sitting on a ski all day. Anyway, have a look at this again. What did you most like about this wave, Di?
Like, he just connecting all the turns seamlessly and so smooth. Just like you mentioned, no rush in between turns. Just, waiting for the wave to steep up for him. He just tags it into the critical section of the wave every time. And there's like a variety of the maneuvers as well. Oh, this wave just turned into solid wave. That's a well start from.
Yep.
Caleb.
That'll attract a decent number from the judges. Got to be somewhere in the good range. We saw a lot of excellent surfing, a lot of really high level surfing that last heat, and I reckon this is going somewhere near what we saw out of Vincent and Ben. And it does too. It's right there. So Caleb Tancred, a big-time performer. Part of Team Billabong for a lot of years when he was a junior, so even a big company like Billabong identified the quality in this young man, and he's thrown a 717 straight up. Great way to start. Congratulations, tick. Caleb Tancred looking like he wants every bit of finals day.
Definitely 6 minutes in and already getting those good range score 717. That's healthy.
So he surfed the very first men's heat.
Yes.
Way back. When did we even do that? Was that
day 3? Or
that might have been Saturday, because remember how we had pro juniors. Oh, sorry, what day did we start? Not Saturday. It was the second day. We started on a...
Yeah, second day, and after the finals of juniors.
Day did we even start? Tuesday.
Right.
So it would have been Wednesday. I think it was the second day. I think we got to some men's rounds on the second day. So Caleb surfed last Wednesday. He's still in the draw. It's Monday. And some people only had their first surf today. So he surfed a lot of heats. He's got a good run up through the field.
Maybe he has a good rhythm in the ocean. From the surfing pretty much every day in a heat.
So how weird is your week when you start a surf confident Tuesday? You know what I mean?
Right.
You're normally used to a Friday or a Saturday start or something like that.
And finish on Sunday.
Yeah,
Pretty much,
exactly.
yeah.
And then it's like Tuesday start. Throws my week out. So sorry if I've got to go through the calendar just to work out where I'm at. 717, Caleb Tancred, a big deal back in the day when I saw him at the Tar Small Fries the very first time. Cheeky little Billabong Grom. Who's this? Is this Blue?
山中選手、2本目のライディングになります。さあ、一発目、綺麗に当ててきて、ここはタイミング測りのターン、そしてフィニッシュを決めてこれるか、大きなターンを入れてきますが、少し引っかかってしまったように見えます。
White now, Xavier Bryce. Shimmering wave. Let's see if it's got enough bowl to get some big turns going and extract some numbers off the judges. That was pretty good. A nice little slide off the coping, but it proved a little bit too much. But nothing's too much for Caleb. Here he is again, wave number 2.
Well, this is a small size waves, but still, there's no rush in between turns and gets the finish nicely.
He's backing up his 717 nicely.
Yep, he doesn't make any mistakes on the wave, actually.
That's pretty good. 5 years without competing. Put a Rashi back on the dude. It's like he just, where did you even go for 5 years? It's like he's never left.
Right.
So he said it felt really good to be competing again and get those juices flowing. And, once a competitor, always a competitor. So he's getting around the site and he's looking really, engaged. And he always says hello. And he's back in pro surfing at a high end, 6,000. He didn't fluff around with much at home. He's just come straight to a big time event.
So this is the last of Xavier Bryce. This is a nice looking medium sized wave. Gets the first opening turns in and a lot of checking turn. But here, this is a nice solid turn from Xavier and coming to the inside section. And this is where he falls off. But that was a good looking solid vertical turns.
Yeah, he was on his way to a pretty big number, but didn't capitalise here. And this is Caleb's second run at a number, which we're still not sure what it is. It'll just be in the mid sort of range somewhere because it wasn't anywhere near his first 717, but it was still a handy backup.
Definitely, yeah, he's got a good finish, so definitely it's going to be a good backup for Caleb.
Leaves your boy waveless. So I'll tell you the Manojo Yahagi little story at Nias a couple of years ago. He was in the junior final, and it wasn't going that good for him. I think he had one reasonable number, and he's sitting there, and he's low in the priority ranks, and time's getting away from him. The other three were sitting on the regular peak at Nias, Lagundri Bay, Saraki Beach there. So he's done something really weird. He paddled halfway to the keyhole, which is a long way out of picture.
Wow.
No one really takes off over there. He got a little wave and he popped quite a large air straight away. Boom. Lands it. Keeps pumping down the line and did another huge air before he even got to the guys that were sitting on the regular peak.
What?
Got a huge number and won the junior final surfing a part of the reef that is just randomsville. He was in the middle of nowhere and turned it into the winning score right behind everybody else. It goes, what are you doing, you idiot? No one surfs over there. But he got 2 airs in before he got to the boys. Won the juniors.
And it's not a big field out there. It's a tight field.
Yeah, and I'll show you where when we go there.
Right.
I'll point out where he did it, and you probably get what I mean when anyone that surfed there will know what I just said. But we're waiting for an interview, but more importantly, we'll just watch these waves come through because there's a fair bit of energy heading into the reef, and Manojo doesn't have a wave. He's got priority. He's
But-
sort of showing some interest in this line.
He's having a look at this one.
I think he's
Probably
gonna-
be going. Yes, I think he's gonna go for this one. 矢作選手、1本目のライディングになります。さあ、この波、しっかりとファーストターン、そしてセカンドターン、いい演技を繰り返しています。ここから掘れてくるセクションに当てていきます。でここはうまくバランスを整えます。そしてインサイドのセクション、ここから切り立ってくるところにターンを入れられると点数を広げていきます。どうでしょうか。さあ、これも素晴らしい一発決まりました。さあ、10分待っての1本。これはいいライディングになってきています。
One, you just looked like you had it dialed in from the start.
Yeah, that was fun one. The
One, you just looked like you had it dialed in from the start.
Yeah, that was fun one. The waves are palming today, so yeah, stoked.
Was it good to have a heat with your fellow teammate Benny out there?
Yeah, Benny's still young. He's a good kid, but yeah, unfortunately he got knocked out. But I'm sure he'll be around.
That's it. You're done for the day. No more surfing. What are you going to do to rest and recuperate for tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day. We've still got a bunch of boys in this heat. Zave's in this heat. Then I think Kobe's next heat, so I'll be down here in the sun just sweating.
Supporting the team.
Yeah, supporting the team always.
I'm sure you have friends and family back at home you'd like to say hi to or any messages.
Yeah, hi to everyone back home. I'm sure, well, Dad's overseas in LA and Mum's back home with my sister Sunny. All my friends, family back home. Zan, yeah, everyone, thank you.
Thanks, Winter. We'll send it back to you guys.
Through to the round of 16, the number 1 seed. He's got the red rash vest in the next round as well, and he will feature, no doubt, in that very first heat of the round of 16. Numbers filtering through for Xavier's second ride. And Manojo, we're yet to see the scores align for his first effort.
Caleb having a great heat so far, 7-1-7 and 6-0.
Nice. Got a 6 out of the judges for that last
Right.
effort. So he's doing the surfing they like to see. Manojo's got 2 waves. One of them's a total dud. One of them's pretty good. Kaike's got a couple of numbers that are throwaway scores. Caleb's really well positioned, and Xavier will be comfortable in second, regardless of Manojo's number. So, Team Australia in the 1-2, 11 minutes to turn it around. Kaike's got priority, the surfer in blue. At this stage, needing a mid-6th, so his 2 numbers are stacking up pretty low, and they put
Right.
a fair bit of scoreboard pressure on himself by not really getting a keeper just yet.
山中海輝選手、現在ファーストプライオリティで3位のポジション 6.44 で2位に上がってきます。矢作選手、最後の波、今、集計中です。まだスコアが揃ってないので、トータルスコアどうなるか分かりませんが、かなりいいスコアが出てきそうです。残り時間10分30秒。Yeah, judges are taking good, look at the Monojo's first wave. Probably, well, got a feeling that it's going to be a really healthy number for Monojo. We haven't watched from the beach angle, but from the Jong angle, it looked really great.
10 minutes. These heats fly when we've got a lot of quality going on. Caleb will be pretty stoked with his very first decision early on in this heat to pick up the first ride of the matchup, to put together a 7-1-7 for about 6 really spicy turns. Looking sharp. Manojo's catching up rapidly, still yet to get his number. I think the person that will be languishing a lot will be Kaike, with 2 efforts for his total of 5.83 on a 2-wave effort. So he's going to have to bring his better A game.
Right, he needs to regroup out there.
2 Aussies are out the back there. Caleb in the red, Zave in the white. Good looking wave. Boys don't like what's going on down the line. Does blue. Negative.
But 6-7 for the first wave of Monojo. Now he's in the back in this game. Monojo 選手、こちら3本目のライディングになります。3.50 で2位のポジションへ。少し緩慢なセクションをチェックターンで つなげていきます。そしてここ、フィニッシュをしっかり入れてくるが、ここは前に出てこれるか、出てくるとスコアを上げます。Wow.
Hang on. Hang on. We'll soon know whether the judges give him credit for that end move. It looked like he lost it, then he looked like he made it, and then he looked like he might have still lost it. And same with Blue there on the end of that wave. So
little bit of stumble for there, but this is Xavier Bryce. Nice off the top, critical section to hit. Gets around the corner. Is he going to get a finish here? Puts another one in. Project so much. Puts another one. This is gonna be a really good score for Xavier Bryce, and even gets finished right there.
Oh, yeah, congratulations. That was a huge statement by Xavier Bryce. He got those two really vicious stabs along the way that the judges will love. Bowley sections and just push super hard, blasting through the lip of the wave a couple of times with a really difficult finish that could have gone pear-shaped really easy, but he made it. I'm still not convinced about Green's finish on his wave. Didn't see all of Kaiki's ride, but stuff's getting pretty close now in this heat.
With the 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go. So we are waiting for the last of white, green, and blue. Oh, also red had a ride.
Basically everyone.
And whoa, bigger sets are rolling through the lineup.
Going on the Ujong Batur Reef. There's a light onshore puffing around out the back. You can see that. Opportunities are presenting themselves. It's about now the caddies are starting to freak out because where they sit is way bigger than what we're looking at.
Definitely, they get all the set on their head right now.
Yeah, I saw caddies swimming in last year because the spare board they were sitting on broke while they were down there trying to caddy for their buddies. It wasn't an easy task. But on this direction swell, geez, at least the ocean's just had a moment where it's just gone crackers. It's not really connecting with the reef, but see, there's still a lot of push in the little swell we've got here.
A lot of energy in the ocean.
So you've got to be thinking as well. Generally, when fresh swells roll in, day twos are generally more organised than day ones of swells. New swells in Indos is one thing I've sort of noticed over the years. So it could be looking really good for finals day tomorrow. Manojo gets no credit for that end move, I reckon. It locks in at, what was it?
4-3. Now he's in the second, but we are still waiting for the last white.
Xavier will probably have the wave of the heat.
Right.
I reckon he did the most exciting surfing in this heat on that wave.
Could be the best.
I'm thinking the judges are having a look at it for a number of reasons, just watching how critical those couple of big hits of Bryce's, Xavier's were. Caleb cruised through his wave, right? And Xavier got really dynamic a couple of times.
And he gets the finish.
So here it is again. Thanks, boys. Right on cue, the Bonsai replay. So when he had his big moments, he grabbed him by the horns. He really threw it hard. Boom. That was massive. That connection was so sick. Really big points out of that one turn. And he gets another one of those down the line here, you watch. All right, so cruise mode, other section presents, boom.
Wow.
He repeats that sort of move again. The judges will love that. And then this finish was super difficult. He waited a long time. I thought he waited too long. But he gets up there, a little bit of drama, disappeared for a moment and then reappears. I can see that being the better number. Let's watch red. Here's Caleb's replay, all right? So maybe the judges will... So which wave was this of Caleb?
Probably previous wave. That
His
one
six,
we were still waiting.
Oh, he's got a score coming. Of course he does.
And it gets the finish right there. But to me, Xavier's wave was a bit better, a bit critical.
Look, the Aussies are going to extend the lead. Trust me. There's two big numbers coming. Another really good one for Caleb, and I still believe probably the wave of the heat from Xav. The judges are looking at it. Some indications are filtering through for white. It's looking like it could be the best wave of the heat.
Wow.
Yeah, it kind of had to be. It was just more dynamic. A couple of his big sections that he teed off on. A 7-4-3, so it turns into the best wave by a little bit. His backup is under Reds. Reds still got a score to drop, so Caleb will extend the lead, I reckon, with this next ride. Xavier's moved into a pretty healthy position now. He's extending. He's just put a bit of breathing space between himself and Manojo, who now needs a 6-3-4. And Kaiki with priority needs a mid-7.
Yeah, Kaiki is now in a little bit of trouble. Need a huge work to do. 757, but he has hold on to, he has first priority. He's having a look at this one.
Oh, crunch time, 340 could be his last opportunity. So Blue decides this is what he wants. Go for it, Dai.
山中選手、この波で 7.57 が必要です。さあ、しっかりとタイミングを測り、クリティカルなセクションに一発出てきます。これは大きなセクションになりました。そして前出てきて、ここもチェックターン。切り立ってきたところにしっかり一発、綺麗なターンを入れてきます。さあ、インサイドセクションになったところで、つなげていくと、その点数を広げていくことができますが、どうでしょうか。ここで、さあ、綺麗につなげていきますが、これはフィニッシュが入らなかった。7.57、どうでしょうか。残り時間3分になるところ、矢作選手は 6.34 で2位のポジションへ行きます。
Needed 757. Nice bit of drone work following Kaiki down the line. Don't think the wave had the sections to warrant a 757. Did some pretty tidy surfing on probably not a 7+ sort of wave. So the Aussies doing the 1-2, and they both got priority, holding it down. There they are in the centre of screen. Red is Caleb, white is Zave. Manojo with 2.5 to go. A 6.34 is well within his wheelhouse. He just needs the opportunity, and I can't see him. He's got no priority, so he's nowhere near the takeoff zone just yet.
Probably he's still, paddling back to the point. Maybe, or he's steady down the line. But here is, you can see few waves on the horizon. Roll through to the
Aussies don't want a piece of this one. Maybe looking a little flat. Running out of puff. That back wave looked pretty good if you took off up the point.
So last of blue comes in 4.90. 山中選手の最後の波 4.90、逆転にしてのスコア 7.57 には届きません。
Good looking set. Wow, this is about 6 or 7 waves in this set. They're no good where the team are, but they look pretty good from up on top of the point. If you're having a free surf and you found one of them, you'd be pretty stoked with yourself.
Definitely.
Yeah. So didn't connect with the A grade part of the reef, but still in hindsight wasn't too bad. So the boys are sitting on the main takeoff zone. The next heat is just repositioning. They might have wished that happened a couple of minutes later, because one of that guy in red would have been in a box seat.
Right.
Who is it? Reef Hazelwood. That's him in the next heat. So he's in red going, God, count me in. Look at these things.
So it looks like Xavier having a look at this one.
Maybe Caleb wants it. Just to surf his way into the beach, I suppose. It's pretty flat. He's got a heat win. There's only a minute to go. So Caleb's going, right, well, I'd rather surf me way in than paddle in. Yep, so this is just a taxi ride into the beach. Now it starts to stand up. Caleb goes on his merry way through the draw. He's now around a 16er, so he can prepare for finals day tomorrow. I'm glad he's there because it's a pretty interesting story. The fact that he went and did a university degree and put the Rashi away for 5 years, and just like that, he's already in the top 16.
Wow, he's doing a great job since the day 2. He was in the first round
on
and
Wednesday.
Straight into the finals day.
Yeah,
round
he was a Wednesday guy and he's now a Tuesday guy. So pretty much every day of the week. And he's booked himself a spot in finals day. Well done, Caleb. Xavier looks like he's going to hold on here. Manojo's next to him somewhere, but the count is out. And over and out right there. Somebody's on a wave at Xavier. He's doing a bit of a taxi ride to the channel as well. So our qualifiers are settled. So well done, Caleb. Well done, Xavier. And we'll throw to a quick break and back shortly with Heat 3.
This is the smoothie I've been waiting all day for. I'm going to start with a couple bananas and then mixed berry frozen blend, my favourite. Bonsai almond milk and heaps of peanut butter. Nice little bit of coconut to finish off. Get that in ya.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Krui Pro day number 7. We are now into men's round of 32 heat number 3. We have Reef, Hazelwood, Kobe Clements, John Mark Tugong, I'm Numan Altana. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Jara. So a few more to things get done. A few more heats.
Yep. So it's been a huge day.
It is. We start at 6:30 this morning.
Yeah.
And now probably about 2:30 or 3 o'clock.
Yep.
in
And
the
we've
afternoon.
got at least 6 more heats left, including this one. So we are really powering through today. We have had nonstop action all day here. We
Right.
finished the round of 64 of the men's. Then we went straight to the women's round of 32. And now we're finishing off the day with the men's round of 32. So that tomorrow is our finals day. We have round of 16,
Right.
quarters, semis, and finals.
Another huge day tomorrow. Probably, all the competitors will be surfing 4 heats in one day.
The finalists, they're
Yeah.
going to be surfing 4 heats, and that's huge, especially out here. It's a big lineup. It's you have to paddle back a lot every time you catch a wave. The waves are long, so it's really tiring. It's hot.
Right.
They've got to stay hydrated. They've got to eat properly. So it's going to be another big day tomorrow. But back to today, this is heat 3 of the round of 32.
This is
Right now in the water is Reef Hazelwood in the red. We have Kobe Clemens in blue, John Mark Tokong, Maramar in white from the Philippines, and Mega Artana in the green from Indonesia. So big heat in our hands. Coming up next, we have in heat 4, Pajar Ariana. We have Alistair Reginato in white, Axel Kuroda, and in green, Bronson Mady.
Another big, exciting heat coming up in heat number 4. Well, every heat's pretty much exciting matchup to me.
Yeah, that's right. In every heat, there are big names and there are going to be big scores as well. So right now on your screen is John Mark Tokong, the Prince of Philippines. Just one turn and unfortunately falls off on that one.
Wow.
But some big sets coming through right now.
Big sets. Probably all the caddies are paddling so hard to try to get over it, but not too sure if they can. This is one of the biggest sets so far in the afternoon. A few more on the lineup.
Yeah, so yesterday we were all begging for waves and the ocean was like, you know
Right.
what? You want waves? Here you go. So everyone getting a little caught on the inside. So for now, it's only Maramar with that 0.87. But with these names in this heat, I think we're definitely going to go into the 6, 7, and 8 range.
Definitely, the condition has been improving a lot. It's getting bigger. Once you're on the right ones, then it gives you a plenty walls to work on, especially last heat. Caleb had a great start with a 7, and Xavier had a great surfing. So yeah, like you said, there's a lot of opportunities for all the surfers. So we will be seeing good range or excellent range this afternoon.
All right. I know we're far from over still, but what have been your highlights of today?
Oh, so many actions today, right? So
Too many.
I have to. What about yours? Do you have anything in your head?
Mine is Ziggy McKenzie's
Oh,
917.
Yes.
I think that was for me the most exciting heat. She was competing against her roommate,
Okay, right.
Isla. They're staying together and they were in the heat together. They did first and second place. So,
That is so
Ziggy
nice.
started with a 6, then Isla got the 7.5. And when Ziggy heard that, she's like, got that 917. So it was just back to back over there. So that was really cool.
That's cool. 9-point ride. So that is one of the highest. I mean, one of highest score so far in this comp.
I think it's the
Yeah.
highest score. She said it's the first time she got a score higher than 6 or 7 in the QS, and she went straight to 9. So I was
Straight
like,
to
well,
9.
that's a great way to start. But Ziggy told me that she's not joining us in Nias
Oh,
because
okay.
she has to go back home to school and finish competing in the under 18 since it's her last year.
Right.
So she's just going to concentrate on that. And we will be heading over to Mark Clift and the winner of the last heat now that we have a break in the action.
Okay, got the winner of the last heat here, Caleb Tankred. Boy, oh boy, you're making this return to pro surfing thing look pretty easy, brother.
It's definitely not. You obviously didn't see the first few events that I tried to surf start of the year because they were shockers, but stoked to be putting it together here.
All right, well, you're back in a big time event of 6,000 and you're connecting the dots. You surfed your first heat last Wednesday. It's now Monday and you booked yourself a spot on finals day on Tuesday. It's got to feel good, right?
Yeah, those early heats are definitely scary ones because you obviously don't want to get knocked out, but especially here where the free surfs are so hard to get your waves, it's a great opportunity to spend time in the lineup and figure it all out, and I think it's been a big advantage for me.
Well, the Asian Tour, it's such a dreamy tour, the spots we go to. There ain't no groveling. It's just rail to rail and some serious work. It's all going good. So you're only 24 and you want in on this this tour and you want to get onto the Challenger, yeah?
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm all in on surfing, got everything else behind me, so see how we go. Might get there, might not, but I'll give it a crack.
Mate, I'm loving what you're doing, and I remember you as a grommet and your team Billabong doing the small fries and all that, and everyone had you touted as the next big thing, and here you are, you're back. Does it feel good to have a second lease on this pro surfing sort of gig?
100%. Whilst I was stepped away, I was so motivated by the Aussie guys that, I travelled and did the junior circuit with, go on to massive things on the CT, and it's definitely inspired me to come back and give me confidence that I can do the same hopefully one day.
Well, I think you're inspiring a lot of people out there, Caleb. You're ripping. Keep up the good work, brother. You're looking on point.
Cheers. Looking forward to the rest of the event.
Yoo-hoo. Thanks, Caleb. Cheers, eh?
Thank you so much, Mark and Caleb. Yeah, he's been away from the competition for 5 years, and he started this comp in the very first round, the day 2, and now he's into the final stage, round of 16. That's amazing.
That's sick, yeah, and super, super exciting to see that. It's a little bit of a feel-good moment.
Right.
I think it kind of makes you cheer on him a little bit more. I'm like, yeah, you got this.
Right. Definitely, he must feel really great. He has the degree from the university, and now he's into top 16. That's amazing job. That's hard thing to do in a QS 6000. It's high rated QS on Asian Tour. But in action, 10 minutes, almost 10 minutes in, but just one wave has been ridden so far. So very, very, nothing major happening. But here is John Mark Togon up and riding, but just quick in and out.
The Prince of the Philippines has won back-to-back events at the QS over there in Cloud9. He's such a strong competitor out there. But speaking of strong competitors, this is Mega Artana taking a look at this one, trying to get around this section, but this wave just kind of running away from him. So slightly positioned a little too deep. Behind is Reef Hazelwood now. Good looking wave. First opening turn is looking like it's a bit of a fast wave. Again, that second turn was much better. Let's see if he gets anything done on this inside. What do you think?
Well, really like the first turn. Tags it, really snap it really quickly, and racing down the line, gets a layback in, gets another tags in. But this is Kobe Clement. That's beautiful first turn. A little bit hard to surf on it. So many whitewash a couple turns in, but I'm not too sure what it's done at the back. But pretty good scores probably coming in soon for red and blue.
Yep, so Harmar taking a look at this one but wasn't convinced. So Kobe and Reef have some scores to come up. First two well-ridden waves of this heat, the more significant scores that come for now. This is the replay of Reef. So good opening first turn. Kind kind of sped down the line. I love the second one. Really jams into it. Tries to get around this one. Gets a couple more turns in, but I think most of the work was done out the back.
Yeah, definitely. I love the first turn and the second turn. It gets kind of good finish right there. So this is gonna be a pretty good score for him. But this is gonna be Clement's last wave. Nice checking turn and wrap that second turn and get third one in, but not much there afterward. Still great way to start this heat. 10 minutes in, 14 minutes to go in this heat.
Yeah, I mean, the only real score besides Kobe's is Reef, so it's a good start. He's got a couple turns in, got those that first wave nerve away, and got his feet on the wax. So like they said in the interview, it's so crowded in the free surf. It's hard to get some waves out there. So I know a couple surfers who didn't even bother.
Right.
They're just like, I'm just gonna surf my heat.
Well, the first wave of Reef comes in 6.0, and Kobe Clemens' first wave comes in 4.67. So Reef got a better number out of the exchange.
Yeah, so 6 for Reef. Most of the scores probably coming from that second turn. It was really tight in the pocket, really leaned into it. So Reef has been always a bit of a star surfer here in these events. He's always posting up some really big scores and getting really deep into the finals day most of the time. He's a name that, you see him in your heat draw and you wouldn't be excited. You'd be like, oh, this is going to be a tough one.
I think Reef had a really great heat in a round of 64. I remember he had like his little tubes in the last heat, so he is, like you said, he's really good on this kind of wave. Long peeling left. Starting with 6 is a very good way to start this heat. 12 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this heat. Marama has first priority.
Yeah, so Marmar is one of those surfers that is always super happy. He's stoked to just be here. He's an incredible surfer too, so it's a great person to have on a surf trip. This is just a replay of Reef Hazelwood's 6-point ride.
Yeah, really like that one. Lays into it. Layback, comes around the section, gets a bonus. Yeah, just like you said, pretty much all the points comes from that second turn. I've seen one local kid riding Marama's surfboard the other day.
Really?
In the ocean. So
there we go. The team Indonesia is there supporting Mega Artana in this heat. And coming up next as well is Pajar Ariana. So Team Indonesia down there supporting, making sure that they have that extra bit of confidence and making sure that their teammates are well taken care of.
Right. What a great teamwork there from Indonesia. Team Indonesia. It'll give you extra power in the heat. Definitely.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. Just knowing that they're down there supporting really helps the performance there. I see Kailani Johnson had a great heat. She will be surfing finals day tomorrow. Taina Izquierdo and Dan Atasia as well. Those are the 3 girls representing Indonesia in the moment. Their coach, Dylan, and there is coach Sudena as well. So great stuff happening down there. I'm sure the conversation is fun.
Right.
I would like to hear what they're saying.
So they are like traveling together as well as a group.
Yeah. Okay, so right now the team is the girls I just mentioned. So it's Kailani Johnson, Taina Izquierdo, and Dan Atasia. And the boys team is Pajar Ariana. It's Danny Widianto and Mare Joy. So for now, those would be the 6 selected to be representing Indonesia in an
Right.
ISA. That's how I understood how the Indonesians select their team. They train together, eat together,
Wow.
do everything together, even in Bali, actually.
Even
So
in
it's pretty
Bali.
amazing. And that wave from John Martakong was very, very nicely finished. Behind him, we have Megatron.
Wow. On a bigger wave. Going for it, but unfortunately, probably a little bit pushing too much. But that was really unfortunate for Mega. But like you said, yeah, Marama's last wave was a great wave to be back in this game. Gets a really nice finish as well. And here is Kobe Clement having a look at this one. Probably doesn't like the look of it. With 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the seat, but a few more waves rolling through to the lineup. It looks like Kobe Clement has first priority. Having a look at this one. Blue is up and riding. Nice off the top. Great part of wave hits so hard, but unfortunately it comes on.
A couple sets coming through. So we have one last score from the last of John Martakong. This is now Mega Artana. I can recognize his low stance. Didn't really like what that wave had to offer, so decides to pull off. But unfortunately, Mega just sitting on 0.8. So he's going to want to start, putting some scores on the board. Just under 8 minutes left. Still waiting for the last of Maramar to come in. Here are some of the replays. So this was the last of Kobe. One big turn, unfortunately, just going over on that one. But I want to give a big shout out to everyone in the Philippines right now, especially Cloud9. I'm pretty sure Maramar's family is probably watching Team Philippines. I know I've met a couple of them in an ISA in Japan a really long time ago. I think it must have been around 2018, 2017 in Miyazaki.
Right.
It was one of the Olympic qualifiers. And as well last year in Maldives when we had the Asian qualification to the beach games, if I'm not wrong. Sorry, or the Asian games.
Right, yeah.
So that was a great time, and Team Philippines was there having a blast. Waves were pumping. It was beautiful. So yeah, big shout out to all of you guys there. Taught me how to dance a little bit of budots. Have you heard of budots?
No, never heard of it.
I'll show you later.
Yeah. I guess it's Philippine thing.
Have you heard of dangdut?
Actually, no.
So it's like Indonesian
Oh,
techno.
yeah.
Similar
Right.
vibes, but they've got a certain dance to it that's really fun as well. And I've never even been to Philippines, but they were teaching me that, so it was
really?
fun. Yeah, it was
Sounds
a
like
good
you
time.
have been to Philippines.
No,
so far.
never.
I know all the people from,
I've been to many ISAs, so
That's
I
how
know,
you get to know them.
Yeah.
Right. Well, right.
Which shows just how incredible those events are, because you get to meet such an international group of people that you learn a little bit of everyone's culture and
Right.
what they do at home, how they have a good time, the waves they surf, and how they train for these events and come together. So yeah, it's a great way to meet people and
Definitely. And I love to watch the team challenge at the World Games. It's a good to have competition like that when surfing competition is pretty much an individual thing, but as a team you go there and just cheering up your teammate, but as well as you surfing individually.
yeah. But at least they make it like it's individual, but at the end the overall
yeah.
is like a team thing.
Good.
So it's fun. So here's a replay of Reef Hazelwood 6. This is for now the best ride of this heat. Big jam. I love that turn. Really laid into it. Finishing this off pretty smoothly.
Yeah, and he gets bonus section here. Gets a vertical off the top. So this is what 6.0 looks like. and we are down to 5 minute mark. So Reef has first priority, waiting for the actually second wave. It's only has got the one wave yet so far, but looks like Mega paddling up the point to, trying to make a space between the cloud.
Wow, we've had a bit of a slow heat. Reef 6 is the highest score, and he's in first. And that's practically the only wave he caught with just 4 minutes left. He kind of ran away from us. Jean-Marc Takong's last wave, a 4.83, sitting on a 0.7. Kobe Clemens, a 4.67, sitting on a 0.77. And Mega just really not getting any score up. So these last 3 minutes and a half are going to be pretty vital for all four surfers. There is no one actually safe, let's say.
When the ocean goes really quiet in the heat, I got a feeling that there's going to be a couple of sets coming through in the end, and there's going to be a lot of buzzer beaters.
Yeah.
So, down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Is there going to be another swell for them?
I mean, I'm counting on it.
Right.
And I'm sure they are too. This is a replay of Jean-Marc Takong's 4.83. So you see him kind of follow the rhythm of this wave.
Right.
He pushes a little more every time the wave offers. So good read for Jean-Marc Takong. I think he surfed it the best of the wave's ability, and what it was offering.
Definitely. Wave didn't offer really a lot of steep section, but still he managed to put a critical hit on that wave, and that wave comes in 4.83. Now he's sitting in the second position. About 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. They don't really have the backup scores yet. Wow, it's down to 2 minutes and a half. So this heat goes by really quickly.
Yeah, it did. We're about to reach a 2 minute mark and not many scores at all. So I'm sure the boys out there are starting to feel the nerves. Kobe's standing on his board, looking out the back, hoping for something to kind of rock up. I think we will be reaching the dead low at any moment from between half an hour to an hour from now.
Right.
So it could be that the next couple heats we might have a couple more lulls and less waves ridden until we have that switch of the tide. That incoming tide might just make a couple more sets come through and show a little more consistency. Out the back, Megartana just up the point. 2 good turns. He needs a 4.21, massive. And he's going to finish this one off. He rides out of it, and I call it. That's a 4.21.
Definitely does. 4.21. And this is Reef. This is going to be his second wave. He already locks in 6.0. So this is going to be a great backup for him. Couple of critical hits. And down the line, is he going to get the finish? And probably he will. And he did get finished. There's a nice wave for Reef. But all eyes on the last of Green Mega's last wave.
Yeah, and will Kobe Clemens or Jean-Marc Takong get some scores in? That's a good-looking wave for Kobe Clemens. Goes a little sleepy here in the wave, but he sticks with it. Let's see if he gets some more work done here on the inside. This wave starts to stand up for him again. Ooh. Good finishing, but I think he could have done a little bit more there.
Probably mistimed for the last section a little bit for Kobe Clement. But here's Arama, important wave, needs a score. Just racing down the line. Is he going to come around the section? Although, unfortunately, the wave just running away from him.
All right, so Megartana, I think that might be before the buzzer beater, but this wave is tiny. He, not sure what he's going to do here. Just one big finish. Oh, and doesn't ride out of it. So scores to come through for all 4 surfers. We're definitely going to be sticking with this one because these are super, super important scores to come through. Literally in the last 50 seconds, all those waves were ridden.
4 waves are ridden, and very important wave for Kobe and Mega.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Mega doesn't really have a backup. That would only be his first and only score. This wave of reef, he got so much done out the back that we missed on the live. So he will definitely be backing up that 6 with something pretty similar. Really well surfed here. Reef Hazelwood took it all the way in. It was a wave that kept on giving.
Right. And it gets a nice finish right there. So definitely he will be in the first place. But all eyes on the last of green and blue.
Mega's finishing on that last wave was really, really hard, and he managed to stick with it. Love this first turn of Kobe. Unfortunately, here this wave not offering too much, and he finished it. He completed the wave, but I feel like he could have done a little bit more down here.
Right.
Maybe hit it a little bit more in the pocket, a bit more vertical.
Yeah, Reef just missed time on the last section, but still a lot of work done at the back.
All right. Last of Reef of 5, 6, 7. So he backs up his 6 and he's pretty steady in first. Now it's all eyes on Jean-Marc Tacong, Kobe Clemens, and Mega Artana. Gonna be waiting for some scores to come through for all those surfers. Kobe Clemens' last wave comes in at a 4.73, goes straight to second, but now it's Mega Artana a 7.9 requirement. I don't think that wave's gonna be what he was what he's needing. Jean-Marc Tacong as well wasn't able to get too many turns. It was a set wave. First turn was nice, but then the wave just ran away from him. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be a best score for Mega. 5.43, but not enough for the second. Well, looks like a Reef and Kobe will be moving on to the next round, and see you guys right after the break.
There's one thing we all love to bits, it's a fresh spritz. A little bit of ice, juice is worth the squeeze. Now the magic elixir. Next up, a bit more citrus. Mint, agave. Hey, that is incredible.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Krui Pro QS6000. Those are the results on your screen right now of our last heat. That was heat 3. Right now in the water, we have heat 4 of the round of 32. I'm Giada Legati. Welcome back, True Starly.
Thank you, Giada. I'm excited to be back for this heat. This is I feel like this is going to be a really good heat. We've had some cracking ones already for the round of 32 for the men. Pajar is out there taking on Alistair, Axel, and Bronson, and yeah, what a heat of A-list names in this one.
Yep, that's right. It's a super, super exciting heat. We have 2 Indonesians against the Australians. Bronson made the current World Junior champ. He is coming away from that, and he's looking like he has this newfound confidence. So I'm excited to be seeing Bronson in this heat. Pajar as well has been on fire. Recent win last year in the Maldives that me and your sister Jessie saw. That was pretty epic. And I'm not too sure about Axel Kurata and Alistair Reginato, so I know that you've got some insight.
Yeah, Alistair is from the Sunshine Coast region of Queensland. Back home in Oz, he surfs for North Shore Board Riders. He actually got a 9th here last year, so he's doing he knows this wave really well. He lost to Winter Vincent and Taj Stokes in that round of 16, I think it was. So he's on his way back to another round of 16 potential appearance. And then Axel is from North Stane Board Riders, which is on the northern beaches of Sydney in Manly. There's actually a pipe that separates Queenscliff and North Stane, but it's like the same stretch of beach, and there's this whole big rivalry between both the board riders. So had to do some research into that one so that I didn't get it wrong, and pretty sure it's North Stane. Never confident, but had a little look, and this is Axel up and into this one. Nice first turn for Axel Kuroda, and wow, driving through another one. He's already looking really sharp in this heat. Gets another backhand carb. He's a part of that Northern Beaches crew as well that we've seen so much of at this event. That's a better looking turn there for Axel, and gets a solid finish there. So that's a really, really nice start in this heat. He might get a few sets on the head paddling back out, but well worth it for that first wave.
Yeah, that was the best wave we've seen in actually a really long time. The last heat was pretty slow, so exciting stuff. Axel Kuroda starting off strong. Love that finishing turn. That first and finishing turn were probably my favorites of that wave, and that's just textbook competition surfing right there. They say your first turn has to be big and your last turn too. So
yeah,
really well done from Axel Kuroda.
Yeah, start strong, finish strong. And yeah, so I'm excited to see Axel. He had a 9th here last year as well, so hoping that he can push through to the quarterfinals. This is Pajar up and riding.
Yep, this is Pajar. He is a goofy footer from Serangan, representing Indonesia right here. So good looking wave here for our man in red. Love that turn, and he's gonna have to finish this one strong, and he doesn't manage to ride out of that one, but I've seen him land those before, so I know he can do it. Fortunately, Bronson just pushing it a little too hard on that one and didn't manage to finish it off, but I'm rooting for Bronson and Pajar, the boys I see at home a lot, and it's great to see them out here and see familiar faces when you're on the road is always good.
Oh, it's so nice. It feels like a little home away from home, doesn't it? It's so, so special. And this is Alistair Reginato. He's using his priority on this one. Alistair from North Shore, nice first turn. Needs to make a bit of a moment, unfortunately. Well, that looked a little bit awkward, that fall off. Hopefully he's okay. Gets back out there, so looks like he's all good. We've seen a few of those moments where maybe just rushing that second turn or rushing that next turn, and the waves just really been like, no, hold on, surf to the pace and the speed that I want you to surf to, not to where you need to be. So this is that first wave of Pajar, and I really liked it. I loved his approach. Nice first turn. I mean, that was so solid. Getting this second one in as well, driving through that hard carb, and oh, that was so lovely and so well done. It was unfortunate he couldn't get that finish because that would have been a really big score, but nonetheless, still a great way to start this heat.
Yeah, so waiting for those two scores to come in. 5, 6, 7 for Pajar on the backhand right now. That is looking like,
I think that's Alistair.
Yeah. So Alistair, unfortunately, 293 on that last one, but this is looking much better already. Bit of foam on this inside, but he manages to, spoke too soon. Unfortunately, falls off there, but he was doing really well.
It's not nighttime here, guys, either. It was still in the middle of the day. Yeah. Imagine surfing in twilight. No, it's still, it is 3:20 local time here, and it's just clouds playing tricks on us right now. Feels like it could be nighttime. It's time for bed.
I'm ready. Just kidding. We are at the dead low right now. we will be having a switch in tide probably already, because last heat was super slow, but we're seeing so many waves come through now, which could possibly mean that the tide has already switched.
Yeah.
And that is great news, meaning that we will be seeing lots more waves this afternoon. And wow, the judges having a really good think of Axel Corrada's wave. It was the first one of the heat, and they still haven't put any scores down just yet for that one. And there we have it. Just as I finished saying that, it's looking like a pretty good score for our man in white. It comes through as a 7-point ride. There we have it, the first of Axel Corrada. Great way to start his heat. Waiting for the last of Alistair and Bronson. So we will be heading over to Dai and Reef for a post-heat interview.
You had a good start actually, but you have only one ride until like a few minutes, and you got the ride. It must be a nerve-wracking heat.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of waves out there, and for it to go flat like that a bit. There was one set, but it was just all fat, so it was like I let it go, and nobody else got it waves. So I knew there was going to be some more waves at the end of the heat, and I decided to go the first one, and stoked it paid off. But it was a little scary. I was trying to after I surf a wave, I was trying to put my head over the back of the wave, see if anyone else was surfing, but I couldn't see, so just had to wait to get into shore to find out.
You were expecting the slower heat?
Not too much actually. It's been really consistent, and I really haven't seen too many slow heats, so I wasn't expecting it to actually kind of slow down, but I really wanted a good first start, and so I was patient for that, and I got it, and then it set me up, obviously having the lead, but having that highest score, the 6, to then just be able to wait and put the nail on the coffin at the end.
Definitely. You are on to the finals day, and you're going to be surfing probably 4 heats tomorrow, big day. So how are you going to spend the rest of the day today? Are you going to surfing again?
No, I'm definitely going to be resting. So, yeah, I've got my wife here, and we'll probably just go cruise and have a lay down and maybe get in the aircon. So just try and cool off. It's so hot today. So, yeah, just really resting up for tomorrow. Hopefully save my energy.
Be careful with the storm coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I might race home on the moped, so get home before the storm. So, but yeah, stoked and frothing to have an interview with you now, Dai. So,
same here, and thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in the next run.
Thanks, Dai. Thank you, Reef. Reef always has the biggest smile on his face. It's so awesome. He's so good to have a chat to as well, especially in those post-heat interviews. I actually think I was talking to him yesterday prior to the post-heat interview, and we were literally just having a chat, and then our chat just transferred into the post-heat interview because I just asked him I was like, well, we're gonna have the same dialogue.
Exactly, totally repeat it.
Yeah, just say the same thing. He's like, yeah, I got it, don't worry. And he's it's exciting. I'm excited to see him back here.
Yep. So talking about chats, earlier on we had Bronson Matey come in here with me and Mark for a heat, and honestly, I grew up with Bronson in Bali, but in that conversation there were so many things I learned about him that I had no idea.
Really?
Yeah. So apparently he's from Lakey Peak, but for some time they lived in Nias as well. They were there when the tsunami hit, so
Wow.
that was pretty crazy. He used to be a very, very shy young guy. I remember when I first started hearing about Bronson and seeing him around the Grom contest we had, he wouldn't speak so much at all. You'd say hi to him and he would be so shy he couldn't really answer back. So it's kind of emotional and really nice to see how much he's grown. And a huge shout out to the Tanjungs. They kind of took him in from Lakeys and gave him this massive opportunity to become who he is now. He said he was like, I wouldn't be the person I am today without Rizal. So yeah, I have goosebumps about it.
Yeah, wow.
And it was a beautiful story, and getting to know Bronson a little deeper was really nice.
Yeah, it's so special to make those connections with those, with the surfers here. Everyone has a story, and it's special, and we're very thankful that Bronson has shared. And he's WSL World Junior Champ.
Yeah, so it was great to even get a little bit of insight of that day for
Yeah.
him, and how it went down, and who was there. And he said that it was really, really emotional and a really special moment for him, and that he kind of sometimes can't really believe that happened. So it's great. And he says that it was just a little bit of fuel for the fire. He's ready for more, and his dream is to be world champ one day. And
wow,
I'm hoping that he really gets there. I think he has all the talent and hard work that you need to get there. So it's just a matter of time for me.
Yeah, 100%. I remember watching Bronson and Winter in that final, and being an Australian growing up on the Northern Beaches, I've known Winter for a really long time. So I was like, come on, Winter, let's go. And I hadn't actually seen, I'd watched a few of Winter's heats and Huey Vaughan and a couple of the other, actually Huey didn't compete. There was someone else in there anyway. Yeah, watching a lot of the Aussies that I've seen kind of grow up and things like that. So when I watched it, I wasn't expecting Bronson to go as big as he did. And then I was like, wow, this is an epic. It was the best final. It was so good to watch. And when it finished, I was like, you know what? Obviously it would have been so stoked to see Winter win, but I was stoked for Bronson, because that was just the biggest win probably of his career so far. WSL World Junior Champ. Incredible surfing. It was just so entertaining to watch, and Challenger Series wildcard from that.
Yeah,
Huge.
and it wasn't only a big moment for Bronson, but for Indonesian surfing as well. It just kind of gave everyone that sense, it's possible, and it's not just Rio now. It's Bronson put his name on the list as well, and after that, I'm sure there's going to be so many names coming up after him, and it's such a big title for Indonesia, and to get that attention means more support, not only from sponsors, but maybe even the government, to show that this could be a huge thing here in Indonesia, maybe the next national sport. I mean, Indonesia has the best waves in the world. People pay and travel hours just to get a couple waves out here. So it just shows how important it is for everyone here.
Yeah, well, even, looking at it right now in the Asia-Australian QS region, there's 2 QSs in Indonesia. That's the only country that has two QS6000s in it, in the QS, for both Australia and Asia, where they're co-sanctioned. And they're big. That's a big thing, especially for how many competitors and surfers it brings to places like Krui and places like Nias as well. They're already world-class waves. You broadcast it like this and show world-class surfers. It just makes it look even better.
Yeah. I mean, Nias already has been pretty famous and on the map for a while, but places like Krui, I remember the first time coming here, I think it was 2018, the first QS that they included the women's as well. Because it started off as a men's QS only, then they joined the women's, and then every year, I mean, the first time coming here, I would have never imagined that if you tell me that in 2025, I would be having an oat milk cappuccino at Krui.
Yes.
I would have been impossible.
Literally.
We were talking, there was only a couple homestays down this road, and it's just grown so much.
It really has. This is Alistair Reginato. He's been a series campaigner here at Krui. Wow, a couple of really nice connections, just slicing away on his backhand. Goes 12 o'clock there to get the finish. Out behind him, Pajar on a good looking wave. Oh my goodness. Big turn there for Pajar. Alistair finishes that one off as well. Wow, Pajar has a really good looking wall ahead of him. Tags into it once again. That was huge surfing. And back-to-back, I love watching those back-to-back moments. It's so exciting.
Yeah, and it's really entertaining, and you kind of get to compare. I love the drone shot when you can see 2 surfers surfing at the same time, and you're like, oh, who's going to go bigger on this section and that section? So it's really fun to see that.
Yeah, it's so fun, and it kind of gives a really good view of, the bowliness of the waves. This is a bonsai replay of that last one of Pajar.
Yeah, I love that first turn straight up into the second one. I feel like as this wave grew and went down the line, he kind of went like stronger each time and more confident. So that's going to be a really good backup wave for Pajar. Wants to back up that 5-6-7, but it is currently Axel Kurata with a 7 and a 5-4 to his name. He's in the lead. Alistair Reginato, a 6-1-0 and a 2-9-3, but that second score is going to be replaced pretty soon. Now, Pajar, and all eyes on Bronson, a 4-6-7, and wants to get rid of that 0-8.
Yeah, that's a big thing, to get rid of that small score. I mean, Axel's already got that 7 and the 5.4, but I was talking to Mark before in one of the heats, and I think it was the heat that Winter won, and I was saying, you know, with the quality of surfers, first place is also never really feels quite safe. Like it can change in a moment. It's just a wave or a moment on a wave or a specific turn or whatever it is. It can really just change everything. You know, and I think with the likes of Bronson out here, you know how good he is in the air as well. You know, could we see that in it's like, yeah, there's so many moments and so many what ifs.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
You're right. And especially when Bronson starts to bring in his free surfing into the heats, I think that's when he's most dangerous. He's such an all-rounded surfer. You're right. He goes to the air. Gets so barreled throughout Indonesia. And he's just deadly.
He's deadly. He is deadly out there, and it's exciting. With 6 minutes to go, it's the waves right now. It's a little slow. Was it slow in that last heat?
Yeah, it was so slow. Like we were at, I think, 5 minutes left, and each surfer, like 4 surfers, only caught one wave. It was pretty bad.
Wow. That's just the tide working wonders.
Yeah. So this heat is action-packed compared to the last one.
Yeah.
But talk about action-packed. Next heat coming up, heat 5, is Xavier Huxtable, Roy Kanazawa, Kiyoshiro Suda, and Cash Brown. So big matchup coming up.
That's huge.
Huge.
That's going to be a big heat. I love watching Roy Kanazawa surf. I get so excited because he has such good style. He's so awesome. Yeah, he's got a younger brother as well, and they both I remember.
What's his younger brother called?
Taki Kanazawa.
I think he's done the Krui and Nias one last year. He was here.
Yeah. Getting info from Daiwako live on hand. So apparently Taki got, he did a good job in the Pro Junior as well. I remember both Roy and Taki actually doing really good in the QS event over in India a couple of years ago. And that was where I was first like, who are these two? They were incredible.
There we have the replay of Pajar's last 6-5-3 and his team down there checking him out. Taina, his girlfriend, as well, supporting him. So big shout out to Team Indonesia. It's great to see them always supporting their teammates.
Yeah, it's super special. And right now, Pajar is in second. That last wave was a 6.53. He also has a 5.67. So Alistair looking for a 6.11, and Bronson chasing that 7.53 with 4 minutes to go. Bronson holds the first priority, so he gets a pick of the waves that are rolling through, and he's sitting a little bit further out than everyone. You can see Axel, he's got second priority. He needs to defend first place. And I think this was Axel's first wave. That was a 7. Beautiful first turn, Giada.
Yep. And like we were saying before, this is a textbook heat wave. You know, strong start and strong finish. So really putting that exclamation mark here.
Boom.
Oh, beautifully done by Axel Kurata.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave. And this is his 5.4 as well. So Axel, nice carve there. And then he just sees that, absolutely belts it, and kicks out as well. So he's looking like he's, not only surfing with intention, but having a little bit of fun out there in this heat as well.
Yep, that's right. As we reach just past 3 minutes, I'm really hoping to see Bronson kind of get a couple, or at least one more chance. He has the surfing to get a 7.53, and I feel like he probably just hasn't had the greatest wave selection maybe, or luck on his side in this heat. So I'm really hoping to see him catch one more.
I can feel the nerves for you right now.
Nervous, yeah.
Yeah, there are definitely moments where it's, you don't know what's going to happen. Pajar defending second on this wave. He had to take it off Alistair, and he needs to better a 5.67 to really make it count. 2 good turns to start off. Gets a third one in for Pajar. He only needs a 5.88 to go to first. Beautiful carve. And finishes it off strong. He likes the feeling of it too. I mean, I love seeing the passion and the fire come through from each surfer.
That was incredible. I love that from Pajar. When Pajar is on his A game, he is unstoppable. This is right now current heat leader on a good looking wave. Nice first turn, sets it up for that second one. Let's see what he does on the inside. Oh, unfortunately, kind of falling off on that one. But this is Bronson Mady now with priority. Gets a little stuck on that first turn. This wave selection maybe not the greatest, a little better there. So he's going to have to go big on this last section to get a decent score. Unfortunately, isn't able to ride out of that one.
Yeah, you can see Alistair. Unfortunately, that wave, a similar situation. Didn't like the feeling of it, so he will have to get out of there with a minute to go. Can he get out the back in time? Axel isn't too far away from him here. I mean, Pajar's last wave might better is 5.67.
Oh,
do you think?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so. That wave was incredible. It wasn't a set, but he just went back to back with those turns. It was one stronger than the other. Finished it strong. I think it's going to be a pretty good score. And you're right, he only needs a 5.88. I'm not sure if Axel's going to improve on that 5.4 on that last one. He didn't really do anything too crazy like that 7 he had. So I guess, but it's all down to the judges. I'm just a commentator.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's, I don't know. I mean, I think we might see Pajar move up into first with his last wave. It was a good wave. So. This is Alistair's last chance. It's a smaller looking wave. He needs to load up, gets that first turn, eyes this one for a second. It's a good 2-turn combination. I don't know if it's a 6.11. That actually might increase. We're waiting for scores for Axel, Pajar, Bronson, and Alistair now. Wow.
So another exciting finish to this heat. So Bronson, unfortunately, that last one, I mean, it was better than his other waves, but I don't think it's going to be the requirement that he's really looking for. And just taking a look at what the judges are kind of aiming at for that last wave of Bronson, I don't think it's going to go anywhere really close to that 7.53. So pretty unfortunate, just out of rhythm, but it was good for him to, kind of get a couple lessons off this heat and get ready for South Africa.
Yeah.
So Pajar, I'm pretty sure this is that last wave that we saw.
Wow, this was lethal, this wave. Oh my goodness, that'll definitely better the 5.67. I think we might see Pajar go into first place, and then this is that last wave of Axel Kuroda. I'm not too sure if it's not going to go into his top 2 with the first indications of this one. Pajar's is looking pretty solid as well, so we'll definitely see a situation change. It's just a matter of whether Alistair gets a 6.31 that he's looking for. Wow, it's a 6.5 for last wave of Pajar. He moves up into first. It's his last score of Alistair Reginato. A 6.31 was his requirement. He got 2 pretty good turns in. Let's see if it's a score or not. It's a pretty, as I said, an important score for Alistair and also for Axel as well. We're going to keep the next heat waiting because we need this score to come through. It's going to be close, I think.
Yeah, it is. I think he did 2 pretty solid turns on it. So you're right. It's a really important score. Both Alistair and Axel are going to be, super nervous right now.
Stressing. This is it. From the front angle, it's a good sized wave. Gets that first turn. Jams it for a second one. That was pretty tidy surfing. I mean, a 6.31. Oh, I don't know. It's a tough call. I think the first turn got a little stuck, but that second turn was really nice. So I'm on the fence about this one. I think it'd be either exactly just above or just below the score he needs. Yeah, it's a real fine line, isn't it? Wow. I mean, that board under Alistair's feet is looking really smooth. No indications of a score just yet for Alistair Regginato. We're going to stick with it because it is determining who is moving on through to the round of 16. Next heat is going to be Xavier Huxtable, Roy Kanazawa, Kyoshiro Suda, and Cash Brown. Cash has been putting on a great performance from Cronulla. So I'm excited to see him in this next heat, and the other 3 surfaces is going to be a stacked one. But this last score of Alistair Regginato, we still haven't got any indication. We are waiting to see if it'll be the 6.31 that he's looking for. Let's take another look at it. I mean, it was first turn. It was still pretty nice. It's his second turn here where a bulk of the scores will come from. It's starting to lock in. Oh my gosh. Wow. It is going to be so close. It's a 5.83, just not enough for Alistair Regginato. So it's going to be Pajar and Axel Carota moving on through to the round of 16. We have heat number 5 coming up right up. It's going to be Xavier Huxtable, Roy Kanazawa, Kyoshiro Suda, and Cash Brown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
That's a weird looking smoothie, Vorno.
Tell him, son. This ain't no smoothie. This is as smooth as broth base for our bonsai ramen.
How long should we wait, Master Ramen?
Patience, young noodle. Wait, and top secret, I need a corn. Behold, bonsai ramen.
Morn-san, this is
absolutely cooking.
Heat number 5 is...
It's on. No, we're off. Storm.
Up. Okay, well, it looks like we're off, actually. We are not on. We are off. It looks like we've just had a freak afternoon storm roll through. So just kidding, we're not on. It's
Stormed off.
Stormed off.
All right.
Everyone's going to knock off early and get home and be safe from this tropical storm that we're getting this afternoon.
It was Reef Hazelwood was saying there's a storm coming. I'm going to get on my bike and go home before it hits. It just hit.
Yeah,
all right. So
it's just here. Well, we're going to go and do exactly that. Get on our bikes, get home nice and safe. Don't go anywhere. We have highlights for day 5 and we'll be back tomorrow for another huge day of surfing. It's finals day. Enjoy.
Good morning from the Krui Pro. We are here at Tanjung Setia Beach. We've got the waves at Ujong Bakora firing and it's day 5 of the QS 6000. We're going to start today with the women's heats 9 to 16 of the round of 64. Then we're going to go into the men's round of 64. Stay tuned. Hi everyone, it's day 6 here at the Krui Pro in South Sumatra. We are still on hold with QS competition, but we've got big crowds here and the surfers wanted to go out, so we've called on an expression session. There's a couple million rupiah up for grabs for the top performing male and the top performing female. It's going to be live on YouTube. Check it out, heaps of fun, or get down here to Tanjung Setia Beach.